Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to make it all make sense. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Alright, here we are, Space Fams. Beautiful to see all of you here on this Saturday. A lot to talk about, but first some shoutouts. Less on Lessness, Trevor Borens, and Joe47771, in the YouTube chat. Mr. Spock, a close fourth. Splash Sun, also here. Look Bovine. Pitchforks Dragon. Skinny Stock. Hermeteorologist. Young Chris, Moen Noip. Six Dragon. Edward Thornton. Specs Don over on the vertical chat. And Green New Deal, Moen Noip, Ducky. E-Rock, also over on the Twitch. Well, great to see you all here. Weekend's officially started. But we haven't done a real weekending report. And we've got a lot to talk about. It's been a weird week. Boy, oh boy. Erika Kirk contributing to the weirdness, indeed. FBI releasing more footage of the supposed White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter. Janet Mills dropping out. CBS doing fake news for Trump. And the Iran war is over? But first, oh, wait a second. Wait. I can't do that. I just realized we can't start this first segment this way. This would be breaking precedent at this point. In a way I'm not comfortable with, if I'm being real. Oh, that was close, Space Fan. That was very close. He almost had a 5-alarm fire over here. I nearly started this without the requisite remix.
I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this freak.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax.
The Epstein hoax. That's right. We are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. He's been talked about for years. And yet, the FBI has refused to investigate all sorts of stuff they've seemingly had a whole bunch of information on. It's very strange. It's very strange. Let's talk about that.
The What Would Jesus Do? MAGA, Christian, Republicans are considering supporting a pardon for convicted trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. Long buried allegations about Epstein's Zoro Ranch in New Mexico are finally getting the scrutiny they deserve, including claims of gang and bodies buried in the desert. Representative Melanie Stansberry was interviewed for a segment on 60 Minutes Australia. Let's play the clip.
A man actually claims that he met Jeffrey Epstein, was brought to the ranch, he was drugged, and he describes in detail a scene in which multiple young men were raped at the ranch in front of him after he was drugged.
You hear about Jeffrey Epstein's penchant for minors and for young women, but not men. We haven't heard that before.
Yeah, I mean,
every single
Jeffrey
person on
Epstein
this
and
planet
Ghislaine
is
Maxwell
gay.
were serial abusers. So they really were super predators, and it's clear that this was just how they lived their lives.
It's stunning to me because the accusations here, the allegations that of gang and bodies buried in the desert. 10 years ago, I kind of would have been like, but with every leak of information from the Epstein files, and we don't even have half of them released, it is evident to me that Congressman Stansberry is 100% right. They are super predators, and it's unpleasant to think about, but we have to realize if they're going after little girls, of course, there are these rich people that are we're asking for the services of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell that might have a preference for boys. It also is very unpleasant to think about, but as you get into this world of sexual rape and abuse, of course there is that, a physical abuse, the choking, the strangling, and those are the allegations at Zoro Ranch. This is a video of Epstein's Zoro Ranch. Let's pop this up. So as you can see, it is incredibly isolated. There was no investigation into all of this. And we know from Jeffrey Epstein's island, just how bizarre it was, the dental chair, and then all of the testimony from the girls. This ranch sits high in the desert of central New Mexico, encompassing over 7,600 acres. The compound featured long private drive access with a gated entry, an enclosed residential compound, and
Yeah, and we've seen photos of this thing. All of the photos I've seen of this ranch are just fucking creepy. Like, the island is creepy as shit, but this ranch almost feels like an island. Even though it's in the middle of the desert, there's something about the vastness of, because he bought all of this land around this area and then built a mansion. This giant ranch style mansion in the middle of it, and it's just this expanse of utter nothingness. And with this ranch being built on this bluff, like this hill, it looks out over all of it, and it feels like it's an island in a desert almost, and like escaping it is going to literally be like a death-defying sort of level of difficulty. You know what I mean? Like, if you gotta walk through the desert for like who knows how fucking long, and to escape this man and his perverse plans. God, it's just deranged.
Extensive on-site infrastructure. Epstein built a private airstrip and airplane hangar that allowed completely discreet access to the residence. Victims could be flown directly onto the property with no public exposure whatsoever. Zoro Ranch was the only property not raided by authorities. And you have a sitting congresswoman doing 60 Minutes Australia, because 60 Minutes United States has been captured by Barry Weiss, the absolute diabolical, evil fascist. So she wouldn't cover this. And we have a congresswoman on record who has spoken to victims of gang rape at this ranch. Pumps.
What's important to know about Zoro Ranch is a former employee in 2019 sent a letter to the FBI that said girls had been killed. And we've seen this email in the Epstein files. Two Eastern European descent women were killed during violent rape fantasies.
Yeah, and supposedly the state is starting to look into all of this, potentially looking. I believe there was like a. I think there's currently some sort of suit. I actually can't think of the exact legal jargon in this particular case, but that they are looking to potentially exhume bodies that are like allegedly on the property, buried somewhere in that desert. At least that's what they're alleging. This is the allegations of there's bodies buried on this property in the middle of nowhere, and it seemed the state would like to look into those allegations a bit further for the first time ever. But while we're talking about crimes, things the FBI is looking into, I should talk about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Let's see what the British have to say about all this. BBC News yesterday. Assassination conspiracies.
Dana White, the CEO of UFC and longtime Trump ally, this was so cringe. He was interviewed afterwards and he was like, they told him to get down. I didn't get down.
They were screaming, get down. I didn't get down. It was awesome. I literally took every minute of it in.
It's like, okay, tough guy. Like, you didn't get down when, like, the Secret Service was telling you to get down because an active shooter. It reminded me of those joke videos about, like, not giving a girl the ick when the plane is crashing, you know, like trying to like make it
not
really
gonna
cool,
do it. Wouldn't be prudent
really
at
cool,
this
like,
juncture.
It's like,
yeah, like I wasn't even scared.
Just shut up, get down. Like there's a shooter. It's just, you're not being tough by being like, I stayed standing.
Yeah. And
he said it was awesome. The White House Correspondents' Dinner is always held at the Hinckley Hilton, the
Did I see the photos of the glass eyes in his apartment? No, I didn't see that. What is this? Oh, I forgot.
Zuckerbucks.
Okay.
Hilton. Because it is an event about press freedom, it isn't something that's held in the White House. But right after this happened, a bunch of MAGA influencer accounts began posting in unison.
Immediately,
Don't
if not
anyone
sooner.
question the need for a ballroom now, right? So the timeline.
And this is because Donald Trump has said he wants to build this ballroom.
Yes.
And it's like one of his sort of legacy projects.
The interesting thing here is the speed and the unity of this right-wing message about the ballroom. And
from MAGA influencers with reach.
Exactly. And the timeline of this is interesting. The news of the shooting broke out at around 9 p.m. The shooter was in custody, announced to be in custody around 9:55 p.m. 10:30 p.m. Trump goes on C-SPAN and starts saying, like, we really need this ballroom. The military are demanding this ballroom. It's very secure, etc. Now, throughout that whole time period from 9 to 10:30 p.m., so many different right-wing accounts, popular right-wing influencers on Twitter and elsewhere were talking about the ballroom. It seemed coordinated, and we have no evidence to suggest that they are, but Ashley St. Clair, a former conservative influencer, said that a lot of these right-wing influencer accounts, these MAGA accounts, are in a chat group called Fight, Fight, Fight with members of the administration. which could indicate that there is some coordination going on around this this ballroom message.
So last week, I told you guys that all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to the conclusion that after they saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, their first thought was all independently, Trump needs his ballroom. If we are to stipulate.
Okay, now it's hard to tell exactly how many accounts there even are here, but you're seeing some pretty big people here. Meghan McCain, I mean, she's got a fairly large following. Libs of TikTok, Jack Posobiec over at Charlie Kirk's show. So there's like, you can see at least, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 12 accounts right here. What is the likelihood of this? What is the likelihood of all of this happening simultaneously?
People,
it's quite low.
Are not coordinated. The statistical likelihood of this happening, that they all came to the same conclusion, not probable, okay?
This is what's so hard.
Let's calculate that probability really quickly. Let's play a game. Let's play a little thought experiment. Let's pretend that the likelihood that they did or didn't post it, right, is even. Just like a standard probability, like a coin flip probability, right? A 50% chance. Well, we could represent that as 0.5. How do you calculate the probabilities of multiple events happening? You multiply them. So each time somebody posts it, at the same time here, we can call that a new separate event, right? So if you got a dozen different influencers, and that's just the ones that she had up in that one video, I'll bet you there's more. I'll bet you there's way more. But let's just stick with those 12 that we could see clearly there, or to some degree, right? So we go times 0.5. So that's one. That's two influencers right there. That gets us down to 0.25%. 3 influencers, that's a 12.5%. 4 influencers, 6%. 6.25%. What was I at just now? Hold on, I gotta do this again. I'm trying too hard to explain it. 1. All right, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 0.02%. That's quite a low probability, statistically speaking. That's 1 in a million? No, 100,000? No, I mean 2 in 100,000? Right? Hold on. No, 2 in 10,000. So I guess it's slightly. It's like hitting the. What's a good? It's like hitting. It's like hitting blackjack. Like 12 times in a row, or like beating a dealer 12. I think it's probably just beating a dealer like 12 times in a row, maybe more times actually. Because I think the likelihood of that is. Let me think. Whatever. I'm doing too much. You get what I'm saying. It's low. It's a low probability. Not math again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry we're doing math again. Right, if they're independent events. But that's the whole point is. That's the whole point of this thought experiment, is if we are to believe that they are all independent, non-coordinated events, then the likelihood of that happening, if the probability of them doing it or not doing it is 50%, then that's what we get ourselves to, 0.02%. It's not high. It's not a high number. All right, now we got footage here released yesterday. New footage supposedly showing this White House Correspondents' Dinner suspect roaming the hotel. It's got no audio, it's just CCTV. So I'm going to speed a lot of this up because there is no audio, so it's not going to bother me at all to do it that way. But you can see I'm just like sort of blithely walking through the back halls here. I think that's near the event center, the ballroom or whatever. You can see him sort of fumbling with his key card trying to get in to the gym. Looks around. I would also point out this is a weird choice. Like, I would just like to point out it's weird to show up to the gym in jeans and dress shoes. Like, I mean, maybe just looking around to see what the services are, but it's just, you can even see like the desk attendant looking dubiously at his shoes right now. Like, really? Sort of looks back at her, has some sort of brief conversation, walks out of camera, looks just like looking at all of the equipment here for some reason. Just a full walk through the gym, then leaves. Doesn't appear to touch anything. Took a couple minutes. Walks back through the hallway. Approximately 3 minutes pass. You can see a hotel worker trying to get into a locked door, walks to a different door. That one's open. Then Cole Thomas here. Thomas Cole? God damn, I can't remember his name now. Thomas Cole? Cole. He's got like two first names. It's weird. Then all of a sudden, like, it goes from this footage, and then it switches to 8:30 p.m. This is the day of, if I recall correctly. Yeah, like 30 minutes before it. See him walk past the Wait, hold on. Let me try and do... Hold on. I'm trying to think of the layout of this building in my head right now. Hold on. Right, so he walked over here, and then he walked over here. He was gone over here for a short period of time. But then he walks through and he goes this way. I wonder what is, if anything, over, like, behind the, like, like, behind the desk, like, this way. Right? I know he walked over, we saw him go over here, we saw him go over here. But I wonder if there's something that goes, right, like, in this direction. I don't know. It would be interesting to know. Now, all of a sudden it switches camera angle. You can see him walk into a door. You can see these guys who are labeled police, but I think it's hard to see, but it almost looks like it says Secret Service underneath it. I can't tell, though. I really can't tell. But you can see him if you just go back. Oh, and actually now I think I'm going to slow it down. We were going 2x just now. I'm going to slow this thing down now. Normal speed. So you can see here, these guys are fooling with this metal detector for some reason. It doesn't appear to be working. He walks into this door before the security gates. You can see immediately a police dog tries to follow him into that room, wherever that goes. The officer seems to pay that no mind at all, pulls the dog back, seems to be maybe saying something to the suspect. It looks like he's saying something to me. It's hard, and the dog keeps motioning towards him, but then he pulls the dog away, and the second that he pulls the dog away, I mean the second. I mean, look at the timing of this. Look at the timing of this. This is wild. This is at regular speed right here. Hold on. He's clearly talking. The dog is clearly like motioning to the guy, and the second I mean, hold on. Watch the time. Watch this up here. Let's watch this together. See how long it takes for him to turn and for this guy to bust out of here armed like it's the Matrix or something. Two seconds. It took 2 seconds. I mean, it took 2 seconds. This guy was literally just talking to him. Literally just talking to him. And all of a sudden, how does he manage to come out of there armed with this gun already? It's pretty shocking how could, just one more time. Look, 36, 37, 38, 39, and he's turned, right? By 40, 41, he's already out. He's already 2 steps out of there by 41, and this guy is still looking in this direction. And this guy's still looking in this direction. Doesn't appear to be really anybody looking at him aside from, I think, this officer right here. This officer seems to be these 2 officers, I think, the only ones with a line of sight to him right now. Maybe this guy, hard to tell, because we can't see his face. Certainly doesn't try and stop him. So if he did have a line of sight, he didn't do anything to stop an armed shooter running through here like he's fucking Neo. Although you can see there, this agent does in fact discharge their firearm. Just slow this down a little bit. You can see these guys point their guns at him, but then do nothing and just sort of start... Like, this guy's just, like, squinting at him really hard. Agent Squint. Just... This guy is just pointing it, but doesn't seem to... Like, this guy's at least got, like... Agent Squint at least has an active pose. This guy, he's at least on his radio. The dude who was just working on the fucking security thing, he's just standing there looking like he's in some other place. He doesn't look like he's in an active shooter situation. He's sort of moving like a zombie right now. But I mean, it's a very, very strange scene that we see here. Oh, I just remembered that they decreased it to 35%. Okay, well, whatever. We already saw it. Okay. Yeah. This would never happen in a ballroom. This is literally called the Hilton Ballroom. So I don't think calling something a ballroom makes it safer inherently. But there you have it. I mean, a fascinating situation here taking place. We're seeing this, initially him doing this weird inspection of the gym, which seemed to be nearby to this location, like not far off. I don't know if it's not clear to me if that was him stashing a weapon. Like, I'd have to see a layout of the building. I think the gym would have to go off in the direction I was saying, sort of the other side of the desk that we couldn't see, for him to have stashed a weapon somewhere. Because the other one goes in the direction that he was coming from. But once again, I think I'd have to see an actual layout to know for sure. Because it switches camera perspectives multiple times, so it's difficult to actually know for sure what I'm seeing. It's presented in a particular way. That doesn't mean anything necessarily. This would never happen under Biden.
Staying in the race.
Very funny. All right. You don't know why he didn't go around to the other side? I don't know why he did any of this. I think this was all a bad plan from the very beginning. But yeah, there was a lot of individual decisions made that I'm also confused about, that I'd like some clarity on. I wonder if the FBI will do their job competently and actually figure out who this guy is, or if they'll just be a political prosecutorial division of the Trump administration and just blame leftists. Or maybe they'll actually look into this and be real about the situation and come out and be like, actually, this guy wasn't a radical leftist Marxist communist. He was actually a radical liberal Christian. Radical neo-centrist Christian. Because they continue to blame the supposed left. The radical Antifas. Oopsies. Did not mean to click.
The communists.
Caroline Levitt, who incidentally...
Oh, God. Sam at 50% is hilarious. Hold on. Oh, please hold. Normal speed, please.
Caroline Levitt, who incidentally said right before the White House Correspondents' Dinner that there will be shots fired. Mm-hmm. Obviously, very violent rhetoric.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I just
what you know
outrageous.
Was she calling for Trump to shoot the media?
I don't know. I don't know. We haven't heard anything. I just it scared me, and that's part of the reason. Part of the reason why I didn't go. Well, like, are you two people are you going to cover this? I'm like, that was shots being fired.
You heard what Levitt said?
Right. Yes, Caroline Levitt already let the cat out of the bag. But let's hear what she says.
Maybe she meant filler shots.
About violent rhetoric.
These are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years, and so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are true, and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries, just this April, this month, said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration.
Pause it for 1 second.
Senator
Pause it for 1 second. I just have a couple of things to just clarify. Shapiro said heads got to roll. Is that literally an option? Are we doing the guillotine again? Or what is going on?
Calling for a French Revolution.
Yeah, radical Marxist Josh Shapiro. Yeah. I think we all know he was being non-literal. Okay, he's figurative. It's a figure of speech. Okay, no one's calling for literal. I know Sam's getting excited, but I think it's rather preemptive. I don't think the guillotine's coming back. If I had put my money on it.
Shapiro would say that the people who had their heads removed by the guillotine did it to themselves via suicide. So
yeah,
illegal. Of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruptions. These Republicans cannot know.
Calling something authoritarian is
This is
inherently
the very
authoritarian.
definition of totalitarianism.
Sorry, totalitarianism. The very, very definition of totalitarianism. To point out authoritarianism is inherently totalitarianist.
Of peace. You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this shit from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war." These are Democrat elected officials calling for war against
Incidentally,
the United
Democratic state officials. Democrat was actually a term developed by the ethically and follically challenged Frank, what's his last name? Luntz. Frank Luntz.
Sorry.
When he was doing work for Newt Gingrich back in 95, they came up with the word Democrat because it reminds people of a rat.
Democrat. That's why they're always emphasizing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why they do that. I like how far they got with what the violent rhetoric was down to, like, you should get out there and vote like you mean it. We can't allow people to say this. If only this is clearly such a one-sided dynamic, of course. Unfortunately for Caroline Leavitt, she works for Donald Trump, and Zeteo apparently has a mechanism in which you can edit together video clips and show us what Donald Trump has said in the past. You be the judge.
They are indeed the enemy from within, but this is who we're fighting. We will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country.
The Democrats are sick. There's something wrong. They're like terrorists.
The ultra-left-wing liars, losers, creeps, perverts, and freaks who are devouring the future of this state like a swarm of locusts. The radical left, the Marxists, the anarchists, the agitators, the looters. Members of Congress and even former presidents have been openly embracing vile creeds such as socialism, Marxism, and straight-up communism. In New York, they're trying to elect a communist, Zoran Mamdani.
We are going straight up, not on ice. Straight up communism.
Communist.
Zoran Mamdani.
To defeat a communist known as Kamala Harris.
Oh, please.
Most radical left person person ever to run for office. This is
Camila.
communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. Have you heard her laugh? That is the laugh of a crazy person. That is the laugh of a crazy. It's the laugh of a lunatic. Have you heard? Kamala is mentally impaired. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way.
Ilhan Omar, who her brother became her husband.
We keep taking in garbage into our country.
Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage.
We'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know? Crazy, horrible human being, Nancy Pelosi, who cheats like hell. She's a crooked person. She's a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy. Oh, no.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It starts with a B, but I won't say it. I want to say it. I call him pencil neck. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. He's got about a 4. And he's got the biggest head. So I don't know how the neck can hold the head. He's an unattractive guy, both inside and out.
Okay, it's just, you can go on for hours.
I want to say it.
How's your husband doing?
I want to say the word. They say I'm not allowed to say it, but I want to say it. Everybody knows it. Dude is fucking unhinged. When will Donald Trump just stop being? Time-wise. I'm just looking for a quick timeline on it, you know? Somebody's got that for me so I can plan ahead. That would be helpful. I've heard 2028, but it's not clear that's gonna actually happen. Well, while we're talking about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the violent rhetoric, and all of this stuff, we should talk about one person who was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He was very, very upset. Distraught, even. Utterly beside herself over what happened and what has happened to this country. She is furious.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy. I am, of course, talking about this lady. Who is this? Oh, it's Erika Kirk. Weird. Why is she dressed like this?
Don't be creepy.
Okay, I'll listen.
It seems to
What do
me
you got,
that
Erika?
nothing will ever be enough for the evil in
Look
this
how much
world.
she's...
Our country has become unrecognizable. These people have perverted the truth to the point that they motivated the murder of my husband. They have continuously tried to assassinate the president, and anyone who stands in their way is labeled hateful, racist, fascist, and every other trigger word that is grossly dishonest.
Every other trigger word. Every other trigger word that is grossly dishonest. You know, like racist. It's one of those words that trigger us, Republicans, that is dishonest. Inherently the word racist is inherently dishonest. Fascist, inherently dishonest. Why is that inherent? Why? Also, you know what's inherently dishonest? This woman here, I don't know, or didn't know before last year, talking to me on Charlie Kirk's channel. It's weird because this video is entitled It's Charlie Kirk. This is Charlie Kirk's channel, but some other person wearing all these giant golden rings. I mean, look at these things. These diamond encrusted monstrosities all over her fingers. What's going on with that? She seems disingenuous to me. She's talking about disingenuity or whatever, disingenuousness, but it doesn't feel super genuine.
Want the best for our country? They don't. This is why Charlie started Turning Point USA in the first place. He didn't trust the radicalized liberal teachers. And this past Saturday, it was a school teacher, of all people, a school teacher, that attempted to change our history for the worst with bullets. And everyone is asking why I even went to the White House Correspondents'
Oh my god, does she think that she's actually going to be able to take over for Charlie, either here at YouTube or at TPUSA? Because I find it rather laughable. She's a terrible communicator. She's just really bad, just objectively bad communicator. And she's riding off of the audience that her husband built, but she is a utterly unlikable human being who has, up to this point, mostly contributed to alienating that audience. Who is now here wearing one of the weirdest outfits. She's dressed like like she works for like Blackwater or something. I don't know what is going on here. Black shirt, black hat, freedom hat. Of course, it's a freedom hat. Freedom! I'm sorry, I gotta hear that one more time. Sorry.
a school teacher
off track
that attempted to change our history for the worst with bullets. And everyone is asking why I even went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And it was because many of the journalists in that room have attempted to dehumanize me, and I wanted to meet some of them face to face.
Okay, for Erika to come out here and complain about people being dehumanized, when it was literally, it's not just was. It is the job of her husband's show, the one that she's on right now, to do just that to all of Erika's espoused political enemies. That was Charlie's job, was to dehumanize people who aren't white and Christian, right? That was literally all he did. Are you complaining? I mean, just, oh my God, there's so many examples of it. It's insane. Like Charlie, like black pilots. I mean, women. I mean, his entire, the fact is like his entire existence was to demonize everybody who wasn't like homogenous, like heteronormative, conservative thinking white Christians, or at the very least, if you did happen to be a minority, boy, oh boy, you'd better be just exemplary beyond all reproach. Otherwise, Charlie was going to literally demonize you. He was literally going to call you subhuman and say that you are incapable of flying a plane or being in the workplace, or it's the time and time again. Like that was literally, he's like, oh, these people aren't good enough for that. Like they're subhuman and they're incapable of it. And then like Crazy Eyes over here is like having a meltdown over here because she happened to witness a shooting which literally Charlie supported. Those are necessary shootings, according to Charlie himself, for the existence of the Second Amendment. He said that these were just necessary occurrences that we just all had to get used to. Okay, now, got a couple of responses here to Erika's latest social media vid here. Response vid. I don't know really to call it. Sort of meltdown. Who should we go to? I'm trying to think.
Where my unstable girlies at?
Ah, yes. It's candy time. The queen of the clicks.
comedians dressing up in whiteface, and I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on.
On the heels of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, she tweeted that she would be addressing her latest traumatization, and she did that today. She said, I need to spend time with my family. We should have pulled the tweet. She went literally in one sentence. She said, I after today's traumatizing shooting, I need to spend time with my family, and then I will be on the Charlie Kirk show on Wednesday. So I think she just needed 48 hours. And what we got today was objectively weird. It was weird for a couple of reasons. First,
how traumatized can you be, Erika? All you needed was 48 hours, says Candace. I hate to say it, but Candace is making it.
It was 9 minutes, and then they just played Charlie Kirk clips for the remaining almost 2 hours. The second thing is that it was pre-recorded, okay? It was straight from the teleprompter, and it was very clearly not written by her. But we can kind of go over the points that she delivered. And yes, there's been immediate backlash. And yes.
Slap fight sequence initiated.
Slap fight sequence initiated, that's right. Why is this so quiet on my end? Is that the sound of the shot not super quiet? I don't understand. It's weird. Whatever. I don't know why that is.
Straight from the teleprompter, and it was very clearly not written by her. But we can kind of go over the points that she delivered. And yes, there's been immediate backlash. And yes, I am already being blamed for the immediate backlash because it's always somebody else's fault when it comes to Erika Kirk, okay? So the first thing that's weird is the reason that she gives for people asking that question, why did you go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner? You literally just said you couldn't do your UGA commitment because there were credible threats and you couldn't trust the Secret Service to absolve them. Then you did an event with Trump, which relied upon the Secret Service, and then now you're doing another event, and it's like a press event, right? That actually Charlie hated. He always made fun of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So why do you feel obliged to show up here? And here is the answer that she provided. Take a listen.
Damn, dude.
And
oh boy. Wow. Candace is just coming out and just just calling out Erika so hard. Your husband, why are you at an event your husband hated? Like, she keeps doing this, and I think it's getting more and more effective. Like, I think she is genuinely making it seem like Erika did not even know her own husband. And like Candace and Charlie knew each other better than they did. Although I've been wondering to myself how Candace's real husband feels about all that. I'm sure he's
asking
fine.
Why I even went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it was because many of the journalists in that room have attempted to dehumanize me, and I wanted to meet some of them face to face, quite frankly. Why have a conversation about me when you can have a conversation with me? So, for example, a journalist from the Daily Mail came up to me. She introduced herself, and she was very gracious. She was saying, "You look so beautiful. I'm so sorry for your loss." Aww. To which I replied, "It is so nice to put a name to the face, especially with all of the slander, the lies, accusations that are out there surrounding my..."
She is such a fucking moron. What are you talking about? Huh? How did she put a name to the face? First off, she's saying that's around the wrong. Unless somehow, I'm just trying to figure out what she's saying here. She's saying that she has been hounded by some journalist who she knows but doesn't know the name of. She knows their face, but doesn't know their name, and is just now figuring it out by meeting them in person. Does she not know the internet exists? Can Erika Kirk read? I've been wondering to myself, she went to like a bunch of like Christian indoctrination factories that I'm not sure have any sort of like academic qualities to them. I'm not sure she can read. So she had to have somebody like tell her. Like she needed to like meet the person. Or maybe she has like like impermanence or something. Like she's like incapable of, like until she's like in the presence of something, she's like, it just doesn't exist. Like she just thinks it's like some floating head in a box. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a weird concept. Like she knew the face, but not the name.
Vin's murder and myself. And I said to her, you know what's so interesting? This is my first time at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I find it so fascinating, the dynamic that is going on right now, because everyone is all dressed up and you guys are co-mingling in and out of each other's cocktail parties. And so for one night, you are able to put aside all of your differences for the sake of freedom of speech. And then by Monday morning, things will go back to being an absolute bloodbath between all of you. To which she replied, literally, she said, I know. Isn't it special, right? Isn't tonight so special?
Any buyers? Any takers of that? That she went just for the social experiment of it all? And by the way, I know we're not allowed to remember anything she says yesterday, but I'm pretty sure that when she sat down with Caroline Levitt on stage at a Turning Point event, she says that she didn't read the headline, she doesn't care, she's completely removed. We've been told over and over again that she's just not aware of what's going on. Now she's saying, I actually went to this event because I needed to confront these journalists who day in and day out, I actually know their names, which is more than I can say. I actually don't know the names of all the journalists who write articles about me. I don't care to learn about their lives. I actually virtually never give them statements. Like my PR is an open.
Oh, right. That's what she was saying. She was saying that she knew the name, but not the face. So wait, that's even more confusing to me. How does she not know the face of a name of a journalist? So maybe she is reading. Is she reading, but she's not able to Google things? Like, is that what's going on? She's like reading articles, but then doesn't know that the rest of the internet exists. So like she won't like look up the journalists, so she can't figure out like. I'm confused. Honestly, Erika confuses me. The words she say, they don't make sense. All right. Maybe we can make more sense of things over here. Because Candace really isn't a place to make sense of things so much. Let's be real. Perhaps these ladies can help us out.
After the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Erika Kirk put out the following tweet. Pop it up, Kylie. Saturday was yet another traumatic example of the evil in our country and the continued rise in political violence. I'm taking some time to spend with my family. I will be joining the Charlie Kirk Show Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time to briefly address what took place. Enough is enough. Let's play a clip from the podcast.
Seems to me that nothing will ever be enough for the evil in this world. Our country has become unrecognizable. These people have perverted the truth to the point that they motivated the
Wow. She managed to pull that outfit together real quick.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Of my husband. They have continuously tried to assassinate the president, and anyone who stands in their way is labeled hateful, racist, fascist, and every other trigger word that is grossly dishonest.
When we're speaking about assassins, it's important to cosplay as an assassin. And I want to make sure, Erika Kirk, that you remember that your late husband, who should not have died because we oppose gun violence. We support cosplay, but we oppose gun violence, Mrs. Kirk.
Illegal.
Let's remember some of the things that the late Charlie Kirk said. Play the clip.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the
you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before. That's not an immediate. No, you wouldn't have done that before. That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
You truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being. This,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
All right. So as you can see, racism
This
is
a human
ubiquitous
man.
at Turning Point USA. You can dress like an assassin and you can try to gaslight in a very dramatic way that your organization isn't racist, but videos live forever. Videographic evidence of mental breakdowns live forever.
You have a mental
and
health
Erika
problem.
Kirk went on to talk about Melania Trump's, another victim,
Be best.
her attacks. Play the clip.
If you can just pause and just take a minute
yes.
and ask yourself, how would you feel if even just one person made cruel jokes about the attempted murder of your loved one? That is what Jimmy Kimmel did to the First Lady.
For fuck's sake.
He said that she had the glow of an
terrible
expected
Jimmy.
widow. The glow of an expected widow.
The eyes are fucking hilarious, dude. Oh, God. How dare Jimmy. So rude. How dare he make jokes.
You are not funny.
Very rude, Jimmy, not
Just
funny.
48 hours before that nightmare almost became a reality. In this culture we're living in.
Also, by the way, she keeps saying the word expected. Expected. ED. She keeps saying it. I think that, I don't know who wrote this script or if she's just riffing here, but that is not the term. Expected widow is not the term. Everybody look it up. Bob is right. It's expectant. A-N-T.
Absorbs disagreement as a form of personal betrayal. It turns having an opposing viewpoint living in. Absorbs disagreement as a form of personal.
Tar just cheered 100 bits. She's giving Katie Britt, but in black and not green.
She's doing Katie Britt, but instead black. Yeah, kind of. Except it's like if Katie Britt decided to go bleach blonde, Blackwater, like she's like CIA. Burn note is Katie. The burn note is she's gone. Michael Weston. It's Erika Weston.
Hours before that nightmare almost became a reality. In this culture we're living in, absorbs disagreement as a form of personal betrayal. It turns having an opposing viewpoint.
How would you feel? How would you feel if the president of the United States said he wanted to wipe out an entire population? How would you feel if your husband said because he's famous, he can grab him by the pussy? What would Jesus do? What would Jesus do to the black pilot?
Jesus ain't say that.
How would you feel if your husband, president of the United States, was an adjudicated rapist? How would you feel about that? How would you feel? Moving
I did
along
everything
here.
right and they indicted
Erika Kirk
me.
has had it with whiteface. Play the clip.
What?
To a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO. And I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on.
Oh, God.
And I get
When I
on
look at this
camera
news, I
and I
start having
show
an anxiety
everybody
attack.
how batshit crazy I am.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
And the evidence goes on and on and on and on. And I will not stop, because just Monday, I said I was taking time off to be with my family. And now it's Thursday, and I am hosting a podcast clip, because in Turning Point, you can both take time off from work and work at the exact same time. And this hypocrisy can go on and on and on and on.
Oh, God. She did it better than Candace, I gotta say. She did better than Candace. And the I've Had It ladies are starting to compete with Candace for views almost. 600,000 on this one. Candace only had 1 million on hers. And she's been doing a whole Erika Kirk series, so...
And let's just
Really?
review the whiteface that Drewski did. Play the clip.
No, don't do it.
Do a shimmy, Pops. Come on, Pops, shimmy. Shimmy those shits so I can drag it. Sometimes art imitates life.
I think that's always the case. Hold on. Are we done with this? Is there more? I mean, there is more to this, but you should all. How are we doing on time? Let me think about this. Can we dedicate more time to this situation? It is a hilarious situation, but you wouldn't believe how long the list I have for tonight is. It's bad. It's bad. We're in trouble. By we, I mean me. I would have liked to start this stream like 3 hours earlier tonight, but I've not been sleeping well lately. Okay. All right, we'll watch a little bit more of this.
Ends the episode in the creepiest way possible. Let's play the clip.
I am choosing to fight for America, for my children, for your children, and for our humanity. We all need to do our part. And by the grace of God, we will succeed, and America will remain what she was always called to be, a shining city on a hill, a light to the world. So let me give you a perfect example of how it's done. My husband.
Was that in the Bible? I'm trying to remember. Was America in the Bible? According to Erika. I love how there's just photos of Charlie all over the place. Charlie's name is all over the place, but instead you have Erika. How long do you think she can actually sustain his heavily misogynist, male, right-wing audience? I mean, it does already seem to be floundering at this point, not gonna lie. But, like, I don't think that's in the Bible. I don't, if I recall correctly, America wasn't mentioned one time. But I'm no biblical scholar.
And left us the blueprint on how to have uncomfortable conversations with those who disagree.
Only in the non-canonical books, right? Yes. All the fanfic. All the Bible fanfic, America. Right.
Buckle up, everybody. Here we go.
Wow.
Uh-oh, what now?
So, first and foremost, I just want to point out that the anti-pronoun brigade just gave America a she, her. Way to go, Erika, on that. Number two, Kylie, if you'll pop up the Turning Point studio. the wide shot that they have there. I just want to point out just a few things that are not culty at all. There we go. So we have Charlie Kirk, which makes sense. Right. I mean, this is his show. And for the record, Charlie Kirk should be alive. And this woman, this widow, doesn't mention one time gun control. Her husband died shot by a kid from a MAGA family in a white cracker-ass town. He died while he was promoting gun rights for everybody. And then next to Charlie on the right is a portrait of Donald Trump and all this other creepy ass shit. And I just cannot state enough. She came out of a break, a 24-hour break of spending time with her family, dressed as an assassin. If you think I look.
In fact, now that I think about it, she dressed up as the assassin, not just an assassin. All she needed was the red tie. Right? Am I wrong? Where is this guy? Right? Cole Thomas? Where is this photo? Why can't I find it? We've seen this all over the place. Where is it? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, right here. Is the I found it. It's basically the same outfit, just he didn't wear a hat. Now, of course, the alternative, the legal and democratic alternative to political violence is, of course, political activity, voting, and such. However, Supreme Court this week decided, actually, we don't need voting. We don't need voting rights. Basically dismantling the Voting Rights Act. Jamel Bowie talking about this.
First things first, I apologize for the genuinely bad lighting. Thursday. I'm in a hotel room where I'm getting the worst possible lighting, I might say.
Look at that vintage Beastie Boys hat. Good God. Stretch.
Bad lighting. No natural light. I guess there's some back there, but it doesn't really come through. So apologize for the bad lighting. All right. Let's talk about the Supreme Court's decision on Wednesday, April 29th in Calais v. Louisiana. Let's talk about this decision because this is a landmark decision of the Supreme Court. It's a major decision and it's, for lack of a better word, terrible. It is a genuinely horrible decision that primarily serves to destroy what's left of the Voting Rights Act. Before we get into the decision itself, or at least the main takeaways, the things I think you should know, let's go real quickly through the Supreme Court's recent Voting Rights Act jurisprudence. So the first big case is Shelby County v. Holder in 2013, when the court, a majority of the court, 5-4, an opinion written by John Roberts, holds that Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which instituted something called pre-clearance, meaning that covered jurisdictions had to send any changes to voting plans to the feds, to the Justice Department, to get them pre-cleared to go into effect because these covered jurisdictions had histories of voting discrimination. The Supreme Court ruled that pre-clearance in Section 5 was unconstitutional for what essentially was a made-up reason, that the Constitution says you have to treat all states equally. The Constitution does not say this, but John Roberts said it did, and thus Section 5 was struck down. It is possible, legislatively, to do a different form of pre-clearance than the one that was on the books. The one that was on the books and reaffirmed by a nearly unanimous Congress in 2006. But Republicans have turned so against federal voting rights protection that unless you have a Democratic trifecta and no filibuster, it's not really possible. Part of the reason why I don't think it should be a filibuster. About 10 years later, in a case called Brnovich v. DNC out of Arizona, the court looked at Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which was kind of a, if Section 5 is a prophylactic against voting discrimination, Section 2 is a part of the law that set out the ways that people could sue for their rights and get judicial remedies. And in that case, in an opinion written by Samuel Alito, another longtime opponent of the Voting Rights Act and a longtime opponent of expansive federal protection of minority voting rights, the court limited Section 2 to basically make it impossible for a private actor to sue, stating that there's been voting discrimination. And since that case, there has not been a successful Section 2 case aimed at voting restriction. So, congratulations, Samuel Alito. There's another case that isn't related to the Voting Rights Act, but is related to voting rights, that is Rucho v. Common Cause, which the Supreme Court held that it can't do anything about partisan gerrymandering, that it might be unconstitutional, but it's not for the courts to decide. It is convenient, I will note, that all of these cases tend to help the Republican Party.
Yes, it's just purely convenient. It's happenstance. It's not at all ideological.
Give me a joke.
But of course it is. But of course it's ideological. We have an ideologically captured court that is here to do the very worst to society. Drag us back to a time before people, aside from white landowning men, had rights. That's effectively how they see it. They think all of the changes to the Constitution that let everybody else have rights, those are all wrong. And they're trying to do everything they can up to that line without actually making it evident to absolutely everybody that that's what they're doing. So they're trying to find sort of circuitous ways to make it seem, oh, we're just doing our constitutional judiciary duty. We're just interpreting the Constitution. Sure. Of course, I would like to point something out to everybody about this particular situation. The striking down of allowing minority majority districts is, or intentionally minority majority districts, is effectively saying that you can only have white majority districts, or that it can only happen accidentally. I don't know what that means exactly. Like, you're not allowed to look at the statistics while you draw the maps? Because that's basically what they're saying. Like, you can't knowingly do that. But we knowingly create white majority districts all over the country. They've existed since the beginning of time. And there's a lot more of them than there are of minority majority districts. Why? Because there's more white people, of course. It should make sense to everybody with a fucking brain, a functional brain, should be able to figure that easy math out. If you were to just randomly draw districts all over the place, right? If you were to completely take demographics, politics, and everything out of drawing districts, right? And you were to just arbitrarily draw districts, not even by city or rural, like, right? But just like arbitrarily split up the country in different sections, like in a randomizer, right? You would wind up with more white majority districts than minority majority districts just by the math of it, because of how many more white people there are. And it's just, like, they're fine with that. Because we knowingly do that over and over again. That's fine. But we can't knowingly create a minority majority district, a black majority, whatever, the Latino majority district, the Asian majority district. We can't have that. But a white majority district, that's fine. That's inherent in the system.
This is ridiculous.
Now, with all this going on, some MAGA voters have deep regrets over having voted for Donald Trump. Kyle Kalinske, here to help us out with this one from Thursday.
All right, y'all. So as you all know, the second Trump regime here has fallen apart in record pace. I mean, I'm not sure I've ever seen a presidency implode this quickly. Like a year after he got back in the White House, everybody's already like, holy shit, this man fucked everything up. Like, holy shit, this guy's a disaster. He's a disaster. Well, we have a new focus group that just came out. Let me walk you through this here. So this is in the Daily Beast. Trump voters regret backing horror movie presidency. 9 out of 12 Trump voters in this focus group told the New York Times that they wish they had not voted for the president. 9 out of 12. Oh my word. That is crazy. All right, here we go. A focus group of Trump voters has delivered a savage verdict on his second term, with one branding it a horror movie and 9 of 12 saying they regret backing him. The dozen disillusioned voters were assembled by the New York Times for the latest installment of its America in Focus series. The results, which landed on Monday, come as the president's approval ratings have collapsed to the worst point of either of his terms amid the unpopular war in Iran, surging prices, and never-ending Jeffrey Epstein scandal. It's a good way of putting it. Asked to grade President Donald Trump's second term, not a single person gave him an A or a B. Oh boy. Okay. One handed out a C, 8 gave him a D, and 3 flunked him with an F. Wow. Quote, it turned out to be a horror movie. I was so wrong with the vote for him, said Jose, 62, a Latino employment specialist from Florida, who told moderators he no longer watches the news because it leaves him depressed. His 17-year-old daughter regularly asks him, why did you vote for him, Dad? Adding, that breaks my heart every time she does that. Jesus Christ. Several participants saved their...
Maybe you should watch some different news, pal. I'd love to know what he meant by when he says, I can no longer watch the news. Because if he's a Trump voter, I'll bet you I can guess some of his news sources. I can see why it would make him depressed. Ah, yeah. Boy, oh boy. It's tough times out there for the MAGA voters. Well, the formerly MAGA voters. Some of them, I mean, the fact is he's not lost as much popularity as we would like to think. But he is losing. He's losing. I think what he's actually losing is the MAGA vote, right? The vote that he created, the non-neocon, the non-neocon voter, I think is who he lost. We'll get into this more over today, but I've been looking into it and I've been thinking about some things here lately. And like, it's confusing the way we talk about all these things: Republicans, MAGAs, Trump voters. It's like, are those 3 separate things? And I think technically there's obviously an overlap, right? The Venn diagram looks weird. I think the Venn diagram, and it's looking weirder and weirder as the Trump administration goes on.
Criticism for Trump's immigration crackdown, the policy that has come to define his second term. That's interesting, by the way, that because remember, this was one of the issues where before the election, he pulled the highest on this. Like, people thought, oh, the best part of the Republican policy here, or their like playbook, is their immigration ideas. They like those the most. And
And the thing, I guess, well, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll get back to what I was saying just now a little bit later. Right? When does this come back up? I think it's here, isn't it? Wait. I've lost my... I'm just going to point this out now. That technically... You know, while Democrats have closed primaries in most states, not all, but most states, I think. Actually, it might. Is it all? Hold on. I think there's a lot of open primary states for Republicans. Like as I've been thinking through this stuff, like if I recall correctly, there's more open Republican primary states, and like you can vote Republican in the primaries without being affiliated with the party, whereas with the Democrats, you have to be affiliated with the party in almost every single state. And so I think that a lot of people who may have been voting for Trump in the primaries or whatever else, like may very well all not be actually, registered as Republicans. They've just been voting for Donald Trump. So the numbers are like doing some weird divergent shit lately. And I can't remember which video I have here that talks about this. So I'm just going to talk about this now because I saw another Harry Emden video recently that suggested that Republicans were not abandoning Trump in any specific any significant amounts, and that and we of course we already heard that MAGA is not abandoning him in any way. And so what I've been wondering, like I keep wondering to myself, how does that make sense if his poll numbers keep going down, Republicans keep losing seats, and we keep seeing more Republicans, really, really angry Republicans, like calling into C-SPAN or posting on whatever, TikTok or Rumble or something, right? Like, we're seeing this increase, and there's this significant dissatisfaction among the Republican voters.
_by_nature just cheered 300 bits.
Hey, thank you for the bits, Narwhal. Maybe you're naive, but you think Trump has lost most of his voters, but they don't have another party to be invested in right now. Again, the Democrats feel populist. That's basically what I'm trying to say, right? Is that I think there's a lot of his voters, he's lost his voters, and he's like gained support from like the neocons and the traditional Republicans. We're like, wow, we never guessed that he was gonna start a war in Iran for us, and that anybody who was formerly MAGA that has actually left, that have stopped supporting the president, no longer refer to themselves as MAGA. And so when we talk about MAGA numbers, they're consistently 100%, because you don't call yourself MAGA if you don't currently support the president. And so it's just this weird thing that's happening right now that makes it unclear just how unpopular the president is among the right wing. But I think that he is starting to get hit. And badly. Which is why this is such an important and opportune moment politically for us, democratically, get involved in voting, which is, of course, going to be big this month in May. We got a ton. Hold on, look at my. Just smashed myself. Did you hear that? That was terrible. But we have like a ton of primaries this month. The calendar's not even on the right month right now. I've been so disorganized. Yeah, Ohio and Indiana on the 5th. Nebraska, West Virginia on the 12th. Louisiana on the 16th. And then 6 primaries on the 19th. Although I do believe that is my, oh boy. I won't be able to do a normal stream on the 19th. I don't even know if I'll be able to do any stream on the 19th. We'll see. It depends on the timing of this. I gotta look into that. Maybe. Actually, I could probably still work it. But Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, and Pennsylvania. All on the 19th, so that's what, 6, 8, 10, 11 different primary elections that we got to be covering this month. I actually exported, I haven't uploaded yet, because it only finished right before I needed to start the stream. I'm going to be trying to clip my election coverage like I was doing for the 2024 presidential election, stuff like that. As the primaries continue and the midterms continue, I'm going to try and turn up the volume on that as much as I possibly can.
_nature just subscribed for 20 months.
God damn, Narwhal, incredibly generous. 20 months. That is a long, long time.
Because
I'll let Kyle
people
keep going for a second here.
believe the bullshit that, like, the reason why you're struggling is because of immigrants, right? They're stealing your jobs. They're leeching off the taxpayers, which is costing you money. I think they bought the bullshit Republican capitalist propaganda of like, no, the problem's not the billionaires. The problem are the immigrants and the trans people and like all these minority groups. Well, they found out very quickly here. Now we have a full-on crackdown on all the legal immigrants, undocumented immigrants, like every kind of immigrant you can imagine. And people's lives are objectively getting worse. It turns out they're not the problem at all. It turns out immigrants are in the same boat as you and me. That they're not like this separate thing that's a problem. No, if anything, there was just a study that came out from the Cato Institute that found that they've like net paid trillions of dollars to the federal government. So like they net pay so much more taxes than they receive in terms of services. And so they're just a net positive for the entire economy. And, the Republican idea is the exact opposite of that. So to see that people have turned on what was or viewed as a Republican strength is great. But at the same time, it's like, how did you not know this was going to come when the guy...
Yeah, no, absolutely. He literally said it. He said it and he said it. They were holding mass deportations now signs at rallies. Can you not read? Is that the problem? Is literacy the issue? You couldn't read the signs that said mass deportations now? Or just comprehension? Because he said a lot of similar things out loud as well. God. All right. So I'm skipping ahead a little bit in this
portion of the fucking around. Michelle, 45, a Latina Republican from Maryland, here we go, Latina Republican, said she felt, quote, foolish for having stood her ground in a family of Democrats. I looked dumb as hell, believing in fairy tales and wishy-washy promises. Yeah, you kind of did. Not gonna lie. Pamela, 65, a white Republican small business owner from Tennessee, went further. Quote, I'm embarrassed for our whole country that this is what we're dealing with daily now. Perhaps the most withering verdict came from Kitty, 36, an Asian independent student from Pennsylvania who told the moderators of her vote, quote, it's like, now we have a dictator. Why, yes, it is. Kitty, yes, it is. Asked what she wished she could tell her 2024 self at the ballot box, she said the second term had turned out completely un-American, completely the opposite of what you'd hope for. So
completely the opposite of what you'd hope
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Un-American. America last. Donald Trump is being accused of America last behavior. See, I'm not the only one. All right. Wow. You've never heard of them before? Who? Oh, USA Hole. Yeah, they have a good stream on Twitch. Quite a sizable audience. Consistent streaming schedule. A little deranged, but I like them nonetheless. Very fun stream. And I mean deranged in the most loving way possible.
See here, they shared a screenshot of CNN's data guy, Harry Enton, and he has a poll up. Voters on Trump and inflation. So on Election Day, Trump was +7 over Harris when it comes to inflation. Right now, Trump is -42 on the issue of inflation. I saw one poll, it's like 22% support for Trump on the economy.
I think that's the fastest ban that we've ever seen, or we're about to. Omega, could you please? Thanks for the follow, Astro Blank Bot. Enjoy the immediate ban.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That was an unhinged statement you just did. What in the hell would motivate you to say such a thing? I'm just struggling with it. You are a lunatic. I can't even utter what I literally cannot say what this chatter just said. It was that fucked.
22. That's even below like Trump's fucking like the floor. Remember, I always said the floor bottom was 25% of this country will support him no matter what. Apparently it's low. Apparently it is 22, right? Because that's where we're at on that shit. Okay, more. The focus group's findings track with a brutal stretch of polling for Trump that the Beast has covered in recent weeks. An NBC News survey published on April 19th put Trump's approval at 37, the worst of his second term, while a humiliating Fox News poll released last week showed just 28% of voters approve his handling of inflation. White voters without a college degree, the heart of the 2024 winning coalition, have also turned on him with the latest YouGov CBS data showing him underwater with the group for the first time. Yeah, once you lose, if you are, as a Republican, losing white voters without a college degree, it is so over. We need to invent a new word for how over it.
A new word for how over it is. Oh, let me think on that one, Kyle. Get back to you. Yeah. Let's not repeat what they said. It was just disgusting. Like, I don't know why you would say that. I don't know why you would decide to say that in the first chat that you say. You come in here. That's the foot you lead with? No. Unacceptable. Get the fuck out of here. Even as a philosophical debate, I think that that's not for chat. You have that with somebody else, some other time, some other place, not here. Okay. Oh, I gotta update the Galactic. I still haven't done it. What did I thought? All right, this. Is that right? I think that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, I've just updated the galactic content, not the galactic content called the galactic deficit, the actual galactic deficit. Nope, that's not how you spell.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Who's being depressed and repressed and why?
Illegal.
It's no good. Hold on.
This is
Spot now.
ridiculous.
All right, galactic deficit. It's the second of the month. This had to happen. Had to calculate it. It's not good. We did make some progress. Some great progress. Some beautiful and great progress on the YouTube took it to money goal. Last night, somebody donated. So we've made progress on that. But now I've had to add on the actual galactic deficit, the amount that we still would have needed to pull together, wrangle up this month for the end of it. Although, I do have to change the priority of the goal. Because we're out of threat level orange. Technically back to threat level green. since it is only the 2nd of the month. Although technically it's a complicated. Just remember the threat level green is complicated right now because we still haven't technically completed the original. Do you get? Is everybody following me here? I feel like I'm being pretty clear. All right. How are we doing on time? Oh God. I think. Let's see. Can I get through these and then take a break? Yeah, that seems fine. All right. Well, it's not just Republicans, Trump voters who are, well, it's not just Trump voters who are upset right now. Democrats are upset. And they are showing it by voting in the most progressive people that they can find during the primaries, it would seem. Big moves happening. One being this. But you know what? Before, let me do these in the right order. I just realized this. I totally did this in the wrong order. First, let's go to Maine. Talk about Graham Plattner. I think, hold on. Was this on? This is on his channel, right? Yeah. This is after. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this might have been after. Now that I think about it, this might have been after. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to do it this way. Fuck it. Yeah. This is fine. Let's talk about the Maine Senate race with big news happening on Thursday. Janet Mills ending her campaign for the Senate. She will remain governor, I believe. I don't think she's technically up this year, is she? Hold on. Let me look at this really quickly. Actually, I think she is up this year, isn't she? Right? How many years is a governor's term? It's 6, isn't it? Yeah, I think she's up this year. Interesting. Yeah. She's a one-term governor since 2019. Oh, so she's okay. We'll get into this. Hold on a second. I have not yet looked into Maine's elections yet. I need to start looking a little harder. Graham Plattner is the only person we've really talked about in Maine. We need to be talking about all the other elections, including the governor's race. Because the thing is, I thought that she was going to drop out, but I also thought that she technically had 2 years left. I don't think she does.
Good morning. We thank you for joining us. We are interrupting your regularly scheduled programming for some major breaking news in Commitment 2026. We're just learning moments ago, Governor Mills announcing that she is suspending her campaign for U.S. Senate after campaigning for the last 6
months. I was right. Here it is. Just looked it up. Wikipedia. 2026 Maine gubernatorial election is scheduled to take place on November 3rd, 2026, to elect the 76th governor of Maine. Yep. Now she's, she could be out of politics all of a sudden.
If not sooner.
Yeah, and she's citing financial resources here. She says she had the drive and the compassion and the commitment and the experience, she says, to continue on, but she doesn't have what political campaigns require, the financial resources. That's why she's saying she made the difficult decision to suspend her campaign. This is new to our newsroom, too. We have not yet heard anything from any other campaign regarding her dropout, but just getting into this into our newsroom in the last 2 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, we're just learning about this. We are reaching out in real time right now to the Graham Plattner Plattner campaign, as well as the Susan Collins campaign, for comment on this. This was not an announcement, at least that most political observers were anticipating would come today. These two had not met on a debate stage. The governor, of course, was actively campaigning. She was holding a series.
She was actively campaigning, and that active campaigning was the thing that was driving her popularity through the floor, right? Like, she was coming out and making sure, like, she posted some unhinged video recently, making sure everybody knew that she thought that Israel deserves all of our money. She was like, actually, it's not really our money, it's Israel's money, and they deserve it more than we do. All right, she didn't quite say that, but she might as well have said that. I mean, that was the tone of the statement that she released. I couldn't believe it. Like, it's like she was just asking to lose 10 points just immediately. And she's a governor, so she's never had to vote on any sort of, like, Israeli, like, you know, like, funding for, like, the Iron Dome or anything like that. She's the fucking governor. And then she just, like, literally took her foot out of her shoe and stuck it. Actually, she just left it in the shoe and stuck it in her mouth. Like some deranged lunatic.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
And a big shakeup in the U.S. Senate race. Governor Mills announcing today she is suspending her campaign.
Mills saying she doesn't have the money to continue in the race. And tonight we're hearing from her former opponents. Bonnie Bishop joins us live. And Bonnie, you've been following this story since it broke this morning. So what is Graham Plattner saying tonight?
Well, Scott, Megan, Plattner says he's looking forward to working with Mills this upcoming election season in order to meet their ultimate goal of unseating Senator Susan Collins in November.
We both got into this race because we knew how critical it is to defeat Susan Collins. And her decision today reflects a commitment to that project.
Graham Plattner, an oyster farmer in Sullivan, will no longer race against his well-known opponent, Governor Janet Mills. In a statement, the governor says she has the drive and the fight, but doesn't have, quote, the one thing that political campaigns unfortunately require today, the financial resources. Plattner speaking shortly after Mills suspended her.
Yeah, not just financial resources, you also need support. And she did not have that either. Her support has imploded in recent polling, trailing Graham Plattner by double digits. And at one point, she technically led by double digits before anybody knew him, right? Before this, he was just some guy, you know, some lobster fisherman or whatever, and she was the governor of the state. So people knew her. She already had, like, all the people who voted for her, you would assume. Supposing she didn't alienate them before all of the primary started. But this was big news, basically making Graham Plattner's primary election victory a lock. Let's go to the habituation room with Francesca Fiorentini.
Let's move away and talk about some good news. There is.
By the way, I just figured it out. So Maine's primary election day is the 9th of June. So we got a month and a week. approximately. Till then, which technically means somebody could put together a new, or there's probably somebody already running right now. I wonder who's currently running for governor. That is an interesting question that I have not yet contemplated. I really need to take like multiple days, or like just like a full day, and just like go through all of this stuff that I have. And also compile stuff that I have not yet done. But like I already have like a concept of a plan. I hate that Trump's like rhetoric has somehow like via diffusion, equilibrium, whatever you call it, made its way into my vocabulary. Concept of a plan. Everyone say
news, guys, and I'm going to say good news because this is for all of us who really want the Senate to be different, want senators who are not, number one, on death's doorstep, but number two, are not going to, be selling us out to the AI crypto bros, are not going to be, afraid of saying boo to corporations, are going to be doing things like vetoing a ban on data centers, which is what Governor Janet Mills just did in Maine. And look, I liked Janet Mills when she stood up to Trump around trans athletes in her state, right? I thought that was good. That was one of the first things coming off of the second election of Donald Trump, right? And all the governors are sort of like, kowtowing, and everyone's not sure how to play it. And Janet Mills stands up to him in this like governor's luncheon and is like, "Yep, I'll see you in court." That was a great moment for her. Yeah! Since then, not so much. Since then, Janet Mills has not been leading on pretty much any issue, and in fact now is actively crushing things like a moratorium on data center construction. Again, data centers, which are AI data centers, which guzzle and pollute an incredible amount of water and air, polluting communities around them, people with respiratory diseases that have cropped up just in the wake of the last year or 2 years of the data center construction boom. And the fact that she is holding back.
I did not mean to applaud for that.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Sometimes I make mistakes. It happens. Osmosis, yes, thank you. Couldn't think of the right scientific term. I was close. Diffusion, equilibrium.
Progress in her own state. I mean, I think, look, this was last week. She knew she was dropping out. This was okay, I'm going to make, the Kirsten Gillibrand senator to AI lobbyist switch. Like Janet Mills, she's old, but she probably needs something to do. Who knows? But it's giving that. It's giving a lot of I'm going to probably be a lobbyist for building data centers, either in Maine or elsewhere. And I know I'm not going to win the Senate. I know I'm not going to actually be a senator. And let's just call it what it is. Credit to this guy. Graham Plattner, veteran with bad tattoos, who is very much running on a populist agenda, an agenda against war, against genocide, for Medicare for all, for a Green New Deal, for real systemic change, very much speaking to working class people, who has been quite literally crushing it in Maine. And look, it's difficult for us outside of Maine to understand the impact that this man has had on Maine politics. But he's breaking through. Whether or not you like him, you believe him, you think that, his story about getting, this bad Nazi tattoo is bullshit or not, it doesn't matter, because Mainers like him. Mainers like him, and they believe him, and they think he's honest.
Of that, and Benjamin Netanyahu finally found.
This is what he's saying.
It's a mix of that, and Benjamin Netanyahu finally found a president that was sucker enough to launch the war that he's been pushing for 30 years. But yeah, those are the reasons.
Benjamin Netanyahu finally found someone who was sucker enough to go to this war, and it's absolutely true. By the way, it's not Kirsten Gillibrand, Kirsten Sinema. I'm so sorry. Kirstens. I get my Kirstens mixed up. These are the kinds of things that Graham Plattner has been saying. And again, when people say that, foreign policy is not a big issue for Americans, no, it is, because it definitely shows you and is a hat tip and a sign to your voters that you're paying attention, that you know what's right and you know what's wrong, and you know how to better spend their taxpayer dollars than to send them to kill people and Palestinians abroad. Here's what he said. This was last year, speaking with CNN.
Speaking of Israel, do you think that the U.S. should stop aiding Israel, should pull back on aid to Israel?
Yes, I mean, I fundamentally believe that a nation that is committing a genocide should not be a place that we are putting money. We should be leveraging the fact that we have a lot of power in this relationship due to our funding. We should be leveraging that to, frankly, get the Israeli government to stop behaving in such an utterly atrocious fashion. So yes, no, I do think that. Look, we need to be spending money here at home.
Okay, so
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And that's the framing of this, right? Is people feel like they are going without so that we can continue to wage endless wars in the Middle East, right? And to fund endless wars wherever. And that's the thing. They look at that money and they think, geez, that's a lot of money my family could have used. Right? Because, like, what is $1 trillion, right? Divided by 350 million people. And let's be real, it's not really divided by 350 million people. 350 million people aren't all paying those taxes. I mean, in theory. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's like a bunch of kids in there who are definitely not paying taxes. But if you just go by 350 million, you know, you're talking about what, like $3,000 a person? You're paying every year for the military budget, and then they have the gall to come and ask for more, because they came up with a new war. Come on.
I give you a reason why I love this statement when he says leverage. We have enormous amount of leverage and we need to use that leverage. But let me just say, this is the kinds of things he's putting out, last year. It's not complicated. Not our taxpayer dollars can build schools and hospitals in America, not bombs to destroy them in Gaza. Picture of him looking hard. The reason I appreciate him saying we have to use our incredible amount of leverage is, number one, it's true. But number two, it shows a little bit of an elevated understanding that I think some have failed to show in this moment. And that's when they actually get into some real anti-Semitic territory, which is when they say, Israel runs America. Israel's calling the shots. Israel, our country and government are owned by Israel. Free America from Israel. America first, not Israel first, right? Free America from Israel. Do you think that, like, Donald Trump and all the people making money off this, do you think that anyone feels bad that they're like, oh no, they're supporting a Netanyahu war in Iran? Oh no, they're going to get all the spoils from whatever new Gaza gets created, beachfront property. Oh no. Donald Trump's getting millions of dollars from Miriam Adelson, Sheldon Adelson's widow, to annex the West Bank and support that policy. Our military industrial complex loves this. Our tech military industrial complex loves this. This is mass consensus, not just on a bipartisan level often, but on a corporate and governmental level. This is very much in line with a fascistic American policy, is to support Israel. So
yeah. And the fact is a lot of these tech militarists have they just sit around espousing fascist ideology. Like, look at Alex Karp. Actually, I think we're gonna talk about Alex later if I get to it. We're probably gonna get to that later. I'm just gonna skip ahead to this. His letter. It's very sad letter. Do I have sad music? I'm trying to think. Do I have sad music I can play right now?
Which
we need sad music.
The poll numbers must be dropping, y'all. First of all, Arab or Jewish, right? Like that's it never enters into the discussion. So I like this from Graham Plattner. And I also want to just.
Are you calling Francesca's shirt PJs? That's a normal. I think that's a regular shirt. I mean, it's really bright color. But I think that's a regular shirt. It's just a normal fitted shirt. It's violently bright and covered in crabs. That doesn't make it pajamas, I don't think.
Mills has to say. She's suspending her candidacy for U.S. Senate, which the poll numbers must be dropping, y'all. First of all, she was already down next to Plattner, but not like horribly. And he has been up against poll after poll against Susan Collins, you guys. He has been every single poll versus him and Susan Collins.
That's pajamas.
He's winning.
Wow.
Right now, we'll see.
That's pajamas. You're just not going to give up on this, huh? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I think this is a normal shirt.
What happens. And there is something else to show you. But she says, over the past 6 months, I've had the privilege of campaigning across Maine and doing what I love most, meeting with Maine people. I'm grateful beyond words for the outpouring of love and support I have received from folks in every corner of the state, from Madawaska. That's a great, great city, or whatever that is. Madawaska to Kittery, from Wrangley to Eastport. Maine, you wild girl. As district attorney, attorney general, and now as governor, I've always fought for Maine people. Together, we've expanded healthcare, fully funded education, guaranteed free community college and free school meals, protected reproductive freedom, made our state more resilient to pollution and violent storms caused by climate change. Yet these efforts have been undermined by a Republican administration that is blind to science, deaf to the cries of those in need, and ignorant of regular families. KKK. I step back from my campaign with unending love, admiration, and hope for the Maine people. A people whose hearts are filled with love and whose integrity and humility is surpassed only by the
GSL's shirt is covered in koi fish and they're not pajamas. Exactly. Thank you, Carl. Carl gets it. These aren't pajamas. This is a normal shirt. Okay? God damn it.
kindness, generosity, and compassion. To the people of Maine, I love you, and I will continue to fight relentlessly for.
Now that I think about it, me and Francesca are kind of twinning right now with our shirts.
Your governor. For the next 8 months, I will continue working hard for you, standing up to what's right, defending the Constitution, and doing what I can to preserve our democracy. And as always, while I'm suspending active campaigning, I look forward to seeing you at Rennie's, at a Hearts of Pine game, or maybe even on a trout pond in Western Maine. Thank you for always being my North Star and for the privilege of serving you as governor of the great state of Maine. When I decided to run, it was because I believe Maine people were getting a bad deal from Washington and because the president of the United States was threatening our democracy and pushing our nation to the brink of disaster. I continue to believe that today. While I have the drive and passion and commitment and experience, and above all else, the fight to continue on, I very simply do not have the one thing that political campaigns unfortunately require today: the financial resources. What? Wait, what?
What?
That's why today I have made the incredibly difficult decision to suspend my campaign for the United States Senate. Damn.
Aww.
What? Wait, was AIPAC not spending on her? I know there was like a little bit of AIPAC money, maybe, from like prior races, but like, are they tapped out? Were they tapped? She doesn't have the resources. That's wild. This is her basically saying, I'm young enough, I'm hot enough, I can absolutely do this, but y'all weren't donating. And let's be real, it's not just big donors, right? It is small dollar donors. It is getting the excitement of the people. So that's crazy. That is nuts to me. Plattner's campaign has a volunteer base of 15,000 and he raised $4 million. Collins has a cash advantage. Mills brought in $2.6 million, down from $2.7 million in the final quarter of 2025, which had also included her campaign launch. So, this is the hard, cold reality of the Democratic primaries. Let's be real. And we, meaning progressive Democrats, we have suffered some losses particularly and specifically.
You know, I'm trying to go through Janet's contributions, and this is only through the full year 2024. But she's got some weird shit here. General industry, uncoded. Broad sector, uncoded. Number of records, 37,179, totaling $5 million. This is top industries. I don't know what that means, but that's weird to me. And then unitemized contributions, totaling nearly $750,000. Lawyers and lobbyists, $500,000. This is completely, like, I don't know what this means. This could be any industry. It could be APAC. Who knows? Like, I don't know. The rest of them are just like normal shit. You know, like education, you know, LGBT rights, beer, wine, and liquor, food and beverage, accountants, clergy. You know what I mean? Like, it's just all the rest of it's fairly normal stuff. But then I look at those and I'm like, well, what in the hell are those unnamed things that are clearly the largest of her donations? I would love to know that.
Because of fundraising. It's one of the reasons why we believe in getting money out of politics. It's one of the reasons why I believe, and I think a lot of y'all believe, we need publicly financed campaigns. People should not have to be millionaires just to be able to run for office. But the money is where it's at. And Plattner outraising shows, and you know he's not making friends with the data centers, with tech, with, you know, real estate. I mean, maybe the oyster farming industry has gone hard on him, but I can't imagine that's very much money.
Okay. Thank you, Francesca. Well, one more clip I think we'll do here on Graham Plattner before we move on to other election-related stuff. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker.
Mehdi Hassan challenges Graham Plattner on his tattoo and more. Let's take a look. Now that Graham Plattner is the it boy of the day, let's take a look at what Graham Plattner is saying, what Graham Plattner has done so far, how he has defended himself. This surely will not spark some unbelievably unproductive discourse in this community. Of all communities, let's take a look.
I'm not going to pretend I don't share your politics. I do. Everyone knows that. When I watch your race, though, forgive me, I cannot forget the John Fetterman race. John Fetterman was someone I supported in his primary. I supported him in the general. When he was being attacked by Republicans after his health issues, after his stroke, I defended him. And now you look at John Fetterman, and he's a genocidal, warmongering, Trump-loving Senate Democrat, refuses to go against the filibuster and all sorts of other things he promised to be a vote on. And of course, he wasn't just popular because he was a progressive. He was seen...
John Fetterman got a stroke, and it caused him to become the most pro-Israel senator.
I need more tea. I'll be right back.
Become the most right-wing, one of the most right-wing senators in Congress. But it also basically stroked out half of the left, where no one can look at a guy who codes as a chud and ever take them seriously ever again. Everyone is constantly terrified. There's this like genuine trauma. It wasn't just a head trauma that John Fetterman got. It was a head trauma that he delivered to like damn near the entirety of the electoralist left, where they're all like, no, every single guy is John Fetterman. Everyone is John Fetterman. I say it's a trauma response because you're not thinking clearly when you make these assessments. John Fetterman is a unique once-in-a-lifetime ordeal. He got hit with the CIA stroke gun that makes you pro-Israel. more pro-Israel than he already was. He got hit with the CIA stroke gun that makes you the most right-wing senator in the country.
As an ordinary person too, he was, he wore a hoodie. I notice you're wearing a hoodie right now. He wears a hoodie. Yeah, so you must get this, Graham Plattner. Like, how do you avoid the John Fetterman vibes? People say, I like Graham Plattner, but I hope he doesn't turn into John Fetterman once he's liking this video. And don't just watch, hit like, share, and...
I will just say that man is the bane of my existence. I get asked about this and everything. I will say this, I'm going to wear a suit on the Senate floor.
Okay.
That's how you can be on the Senate floor. And if you want to be effective in the Senate, you have to be on the floor. Otherwise, I don't know, what's the point? The other thing is, and I think this is really important, much of the story around John Fetterman was a bit of a story. He had been trying to get into politics for quite some time.
Yes.
When you look at his background, for many, it was...
Is Hassan priest now? Yeah, he does kind of look like a priest. He looks like a priest that's in the CIA right now. Special Agent Hassan.
He had political ambitions. I really was just an oyster
Father Hassan.
And the extent of my political ambitions was being the harbor master in my town of 1,000 people. The reason I'm doing this is I do have a theory of power in which the U.S. Senate has an extremely important function. I think because it's a...
Was he asked about Blackwater? I don't know if Matthew asked him about Blackwater, but let's be real. Plenty of people have already. And the reality of the matter is this is not a part of the calculus at all for Mainers. Like, I know you guys desperately want to know. You're like, oh, what the f was the deal? And I certainly do too. And I've listened to some of his responses. To give it the fairest of all shakes, the idea, I mean, I find it totally ridiculous to join Blackwater in 2016 of all, of all times, right? Like, it's like long after we know that this is a war crimes factory. And at best, I think, like, if I'm being as charitable as possible, he joins Blackwater, as many people have, after they've done their tours, when they feel like there's no other option for them to make money. For the record, I'm not giving this is not a moral assessment. I'm just telling you what the calculation is. I know that everyone is going to look at what I just said and go, oh, yeah, dude, I'm going to go and join the baby murder factory. I'm not saying it's a good thing, okay? I need you to understand. He joins, he does embassy security, and after like a couple months doing embassy security, he's like, this shit sucks, and he leaves. Somewhere along the line, I think he either got one-shotted by shrooms and Michael Brooks and Majority Report, but somewhere along the line, his mentality changes, and he turns into a somewhat of a radical person with politics that closely resemble ours. I think that's probably what happened with Graham Plattner. The reason why I say that is because if you look closely at his social media activity, specifically his Reddit, you see that transition. He goes from, in 2014, when he's like looking at the Hamas raid on an Israeli occupying forces compound, and he's like offering analysis on that. He's not doing that from like from a place where he's like, no, anti-colonial resistance forces have a right to militarily resist against other militaries. Like, it's totally ridiculous. He's looking at it like a chud. In 2014, when he's like covering that on Reddit, when he's like being critical, when he's like talking about what Hamas did on that IDF base, he's looking at it like a chud. Yeah, he was just like completely cold, calculated, and analytical in his approach to the effective military campaign effective military operation that Hamas conducted on a IDF base, right? Where did you find that Reddit stuff? It's all over. What do you mean? It's been like the #1 oppo. This guy came out of the gates swinging against Israel, saying that he's pro-Medicare for all with a Bernie Sanders endorsement. Of course there was going to be opposition research. Of course they were going to come after him. He's not like a professional he's not a professional politician. He doesn't have that same pedigree. He's not like normally when you come from a military background, you go through the officers program and then go to Yale and get a law degree from Yale or an MBA from Harvard, and then you go into Congress. You do a brief stint through the officers program or potentially with the State Department, right? Like a CIA affiliated role, Or in the case of J.D. Vance, I think he did. Was he a JAG lawyer or was he? No, that was Ron DeSantis. J.D. Vance was like a Marine Corps press, I think. Right? That's the normal professional career to become a politician. You don't actually go through the process at Grunt, multiple tours served. Actually,
Forgot that I had I got that sound shot on my computer now.
the line, actually in front of the line of fire, actually holding a machine gun and maybe even doing some heinous things. That's not the normal route. J.D. Vance did, no, J.D. was combat camera. Exactly. He was press, right? He was Marine Corps press. So that's a poor person. That is I mean, his background is not necessarily poor from what I understand. I think he's like upper middle class, but you don't do this route. This route is actually very unique. He was a grunt. He was a machine gunner for the Marine Corps. He's a crayon eater. And somewhere along the line, he had a real change of attitude. It's very clear. Unless you personally think this is the most elaborate ruse from the CIA to deeply embed in leftist communities, with the notion that like there would be a broad leftist movement somewhere along the line, right? And that the CIA would have to infiltrate it, and we're thinking like decades ahead, and this guy is the perfect guy to do that with. But then in an effort to like boost his profile as like a real one, they also tarnished his reputation as aggressively as possible, and he withstood one of the most cynical oppo dumps of all time for a primary. And let's not pretend that a massive amount of the community ate this shit up. Oh no, they did. But they ate it up leftistly. That's why I'm saying it was a very sophisticated smear campaign, because if you recall at the time, the Jewish Insider was the first outlet to release the story that Graham Plattner was actually affiliated with the IDF, that his brother-in-law was literally like a security analyst that had written about Gaza, that was actually serving and embedded in the IDF. This is real. This is a real thing. Jewish Insider was the one that leaked that story. Jewish Insider was the one that put that story out there.
I wish I had that Majority Report soundshot. Everybody remember that? That's a real thing. It was like of Joe Rogan going, "That's a real thing."
Every ultra ate that shit up, where they were like, "Oh, dude, sins of the father. This guy is totally a pro-Israel stooge. He's a secret agent." It was crazy. And what did I tell you at the time? I was like, look at where this information is coming from. Look who leaked this story. Look who put this story out there. It was the motherfucking Jewish Insider that.
Is it weird that my brain thinks like that? Like I remember old Majority Report sound shots. Like that they don't use anymore. I don't hear them anymore, but like I still remember them. Oh God.
You have a mental health problem.
Knowing full well that this would go to the right circles, it would circulate in all the right communities, and it did. A lot of people ate that shit up. He was receiving a barrage of attacks, and I'll admit, as far as getting ahead of the controversy with the Totenkopf tattoo, the Podjohns actually helped out big time, where he. Instead of waiting for the news to break, he controlled the media cycle on the Totenkopf tattoo. He went on Podjohns and was like, "This is the thing that is on my chest. I didn't know it was a Totenkopf Nazi tattoo. I'm covering it immediately." That was actually somewhat brilliant. It's ironic because the Podjohns were also responsible at the time for Elizabeth Warren doing that blood quantum test on whether or not she was actually, indigenous or not, which, was, in my opinion, not their best moment. But this was actually, this was unironically a very solid approach that he had. I did not believe him at first, but then he said he was something on the wall in Croatia and bought it. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting a tattoo on shore leave in Croatia, the likelihood that that is going to be a Nazi tattoo is unbelievably high. Most places in the United States of America, most tattoo shops in the United States of America would not have that tattoo. As a matter of fact, they would never tattoo that. As a matter of fact, they would literally offer free coverage of tattoos like that because it's a Nazi tattoo. Tattoo parlors know exactly what the common Nazi tattoos are. Croatia is the one place where you have an unbelievably high likelihood that the tattoo that you're getting is probably a fucking Nazi tattoo. I've covered this stuff extensively. It doesn't.
Yeah, and I've talked about this as well. I didn't actually think about that one. And so when I heard that from Hassan, I thought that was a good point. But I was just saying that like some of this stuff just doesn't make sense. Like when you line it all up, like that he's a supposed secret Nazi, but then he's dancing with his shirt off with his supposedly like known Nazi, right? Because like the point is that he got this tattoo knowing that it was a Nazi tattoo, and then knowing that it was a Nazi tattoo, went to a family gathering in front of his Jewish family members, his I think newly Jewish family members, and or not the family member. You get what I'm saying? I think everybody gets what I'm trying to say here. But like it just doesn't make sense. Like that he's a secret Nazi, but he's dancing openly with his open Nazi tattoo at his family. Like it just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't check out. It's not very covert. If you're a secret CIA Nazi, to be, dancing around publicly with you, like you're not a very good CIA Nazi if there's photographic evidence of you dancing around in public with the tattoo. That's the other thing that I don't really bring up because I feel like it's obvious. But like, if you are a supposed like CIA plant, it's weird that these photos exist. It's about the litter boxes. Yep. I think multiple people. Yeah, Narwhal, you said it too. Yep, Narwhal, Amanda, multiple people here never remembering what that sound shot was. That's a real thing. It's not a real thing. Well, not in the way that Joe Rogan thinks. He is a useful idiot. Right? Like, you can't say he's useless. He has a use. His use is to delude people. To get them to think things that are not true. Because he is so dumb, he does not know when he's saying false things. All right. Let's go here to Shaikat Chakrabarty's YouTube channel. But we're not here to talk about his congressional race. No.
Would you jump up?
Hey, y'all, I want to introduce y'all to an amazing candidate who's running in Utah. We got Nate Bluen right here.
Now?
What's up, everyone? So, Nick, can you tell us a little bit about your campaign, what you're running on?
I am focused on taking on the authoritarianism we are seeing in Utah with the Republican supermajority in our legislature and everything that they are aligned with in D.C. We need to take back the power for the people.
And you're for an arms embargo on Israel, right?
Yeah, we need to stop funding genocide.
So, Nate, I want to ask, you taking any corporate money?
No corporate money, no AIPAC money. We are funded by grassroots donors.
What about your opponent?
Oh, he's taking corporate money.
And what do you think about Green New Deal?
I'm all for it. I'm a climate and energy sort of guy, big supporter of wind and solar and geothermal in Utah.
Amazing, amazing. Look, I've been saying from the beginning of this campaign that the only way we're going to be able to change this country is if there's a movement of
This guy saying geothermal in Utah shows that he actually understands the situation, because actually I think Utah is one of the places with like the lowest to the like, what do you call it? Like the lowest elevation, some like very, very low elevation areas that are perfect for geothermal energy. Because the lower you get, the warmer, like down the crust, right? So if you start at a much lower elevation, there's a lot less you have to drill, essentially, to get access to the warmer, lower levels of the earth.
that go in there together, right? And that's what this is all about. I've been trying to reach out to candidates who are running all across the country. Nate is an incredible candidate, and I want y'all to support him. If you can, please support him, donate to him. I'm gonna put a link in my bio. I look forward to working with you in Congress.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun in there. It's gonna be great. We're gonna fight for the people, not for the billionaire class.
I'm excited.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's somebody we'll probably be talking about in the near future. Although Utah's elections are much later in the year, I think. I don't think they're until like July or August. We've been talking about May and June. Let me look. Wait, where is it? There it is. When is Utah? Oh, no, it's the end of June. It's the 23rd of June. All these are coming up so soon. I need to get so much done. I need to get so very much done. I'm in trouble. All right. Well, let's talk about the election strategies more broadly. Yes. Because, of course, as we've talked about in the past, we cannot, I swear to fucking God, cannot do what we did in 2024, 2020, or 2020, or 2016. We cannot, or any of the other midterm years, okay? We cannot just fearmonger about Donald Trump in the general, okay? We have to have an alternative message. Best way to do that is to put people in there with a good message and who are capable of delivering that message, right? Like, you need people who actually want to get things done, who can, because like everybody can criticize Trump. Like, that's not the problem. Everybody has heard every single criticism of Trump at this point, I think, to some degree. Although I'm talking about the high information voters right now, because we're in the primaries. But of course, in the generals, it's a completely different situation. But the fact is that we need to get people in there with an actual vision for the future that people will want to get behind, rather than an image of a demon who we want to prevent from being in power, right? Because it's just played out. We've seen it not work time and time again. And that's why the primaries are so fucking important.
It's swing in the direction of the opposition party, the direction of the party that's not Donald Trump, right? And that's what the Democrats are relying on to eke out marginal victories all around the country, which I think is unbelievably stupid, unbelievably short-sighted. There's a real opportunity here to make significant changes. And that's why I'm working as hard as I am to try to make that necessary change within the makeup of the party.
And the fact is, here is the thing, everybody. They don't want you to care about the primaries. Right? The people in power do not want you to care about the primaries. Donald Trump does not want you to care about the primaries. But literally everybody. From Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, I'm sure doesn't want you to, he's up for election right now this year. He certainly doesn't want you to pay attention to the primaries unless you're voting for him. But, you know, it's a threat. It's a threat to them to have people getting engaged before the general election comes up, before the already pre-picked corporate candidates are presented to us, right? If we're the ones who actually choose who, it's dangerous to them and their agenda. You have enough of a swing, all of a sudden they can't get a whole bunch of shit done that they want to get done. If people are actually willing to stand for something in Congress and you have enough votes to prevent stuff from happening, that's when it becomes dangerous. Because, like, the fact is, you need that many. You need that many people who are principled and willing to work. But it's perfect because, like, for instance, in the House, you have every single seat up for election. I don't care how red it is right now. Like, reach for the stars, you know? Make the case. Because Republicans are super unpopular right now, but Democrats are too. You know? It's a perfect opportunity for people of the left. People who've been criticizing the Democrats from the left. To take the lane, if you will. Take the lead. The inside track.
And by force.
This play.
Yeah, the war is not going the way that he wanted it to, by the way. Yeah, as Scott Jennings claimed I got in his face. Watch what actually happened in the full CNN segment. He throws a personal jab, then folds the second he gets pressed. Scott loves to dish it, but can't take it. Yeah. They also have a private conversation as well, apparently, but I don't know if Adam has talked about it or not, so I'm not at liberty to discuss. But all I will say is this, okay? These guys, these reactionaries, they're all the same, okay? You give a little bit of pushback to them, a fraction of what they do on a daily basis, and they fold, okay? They lose their dang minds. This is exactly the energy that we should be taking to our conversations. If you're doing a media appearance, if you have politicians, you should be.
Yeah, I just remembered I was going to take a break before this video. I'm super sorry, and I'm just droning on. Now we're like way past the break. Yeesh, 2.5 hours in. We're going to take a quick galactic intermission, folks. Just a reminder to everybody, even though I haven't mentioned it very much, we do have a galactic content goal that needs to be completed. We'll be right back, though, after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. For your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. Of course, you have Throne. You'd like to contribute to the crowdfunding of real Earth items. Will eventually arrive at my doorstep. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars is Patreon, where there are big changes happening, and you should be following us there already. That's right, Patreon is becoming a social media platform now, similar to a Twitch and or YouTube. So you should go follow us on there, because we'll be posting content to the Patreon, both public and for the patrons only. Of course, being a patron, only $3 a month. Become a member, all sorts of sweet, sweet benefits. Things like a avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, 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 much more. Yes, indeed. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again, so you better get back to those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Yeah, I'm gonna do so this doesn't look so daunting, because it is quite a number. For fuck's sake. Can't do it in my head right now. What is that? 648? What is it? God damn it, I can't do it right now. 648? I just did that wrong. I just put, it is 640. Okay, I was right. Sweet. That's what I'm gonna do. I think that looks better. Right? Hold on. This is not better. I don't know. I don't know if that is better, actually. It's still a ridiculous fucking number. Fucking hell. We would have a fairly normal galactic deficit if it weren't for the already outstanding existing YouTube took it to money deficit from last month. At least this month I can't get rug pulled by YouTube again. In theory. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Talking about the anti-Trump strategy. Not being enough. Hassan Piker. Hassan Parker.
Oh my,
where is it?
God,
there
dude.
It is.
If you're talking to politicians, if you're, talking to them at their town halls, demand that they also behave in a similar manner. Fight back. Because at the end of the day, they're weak. Their strength projection only comes from the fact that they are so used to dominating the discourse, dominating the field, bullying every liberal who just cowers away. And they're like, oh, God, please don't say anything mean to me. I'm so sorry. I will concede ahead of time. I will give in to your demands. But the moment that you say, no, this is ridiculous, what concessions have we extracted from Iran? This war effort is not going in your way. This war effort is not taking shape in the way that you claimed it would 4 weeks ago. He loses his damn mind. There's opportunity here.
I feel like I'm taking
Right-wingers push back. So there's tremendous opportunity here. With a little bit of retaliation, you can reach maximum results. Just something to consider, something to remember. War is apparently over. Check. Just in. The Trump administration officially tells Congress the war against Iran is over, AP reports. Oh, nice. I guess it's done then. I guess the naval blockade is open too.
It's over.
Anyway.
It's over.
Let's take a look.
Actually done. And, we're going to get to that. Hassan is getting way ahead of me right now. We have hours until we get to all of that. And actually, I'm doing a terrible job today. Just a really, truly atrocious, just garbage job. Which makes me feel like Sunday Funday is going to be canceled again this week for a Weekending Report Part 2. Because let's not forget that Friday was supposed to be the Weekending Report. Instead, it was, I don't even know what we did on Friday. I can't even remember what we did yesterday. It wasn't a normal Weekending Report. I know that. Everything's fucked. Having taken, like, unintentionally days off this week is just thrown everything in, and just me not being it's just bad. Everything's bad. Also, the news continues to somehow amp up more and more. It's true. I know I say it like every fucking week, but that's because it's actually true. I wouldn't be saying it over and over again if I wasn't like genuinely overwhelmed by what I was seeing. Like every fucking day is just like a clusterfuck. I'm like, oh, how many things should I have on the title and thumbnail today? Like if I could, I would just if I could, I would just, you know how I slice the thumbnails and the little diagonals? I would like be like 30 different topics on those thumbnails, but you just wouldn't even know what any of it was because it would be such small slices. But the Dow, that is true. Always forgetting the Dow.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Top 8 Trump GOP voter groups that are still holding strong by Harry Emden. Holy Toledo!
That are still holding strong for Trump's GOP, and we're going to do so using pure data,
Mission
baby.
accomplished.
And at the end, we're going to have a little bit of bonus for you. But without further ado, let's start off with group number 8. We are talking about white evangelicals. Of course, they are a very important part of the GOP coalition. And take a look at their choice for the election back in October of 2024 when it was Harris versus Trump. Trump is getting 71% of their vote, according to a Fox News poll back in October of 2024. And look at where we are now. We're talking about the 2026 race for Congress. Republicans getting a very similar share. We're talking about 69% of the vote among white evangelicals. So very similar to what we saw back in 2024. But it doesn't just end there, baby. What we're talking about as well, when we're talking about the core GOP groups, how about those who self-identify as Republicans, baby? Look at this. I mean, this is support. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about 92%. That is the share of the vote that House Republicans are getting right now.
Okay, now, see, this is what I was talking about earlier. I couldn't remember where I heard this, but this was actually on stream when I was listening to this earlier tonight. But tonight, I woke up so late, I had to listen to everything at 3x. It was the only way I could get through my list. Oh, I'm so fucked. But what I was going to say here is this is what I was talking about earlier with regards the what do you call it? The Venn diagram, right, of GOP, like people who identify, because it's important how we look at this. It's people who identify as GOP or Republican, and people who identify as MAGA, people who voted for Trump, which could be either, right, or not, or neither, technically. And the thing about MAGA, because of course most Republicans, people who were party affiliated Republicans, voted for Donald Trump, as we know, right? Who are those affiliated Republicans right now? Because I feel like MAGA, like the Trump movement, while it's completely supported and has consumed the entire Republican Party, I think the people who identify as Republican and are registered as Republican and didn't just vote as independent for Trump in either the primary or vote as like an unaffiliated voter in either the primary or the general, right, for Trump, I think that you've got a situation where like much of MAGA are made up of the people that came from the Tea Party. And those are the people who have technically taken over Congress. But it's, once again, because MAGA has subsumed the GOP, and there's still a bunch of party affiliated Republicans that exist who are more and more not, you know, like, not the old GOP necessarily. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, God damn it. I feel like I need to pull up the chalkboard right now and start drawing Venn diagrams here to explain what I mean.
GOP voters,
but
that's basically the same, baby.
Not
That's
gonna
basically the same as Trump was getting
juncture.
back in October of 2024 when he was getting 94%. This is well within the margin of error. The bottom line is this: for all that talk about Republicans abandoning Trump and abandoning the GOP, it simply put does not hold when you match up the GOP's running for the House against the Democrats running for the House of Representatives. Now, another group that I just think is so interesting, because this is a group that is actually going Democratic. But what we saw was Democrats did very poorly, at least historically speaking, among black voters back in 2024. Kamala Harris was leading amongst them in October of 2024 by 59 points. And guess what? Although Democrats are winning them, but it's only by a slightly wider margin, 62 points compared to Kamala Harris back in October of 2024. So what we're essentially seeing is Democrats did historically poorly, for the worst in a generation among black voters.
Now, this is once again a confusing poll, right? Because this is Harris versus Trump in 2024, and then the current Congress, right? The current Congress, Chuck Schumer, Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, technically, she's in there. I mean, these, John Fetterman, right? Like, do I have to go on? Like, these people are in Congress right now. Their current, right? Their polling is at plus 62, right? It should be much higher, but they are feckless and ineffective and unable to message on anything Donald Trump does. And they're still improving technically from what Harris did against Trump in the 2024 election, right? But it's also not a one-to-one because it's Harris and then the current congressional makeup. But these numbers should be way higher. But Democrats refuse to take a stand on anything. They'll talk about taking a stand. Chuck Schumer all day, we will fight and we will win. No resting, and a lot of fighting. But we will orchestrate all sorts of ways to help Donald Trump. When the Baileys tell me, oh, actually, we think that Donald Trump might have a good plan, then I'll make sure that a number of Democrats vote for that plan. I mean, this is what we're living in right now. But those guys are plus 62. Those people are still up plus 3, right? It should be much higher if they were better at their jobs. Right? If they actually played the opposition party to even, I don't know, 20% of what I might like, I think they would be doing much better.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
God. All right. I'm afraid we gotta move this along. But the fact is, all they do is, but Donald Trump, he's all over the place. You know, Iran, he's all over the place. We have no idea what his strategy even is. And it's like, yeah, okay. But, like, what do you guys want? Like, what is it you think should happen right now? It's literally your job to tell us what you think. Should the war continue? Should it end? How am I to take a position when Donald Trump doesn't take a... He's all over the road. Like, that's literally... I am trying my very best to use the words that Chuck Schumer and other feckless Democrats have used. in these exact situations. And I mean, I feel like I've gotten fairly close to what he has been saying, almost literally verbatim. The ridiculous words that have been said. You can't take a position because he can't take, because he's not taking a position? What are we talking about?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
It's like he's the embodiment of fecklessness. Like, what does that even mean? Of course you can take a position. It doesn't... Having a position is not precluded by the existence of other positions. Like, in a vacuum, you can still want healthcare. In a vacuum, you can still not want war, right? Like, that's not... You don't need the president of the United States to tell you how to feel. That's basically what he's saying when he says that. He's like, how am I to know how to feel unless Donald Trump tells me how to feel? I'm only capable of being anti-Trump. He's all over the road. One day I say this, and all of a sudden, it's like, that's not your job. In a vacuum, no one can hear you scream. That's true. It's true. I guess by vacuum, I didn't mean like a literal vacuum. Like a vacuum devoid of Donald Trump. That's what I really meant. Because, I mean, he takes up all the space anyway, right? Like, he's all we talk about all day, all night. It's all anybody talks about. And I was just thinking of a world without him. It's like, what would Chuck Schumer's position be devoid of Donald Trump? That's the thing I'd like to get to. But he refuses to tell us. It's the same way that they acted with Zoro Mamdani. Like, I can't possibly... It's too early for me to give an endorsement right now. And unfortunately, if we don't do something about Congress, about the House, about the Senate, we're going to have some serious problems. And we're going to continue to have a system that works to benefit only one group of people.
Follow the rich white man.
Kyle Kalinske.
So we have a silent crisis that's devastating us right now. And that silent crisis is something, nobody really talks about this, but it should be a huge story. In a world that made sense, it'd be a giant story. But since Trump gives us 88 other things per day to like lose our minds about, illegal wars and stuff like that, this sort of slips under the radar. But this is really, really, really bad, okay? So the Financial Times says, the number of white-collar prosecutions in the U.S. has fallen to its lowest level in at least 40 years, leaving many white-collar criminal defense lawyers facing a major problem they have nothing to do. Guys, I know this is going to sound hyperbolic, but I say it's because it's accurate. They have effectively legalized white-collar crime. They've legalized financial crime, Wall Street crimes, scams, fraud. And this is all happening at the same time. You guys know this, that Trump has a pay-to-play pardon scheme going on. If you go to Mar-a-Lago and pay him $1 million, he'll pardon whoever the fuck you want. And it's not a coincidence that he's pardoned, what, dozens of white-collar criminals who committed massive amounts of fraud. Not only has he pardoned them, he's also made it so they don't have to pay restitution to their victims. We're talking about multi-million-dollar frauds, multi-hundred-million-dollar frauds here. There was one guy who committed fraud, Trump pardoned him, then he committed fraud again, and Trump pardoned him again.
But that's because Donald Trump sees fraudsters just as like as businessmen who like were on the wrong side of who like fell on the wrong side of the law, You know, like that's how, because it's how he sees himself. You know, like he's a fraudster who sees himself as a businessman that's fallen on the wrong side of the law time and time again. And he calls himself a great businessman, but like he's gotten, like, I mean, really, the only existing business that he has is the one that he inherited. The rest of them are frauds, right? Of course, there were issues with the existing real estate business. We won't get into that. There was a lot of stuff before Trump came to power, and including in his tenure, not just in his father's tenure, but under his tenure after Fred died. But we're not.
I'm not kidding. This is right up there with as insane as pardoning all the January 6ers, and then they get out there and some of them are rapists, some of them are pedophiles, some of them become murderers. Like, this is insane. Illegal. It's insane. So now, what did he do? He gutted whoever was responsible for going after white-collar criminals, and now white-collar crime is basically legal. So here we go. We have a little video from the Financial Times explaining it. Here we go.
In the United States in 2026, white-collar criminal defense lawyers have a problem. Put simply, they have nothing to do. The Trump administration's approach to justice has left many of them with the impression that when it comes to the type of cases they've spent their whole careers on, there are simply no cops on the beat right now. The number of white-collar prosecutions has fallen to its lowest level in at least 40 years. Donald Trump has paused and then overhauled the enforcement of foreign bribery.
Oh no. Oh no, y'all. They are going after white-collar criminals less today than they did in fucking 1986. It's like twice as they went after double as many white-collar criminals in 1986. Bro, that's like the Reagan era. The Reagan era was known.
No, absolutely. But I would also like to point something out. I've been saying this for a while. Biden's DOJ did not do enough. Look at them. Look, under Biden, it stayed lower than under, prosecutions in Trump's last year hit 4,000, and then they stayed that low, right? Like, of course, they've plummeted. They've been coming down since Clinton, right? It's really, at least in this graph, I would need to see longer to make a more larger picture analysis of this. But over the last 30 years, 40 years, Jesus Christ, is that how long that is? Yeah. My brain broken. Over the last 40 years, it's been a downtrend. And there's a little peak early on in Obama. You saw where it almost got to those Clinton numbers, and then going into Trump, and then through Trump and into the second Trump administration, it's just continued to go down. And the Biden administration did not do enough. Tiny little spike in the first year of Biden's administration, and then flatline right where it was at, and it's like, it's a little frustrating because I feel like they could have done so much, and they just decided that, nah, let's not do that. I'm not saying that Biden didn't do good things. There were some good things. I think people have heard both my criticisms and my compliments of the Biden administration. I'm not going to go too deep into it. But yeah, it feels like we've ushered in an age of just like hands off when it comes to white collar crime. It's like, but it's white collar. Just let it be. No big deal.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Wild excesses and letting Wall Street fucking run wild and loot and pillage. And we're prosecuting fewer white collar criminals today. Oh no, it is so over, bro. This is a robber baron's paradise. This is the Epstein class's paradise. So not only can they get away with financial crimes, the Epstein class can literally get away with child rape, as they have.
Illegal.
Okay? I'm telling you, man, when people say there's a two-tier justice system, fucking for sure there is. It's literally anything goes. If above a certain fucking net worth, it is all systems go. And this is why we call them the Epstein class.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. God, all I can think about right now is Merrick Garland. I need help. I need help.
You have a mental health problem.
It's true. Okay. That was Kyle. Yes. All right. Next up. Well, the Epstein class continues to not pay for any of their crimes and really have no struggles paying for anything else in life, financially speaking. Everyone else is, of course, struggling. Struggling big time. Oh, God, am I going to get hit for this? I just thought about this. I've been, like, copyright claimed by these guys. I feel like I'm about to get... Ugh. I hate this. I hate when people do this. Fuck it. Hopefully they will see this and actually look at it and accept that this is transformative commentary. For education.
When I saw the termination notice come in, it was kind of nerve-wracking.
James DiGilio is 62 years old. He couldn't pay for his health insurance after costs skyrocketed.
I was paying last year $57 a month premium, and then it jumped up this year to $16.90 a month. When I first saw it, I was surprised. I thought this was a mistake.
Millions of
This is ridiculous!
Oh, fuck that, dude. You have got to be shitting me. All right, just so we're all on the same page here. $50 a month? Whoa, what just happened? Why did I open this? I do not want this open. What was that? Thank you. Holy shit. Was that $16.59? $16.90, whatever. The last $40 is completely negligible. 33 times as much. That is a 3,300% increase. Thank God. Thank God that... Thank God that prescriptions are going to be 5,000% cheaper, because with numbers like this, I don't see how you can pay for it. Sorry. I'm sorry it wasn't funny. Not funny. That's all I could think of right there, though. Remember when Donald Trump was saying that prescription medications are going to be 3, 4, 5,000% cheaper, more than anybody's ever seen before? Well, that's going to offset the cost.
You are not funny.
Woof. That is fucked up, dude. This is a fucked up number. Like, I don't even feel like we need the rest of this video. We're going to watch a little bit more of it. But, like, just because this guy's story matters. But, like, what the fuck? From $50 to $16.90, nearly $1,700 a month. $1,700. That's like 20 grand a year on health insurance.
When I first saw it, I was surprised. I thought this was a mistake.
Millions of people, like James, saw their insurance premiums soar in January after the Senate deadlocked on competing proposals, leaving the expanded tax subsidies to expire. James relies on medication to manage his blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes. Since losing his insurance, he started rationing his medication.
I was concerned about the medications, not knowing how I was going to refill them. I figure if I could stretch it out and not take them for a week or so, then that's another week I could tack on that I could still stretch it out to.
James works at a pizza restaurant.
I don't know if this guy would consider him disabled, but I noticed while watching this video, I watched the whole thing. You can see here he's delivering pizzas right now. He's a delivery driver. It's a difficult job. Constantly on the road, but always sitting. So it's not good for a number of things, health-wise. And, like, I would consider him almost disabled. Like, he is physically, he seems to have a difficult time getting around sometimes, I noticed. Like, I'm not saying he needs a fucking wheelchair or something, but, like, I don't think of him as being 100% mobile either. And he has, like, a litany of medications he's taking on top of it. I'm just thinking, like, this guy, like, needs health insurance. He clearly needs it. Why are we taking it? What are we doing? It's out of control. I'm not trying to be like ableist or like shaming him or something like that. You know, like I respect this guy. Like I'm just saying, like I just noticed him like limping around on multiple occasions. We can't watch this whole thing because once again, like I don't want to like get into a bunch of shit over so like with New York Times. Yeah, I just added to this. I didn't even think about it. Sometimes I do that, like unintentionally. Not everybody has the same sort of social media followers, unfortunately.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I was trying to send this earlier, but was having issues with my PC on my end. But have you wondered how AIPAC and the Israeli lobby get unlimited money? The very money that Congress and Senate send to Israel. The freaking votes for those funding bills are literally political scam. Cheese. Our politics is so corrupted.
Yep. Sorry you're having PC issues over there. Yeah, and basically, I feel like I've suggested this before, that basically, like, AIPAC is just, like, taking, like, money that we're sending over there, and then, like we're taking our own money to influence our politics. It is a little perverse. Sitting for a long time can mess with your back. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And like, so yeah, I'm not. I think I've made it pretty clear. I'm not coming at this guy right now. I'm not claiming he is disabled. I'm just claiming he has like some sort of mobility restriction. He's, you know, taking like a dozen medications here, and now we're taking away his insurance essentially, because as it turns out, he has to go without insurance because he can't afford it. That's basically the moral of this story. Is that this guy and a bunch of other people just like him are going without insurance and are now having to go to free clinics and hope that they can get in and get care. This is literally him doing that at the very end of all this.
In the United States, we're almost there.
So was it 2 months from now, you said?
Whoopsie, that went a little too far. Hold on.
months.
This is the largest increase in patients that we've seen in the 12 years that I've been here. If we're not in crisis mode in healthcare in the United States, we're almost there.
So was it 2 months from now, you said? Yes.
For James, a measure of relief. Today, the clinic refilled over a month of medication for free. The clinic may have met his immediate healthcare needs, but what worries James is where to go for anything more serious and how he'd pay for it.
If I had affordable health care, my life would be easier, it would be more relaxed, and I could, not have to be stressed about the insurance and hopefully also medications.
This is ridiculous!
If he is eligible for SSDI, it would take a minimum of 18 months to get it. But yeah, it's a huge fucking process. Lengthy process that I understand. What do you do in that time exactly? I guess for him it's deliver pizzas, do DoorDash, and hope not to get sick. Yes, hope not to get sick or in a car accident. You just fingers crossed that shit. It's a horrible existence that nobody should be having to live through. That too many of us are living through, and more people are now living through, and is going to increase, right? Like all this is all happening sort of in slow motion. Because I think the cuts were staggered in some places. So some people are just finding out about this. Some people found out about it at the beginning of the year. I think this has something to do with people's, like, renewals. Live in a bubble? Yeah. Except living in a bubble is incredibly expensive when you think about it, because it means you can't work unless you can work from home, from within your bubble. And still, accidents can happen in a bubble. I would just point this out to people. You can still hurt yourself in a bubble. I mean, if you're living in a bubble, you gotta get all your food delivered. You gotta have enough money to keep the bubble inflated, if you will. Pay for all the bills. And wherever your bubble is situated. It's a whole thing. I can't imagine how expensive that would be. That would drain your bank account real quick. You know what else is draining people's bank accounts right now? Gas prices. Another thing affecting delivery drivers.
But we begin with the war in Iran tonight, what President Trump is now saying to
Congress, and especially Republicans, just hate regular people, like, so very much. They're just like, we're taking away everything because you don't deserve it. And we think your life is going to be way better if you don't have health care. While claiming that they're going to make America healthy again. It's such a hypocrisy. It's beyond me. Millions of people lose their health care. And somehow that makes America more healthy.
We begin with the war in Iran tonight, what President Trump is now saying tonight as gas prices here in the U.S. hit a new high since this war began. Now, $4.40 a gallon, even higher in some parts of the country. Elizabeth Schulze leading us off.
Tonight, the cost of the war with Iran surging fast and straining the budgets of American families and businesses. Drivers are now paying an average of $4.40 a gallon, up 35 cents in just the last week, and $1.46 since the start of the war, the highest price in 4 years.
Having to choose between gas and food and
that's a very hard decision.
President Trump today asked about gas prices.
The average price of a gallon of gas is now.
People choosing between gas and food. This is America now. This is America. Choose between gas and food. Do you make it to work or do you eat?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
It's all right, yes. And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock.
But tonight, gas prices are climbing in every state, surging fastest in the Great Lakes, Illinois, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
You know, that's not entirely true. One thing that I have been thinking about recently, somebody mentioned this like offhand in a video I watched earlier, and it sparked this thought in my head. I don't know if this will be the case, but there is currently while we see the currently very high prices on oil all over the place, there's actually a huge, like a missing piece to all of this I feel like we're not talking about. And it's the fact that there's a bunch of countries right now that are not even contributing to the price right now. It could be much, much higher technically. Right? Because there's a bunch of countries right now that literally cannot buy oil. So they can't actually contribute to it because they're like blockaded, right? Or they're like inland Asia, like there's a bunch of Asian countries right now that can't get oil because of the Strait of Hormuz, right? Like all of that, like that was how all the oil got to them. And they're not buying oil right now. And I think even though Donald Trump says is going to go down immediately, that might not actually be the case because of that. And that I think that when they're able to buy again, it will hold up the prices, even though you will have increase in supply. So everybody's following what I'm saying here, right? Because they're not on the market right now bidding because they literally can't physically buy the oil. There's less actual demand as a result. And we're talking about millions of people's worth of demand. Bangladesh, India, right? Like that's a lot of people.
These drivers protesting outside Detroit.
I have family members who are ill, and I can't go visit them across the state or up north because it's too expensive right now to drive.
It couldn't come at a worse time for consumers who are gearing up for the summer travel season.
The nation's highest prices in California, where gas now averages $6 a gallon, even more at some stations.
It's kind of
Yeah, also a good point. Gas prices don't go down immediately. I'm talking about it like he's talking about oil prices. But because the oil prices fluctuate much more dramatically than gas prices usually because of the length of time it takes to turn the oil into the gas and the fact that gas sits at the gas station, right? And once it gets there, it's sold to the gas station at whatever price that the supplier can take. All right, there's a bunch of like moving parts between the oil being taken out of the ground and eventually making it to your car as gasoline. And that's a good point. And it certainly won't happen immediately. But I'm saying that I think it's going to take even longer than some people might think. And I like, you know what I'm saying here? I'm just saying that the oil prices themselves may remain inflated longer as a result of the fact that there's going to be a huge demand, there's like an existing demand coming, not just from India, Bangladesh, and the other Southeast Asian nations that can't get oil as a result of this right now, but also China. Because China is it needs oil to make plastic, and they've basically run out of plastic now. They basically run out of plastic, and that's creating a whole other situation. All right. France 24 are up next. Actually, did I want more of this? Do I need more of this? I just gotta keep this moving. I'm moving too slow as it is. Actually, this is not that long. Screw it. Screw it. We're gonna listen to this. Just because.
At this point, how much we're paying for this.
Our Jacqueline Lee is in Los Angeles outside a Costco gas station.
Drivers here are on the hunt for the cheapest gas, willing to wait in long lines like these to save money.
The cost of diesel, which powers trucks and tractors carrying goods across the country, is up by almost $2 a gallon. Jessica Woods co-owns a grocery store in Washington, D.C. She says fuel surcharges on her food deliveries have more than doubled, forcing her to raise prices.
How hard is that decision for you to say, we're going to have to pass down the costs to shoppers?
Incredibly hard. But ultimately, if we're going to keep the lights on, we do have to charge as much as we pay.
It's just math.
Yeah, exactly.
David, the president says gas prices will drop like a rock, but even if the strait reopens tomorrow, analysts say it could take a year for...
Yeah, and unfortunately for small businesses, they are going to get hit the most because they do not have the pricing power that Walmart, Amazon have, right? They can pressure distributors, suppliers to keep their prices down and to eat the cost, or their importers, whomever it is. They get all the way down the chain. They can pressure everybody effectively because they have so much purchasing power. Right, because they're doing, I don't know exactly how much actual sales happen on like Amazon or at Walmart or on Walmart's website, but it's like combined has got to be trillions of dollars worth of commerce, and so they have so like like a small business doing like $1 million in sales, a completely different economics here, and they are completely at the what do you call it? The behest, essentially, of the market and of the suppliers. They're the ones who are getting hurt the most, and it's going to continue to erode Main Street and make our communities worse. It's a real fucking tragedy, actually, happening in slow motion in front of us all. All the result of essentially one man. Last year has been decimating people, right? Whether it's Operation Liberation Day. I know it's been a long time since we talked Liberation Day, but that was bad for people. that screwed over a ton of people. Then you add in Operation Epstein Fury, and everybody is hurting. All right, continuing on here. These gas prices, I've been noticing them. I think everybody's noticing them. They are going up absolutely everywhere. I've never been more thankful to have a e-bike now to get around. Not have to fill up a tank to get places. Like the gym or the grocery store. That is nice. Put all of your funds in big plastic.
There are more efficient cars than a 1931 Ford Model A, making the price at the pump that bit more painful. And in Democrat-dominated LA, it's the fault of one man.
Rather than go into a win-win negotiation with other countries like China does, the United States likes to crush their opponents. It's not a win-win at all.
There's no strategy. He does what he wants, just like a kid.
It is pretty high to the point where it's like
almost the government doesn't want us to move around. They want us to stay locked in our houses and not go anywhere. And I'm like, you're out of your freaking mind, you know?
Some Californians are going to...
It's like the lockdown. It's like the COVID lockdown. I mean, she didn't quite say that, but that's basically what's happening. That's basically what's happening. Is making gas so expensive, it's becoming the COVID lockdown. People just can't leave their homes now. They just sit around. Waiting for life to become affordable again. Is this winning? Is this what winning is like? Oh God, I almost forgot. Thank God I reminded myself just now. I have to find that. Oh my God.
Extreme lengths by American standards, choosing to take public transport.
I mean, gas prices are pretty crazy right now, which any way to try to save a little bit of money if I can.
Polls show most Americans disapprove of the Iran war, and on both sides of the aisle, people complain that oil companies are taking advantage, inflating their prices.
Even though we have presidents and like people that are in power who a lot of people like to blame, it's a much bigger picture. There's people that have hands in everything. It's much more of a global economy.
Oh no. This guy's giving me big time Candace Owens vibes right now. I don't know why he just started saying, when he started saying global and other things, like it's not his fault. I'm worried. I'm worried about you, my man. You're saying very stupid things right now. Okay, hold on. I actually... All right, we'll do this one after this. Let's go to the great Harry Emden, the very best with the numbers. Okay, I need to go.
Breaking overnight, we did see a huge jump in gas prices, up 9 cents a gallon to $4.39. It's up 33 cents in the past week. There have been big jumps all week long. The political question is, who gets blamed for this? CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden is here this morning. So, simple question, who does get the blame, and how does that compare historically to past people getting the blame?
You know, the buck stops at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Donald John Trump, the President of the United States, and to a historic degree, look at this, blame for the increase in gas prices. 77% say Donald Trump. I looked back at every president that I could find on a similar question, which is when the gas prices rise, who gets the blame? Trump gets the blame more than Joe Biden did back in 2022, more than Barack Obama did in 2012, and more than George W. Bush did back in 2005, 71%. Donald Trump takes the cake. He owns this mess, according to the American people, and it is quite the mess because his gas...
Wow. So more people than ever before blame Donald Trump for the gas prices. What's fascinating about that, and we're gonna go back to Harry in a second, but what's fascinating about this situation is that the White House posted this video to X.com earlier on Saturday, entitled "President Trump saying winning for 1 hour." This is deranged. This is deranged. Why would they post this? What's wrong with
climb ever higher, and the increase in the percentage that blame Donald Trump climb ever higher, his approval ratings go down into the basement.
So presidents always get blamed, but he's getting blamed more.
He is getting blamed more to a historic degree.
What about the partisan breakdown here?
Now this is where it gets really stunning. Okay, you know, we've seen numbers that are this bad for Trump, you know, disapproval rating on gas prices around this area, the percentage blaming him for the increase in gas prices around this area. But when you break it down by party...
You think I'm making this up? This is on the White House's official Twitter. You think I'm making this up? This is an hour long. 1 hour and 17 seconds. They posted this 10 hours ago. The White House's official Twitter account. So Elon's getting the revenue right now. This is real. This is real life.
I don't want reality.
This is where it gets. Oh my. You know, this is a Republican base that has been infatuated with Donald Trump for years. But even here, blame Trump for rising gas prices. 55%, a majority of Republicans blame Donald Trump for gas prices. That is the highest ever blame for gas prices from one's own party. Then you see 82% of independents. That's the highest percentage who blame the President of the United States among independents. Not much of a surprise, 95% of Democrats. But majority. Rarely do you get the trifecta of majority from across the political spectrum agreeing on something. But here we have it. The majority of Republicans, independents, and Democrats all blame Trump for higher gas prices.
And this is the highest ever from inside one's own party?
That is correct. This is the highest ever from inside one's party when you look at the three other presidents that you have on your screen right here.
The highest from within one's own party. And that was only 2 minutes, by the way, just for clarity. That was 2 minutes and 2 seconds of that. That goes on for 30 times as much. 1 hour, 60 minutes of that. They posted this. I don't know why they did it. I don't know why. I'm at a loss on it, honestly. I think it's because it's what you say when you're not winning. It's the sort of thing you do to prove you're winning when you know you're not winning. And they put that on loop for an hour. It's one of the most deranged political decisions I could think of. But just to be clear, that was at like 10% volume for 2 minutes for most of it. That's all that was. What else would they expect us to do with that exactly? Other than to listen to him say winning over and over again while listening to his really bad numbers. Historically bad. Winning and 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 winning. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. You know who's definitely not winning? I mean, clearly America, but there's another. Wait, what happened to this clip? What happened to the last clip? I'm so confused. I was just going to go straight to that, but now it's not here. Where'd it go? Huh? Am I an idiot? I'm so confused. Okay, well, I don't know. I lost one video somewhere down the line here. I don't know what happened to it. So we'll just go watch one of these other ones. Let's talk about Spirit Airlines really quickly. Because they're definitely not winning.
So time is running out to reach a deal to save Spirit Airlines from
another minute of winning for old time's sake. I refuse. I refuse to do another minute of winning right now. Maybe in the future, if you're all good. Maybe then we will deserve another minute.
Back bailout plan have apparently
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Apologies GSL for putting us through that. We are going to commit mutiny.
Wow, commit mutiny. One group of people asking for more winning. One group declaring some sort of a coup. It's fair. Wow. It's torn. Audience is torn right now. I'm very sorry, Andor. You're welcome. Also, thank you for the bits. I do appreciate that. Speaking of which, good God, we are nearly 4 hours into the stream, and you know what we're not winning at right now? The galactic content goal. We've made very, very little progress on it, I'm afraid. We're like 2 of 10, a little over it, maybe like 2.5 of 10. Super chat wise, for those of you who think in super chat still, even though we don't have them anymore. That's like 25% of the way. Anyway, let's talk about the tough time Spirit Airlines was having. It's foreshadowing.
And that's according to multiple sources. We're joined now by CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve, who's been investigating all of this. Chris, why might time be running out on this surprise deal that the White House offered?
Well, good morning, Errol. Sources tell us that Spirit's available cash on hand and the money they use to operate is now measured in days, not weeks. And if that money were to run out, the airline likely would have to cease operations. Now, that's playing out as these negotiations around a proposed government aid package of around $500 million have stalled, we understand. 2 of Spirit's 3 main groups of creditors are on board. The bondholders have not signed on. In fact, one of them floated a counteroffer that was rejected, and hanging in the balance now are about 7,500 Spirit employees and another 10,000 or so who are indirectly employed by the airline. So, you know, we are coming down to really potentially the final hours here for someone to make a move to either intervene and prop up Spirit, or they may be close to having to park their planes.
Mm-hmm. And the very next day, Spirit Airlines announced that it could be forced to shut down as soon as Saturday as a government shutdown. I mean, not like a government shutdown, the government bailout failed to come through.
Welcome back. We have some breaking news for you on the fate of Spirit Airlines. CBS News has learned the low-cost carrier could shut down as soon as Saturday. Let's get to CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve. Chris, thank you for your time today. So it looks like the federal government could have bailed out Spirit. So what ultimately happened there?
Well, those negotiations stalled around a $500 million bailout. There were 3 groups of Spirit creditors. 2 were on board, but the Spirit bondholders were not. Now, we understand from the president there before he left the White House, he said a final offer has been made. He says he would like to try to save the jobs, and they'll have more of an announcement later today. But our understanding is those talks are stalled, barring last-minute intervention. So certainly things could change. But as of now, Spirit is preparing to have to cease operations as soon as Saturday, tomorrow, because they're running out of available
immediately,
cash
if
on
not
hand.
sooner.
And we've known for a few days now that their amount of financial runway was measured in days, not weeks. It appears now that that runway is coming to an abrupt end. Now, the airline is operating normally today. There are Spirit planes in the air right now with passengers on them getting to their destinations. The airline is focused on safely operating those flights and officially is not commenting on these reports.
Yeah, and earlier this morning, I think it was announced that Spirit had in fact canceled their operations. Since I don't have this video, I'll just read it. Yes, business news. CNBC. Godspeed, my friend. Inside the final hours of Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines was hours away from his final flights Friday afternoon. Jeremiah Burton was hours away from his first. It's my first time flying, Burton, a 45-year-old air conditioning and heating technician, told CNBC at Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport on Friday, shortly before he was scheduled to depart for New Orleans to visit his daughter and her newborn twins. Tell you the truth, I just went online and Googled the cheapest airline ticket, he said, adding that he paid about $500 for the bullet trip late last month. He was scheduled to return on May 6th. While Burton waited for his flight, Spirit was making final preparations to shut down overnight, ending a 3-decade run that brought discount air travel to millions across the United States and as far away as Peru. Spirit canceled international flights on Thursday to start, so travelers, planes, and flight crews would not be stranded. The airline said it flew more than 50,000 people the day leading up to its collapse. Spirit bondholders rejected an 11th-hour bailout proposal from the Trump administration that could have included up to $500 million to keep the ailing airline afloat. The deal would have put the government ahead of other bondholders' claims and given it an up to 90% stake in the airline. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick called Spirit CEO Dave Davis to tell him that there was no deal and the bondholders and the government were far from an agreement. Well, the end of an era, which is going to make prices for airline tickets immediately more expensive overnight. Because they're all using AI. They're all now using like AI, what's it called? Pricing. The time, like the demand-based pricing. What's that called? I can't think of it right now. Oh, God. That's killing me. There's another word for this. What do you call it? Dynamic pricing. They're all using like dynamic, like AI pricing now. And Spirit was not only adding like supply to the market, right? They were also a budget airline. So you lose that, all of a sudden you don't have that option. It's like, oh, okay. I guess we can raise prices. That's what's gonna happen. Because there'll be increased demand for other airlines. Spirit was running, like they said, 50,000 flights on the last day. It's a lot of flights. It's a lot of people all of a sudden need a place, another airline to get to their destination. Okay, Jesus Christ. Oh. I hate to do this, but I think I gotta make a call here. We're 4 hours into the stream. So, as a result of that, fact is, there's so much to cover tonight. And yesterday was almost all U.S. news. Right? Didn't we do mostly, almost entirely U.S. news? I really want to get to some other stuff. I think I might skip AI stuff for now. I hate to do that because we got a bunch of stuff to talk about with AI. God, and I didn't buy food either. God, I'm an idiot. I don't have food. Oh, God, I'm fucking up all over the place. Actually, I have potatoes. I can bake a potato. All right, fuck. I gotta get my shit together. I'm sorry, Space Fans, but I got 140 videos today. I knew at the beginning of this that I was going to have to make a decision like this. It has nothing to do with us not completing the galactic content goal. But we, of course, have not yet completed that. The way is available, of course, for you to contribute to the galactic content goal. Keep the stream alive. Would be Twitch, bits, power up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, and of course Patreon. All great ways. Oh, for the the funding of this stream. God, we're only 3 subs away from getting to 2,000 on YouTube right now. After so long, you would think this would be incredibly cathartic for me, but we're currently demonetized for the first time. It's a little sad. It's a lot sad, actually. It's like getting to an achievement and then having it not be what you wanted, but not for the reasons. Like, you know what I'm saying here? Like, not for like the normal sort of thing. It's like it's because somebody did something fucked up to ruin it for you. Not because it like didn't meet your expectations. Although I guess in a way YouTube hasn't met my expectations, the way that they deal with creators. You know, that's been a disappointment. You have flour. Okay. My camera is a potato? My camera is not a potato. That's very rude. Can you unsubscribe and resubscribe 3 times? Nope. Nope. There's no effect. All right, I'm afraid, yeah, I'm going to have to skip AI for now. We'll go back to AI later. Tomorrow, probably Sunday Fun Day, I think, would be a good time for us to talk AI. But we'll do one clip to segue. I think this will work nicely. Let's go here. KTLA 5 from 2 days ago, but not in LA, in Miami.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Why, you ask yourself? Well, because Miami Airport is launching an AI chatbot for travelers.
In Travel Smart, travelers at Miami International Airport will be seeing something unique, AI-powered hologram chatbots. The airport revealed the first of its kind chatbots last week, becoming the first airport in the world to adopt AI across its digital infrastructure. Officials say the bots are meant to enhance the passenger's travel journey through real-time, location-based intelligence and natural conversation.
Nobody asked for it, and it's probably not going to be at all helpful. But there it is. AI chatbots for travelers in airports. So very exciting. Brought to you by tech oligarchs like Larry frickin' Ellison. How many yachts does Larry Ellison have, you figure? I suppose we could look this up.
Videos, podcasts,
Nope, sorry. Wait, I've gone too far. Wait, no, I haven't gone far enough. I take it back. No, that was wrong. I was wrong. It's very stupid. Sorry, everybody. I'm having to skip a bunch of videos, and even that takes time. I guess I could have done this more efficiently, but that's on me. Fucking hungry. I'm about to bake a couple potatoes, I think, because I need calories. We're very close. All right, yes, perfect. Great job. Led by donkeys. To segue us, talking about a different subject. Of course, Larry Ellison is a tech oligarch, and his Oracle and their servers help make AI possible for all of the other AI oligarchs. In fact, some people say that the internet exists on Oracle servers. Here is his ridiculously large super yacht.
This is Larry Ellison's $160 million super yacht, moored up on the French Riviera. It's called the Musashi, but not for long, because we're about to rename it. Ellison is the world's 6th richest man. He's a big Donald Trump supporter and a close friend of Benjamin Netanyahu. He once offered the Israeli Prime Minister a job at his company, and Netanyahu's family has holidayed on his private island. Ellison is also the largest private donor to the Israeli military. Trump recently handed the Ellison family control of TikTok in the US. Almost immediately, prominent pro-Palestinian voices were silenced. Last year, the Ellisons bought Paramount, giving them control over CBS News. The channel's coverage of the attack on Iran has been notably pro-war. And the Ellisons will soon take over Warner Brothers, giving them control of CNN. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently denounced CNN for being insufficiently supportive of Trump's war on Iran. Hegseth said he couldn't wait for the Ellisons to take over the channel. And Trump himself listed the CNN takeover as one of his wins. And that is why we've renamed this super yacht the Trump Propagandist. The billionaires are buying up the news to support their friends. The politicians pitching our world into chaos and war.
The Trump Propagandist, it's beautiful. Look at it, it's glorious. Nobody should own a boat like that. That's too much. Let's be real. That's too much. It's too much. It's like a hotel. It's like a hotel. It's like a cruise ship. The Trump, I think it's a fitting name. I think it also fits well on the boat. Looks perfect. No changes. They put it on crooked. I did notice that. I did notice that. I was trying to let it not bother me. You've ruined that. Hope you know that. Thanks. I was actually watching Monk recently. That's all I could think of. I was like, oh god, it's crooked. Fact is they were rushed for time. You know, they were rushed for time. All right. Well, let's talk about the Trump propagandist and the network that he now controls. CBS. And their heavily edited Trump interview. All right, I'll be right back.
So do you guys remember the scandal where Trump ginned it up? But basically the idea was Kamala Harris did an interview with 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes edited the interview, sort of cleaned it up before they released it. I guess the original footage leaked. Kamala came across as a little more clumsy and clunky in her answer. And Trump accused 60 Minutes of basically cheating to try to make Kamala sound better, to try to help her win the election. So like, oh, they're doing election interference or whatever. And, that's an illegal in-kind contribution. And therefore, he sued them. It's one of his many, 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 many lawsuits against the media because, of course, he's an authoritarian and a wannabe dictator, and he wants to basically muzzle any criticism of him that he doesn't like and, force people to bend the knee and fall in line. So anyway, that was a big scandal, suing over an interview that he didn't like because of how they edited it. Well, guess what? It turns out now they're doing the exact same fucking thing, but for him, and of course he supports it and he's okay with it. Okay, here we go. Hollywood Reporter. Trump's 60 Minutes interview heavily edited despite previously suing CBS over deceptive editing. Well, isn't that fucking incredible? And of course, this is now Barry Weiss's CBS, right? This is the, the cuck channel, if you will. This is the Ellisons and Barry Weiss and the pro-Zionist, pro-MAGA hacks who now don't even view their job as telling the truth and delivering the news. They view their job as like, providing propaganda cover for our fat, pedophile, war criminal president. But guess what, y'all? Here's some of the content that CBS edited out. Epstein? You know I'm not a king. I get it. I don't laugh. I don't. I see these no kings which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You all that Southern laws financing the KKK and lots of other radical and terrible groups. And then they go out.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm glad I made it back for that one. Because I love how Donald Trump, I'm going to read this for us. I love how Donald Trump talks about this. Because he clearly does not understand the allegations that are even being made by right-wingers around the Southern law, the Southern, now I'm saying it like he is, the Southern Poverty Law Center, which he is calling the Southern Law. I don't know what the hell that's, I mean, I assume that's what he means when he says this, right? You know, I'm not a king. I get it. I don't laugh. I see these no kings which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You all that Southern laws financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups. And then they go out and they say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK. And yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. They work. It's a total scam. Okay, so he does understand. Okay, I take it back. Because at the beginning, he's like how the Southern Law was funded. And then he switches it to the Southern Law funding. But it's just like, he's just all over the fucking, he's like all over the fucking place on this. I hate to sound like Chuck Schumer over here or something. But he's all over the fucking place on this. They work, it's a total scam run by the Democrats. It shows you that, like Charlottesville was all funded by the Southern Law. The Southern Law. That's everybody calls it. I don't know where he got this from. I haven't heard anybody else call the Southern Poverty Law Center the Southern Law. I've heard SPLC. That's what Alex Jones is calling it right now. But no one in their right minds, no one of sound mind and or body is saying this.
They say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK. And yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. They work. It's a total scam run by the Democrats. It shows you that, like Charlottesville was all funded by the Southern Law. That was a Southern law. You're funding the KKK. You're funding the hate groups. No, you idiots. They're funding informants who get into those groups and then get information that they then give to law enforcement to take down these groups. That's what they do. And they're lying and saying, no, you actually are just funding the hate groups. So you are the extremists. We're going to go after you. Interesting. They're going after the Southern Poverty Law Center, but not the hate groups themselves. Well,
yeah, it's because they don't want to turn the looking glass inward on this. They're like, look, it's actually not. Actually, the KKK is a CIA op. Doesn't even exist. Racism never existed. And this is proof. Southern Law. It's fucking deranged.
Isn't that fucking convenient? Okay. Well, then he goes, Charlottesville was fake. You see what he's doing here? He's trying to tie it all together. Any objection to me and MAGA is fake. Anything that my opponents do, the liberals do, and the lefties do, is fake, and it's a scam, and it's a lie. The Charlottesville thing was fake. It was a scam. It was a lie. He continues. And it was done to make me look bad, he says. And it turned out to be a total fake. It basically was a rigged election. This was a part of the rigging of the election. And that's what you really should be doing. I mean, I hope one of your 60 Minutes episodes, which really hasn't changed very much over the last few years, I'm surprised. Oh, why are you surprised? In other words, what he's saying there is, I still think you're being unfair to me. I still think you're being unkind. You're supposed to coddle my nuts and suck my nuts from the back instead of asking me any sort of tough questions, even like a little bit of tough questions. How dare you? That's him saying, hey, I allowed Ellison to buy this thing so that he would fucking, be kind to me and agree with my agenda. And I feel like you're being unfair. You're being unkind. Saying the quiet part loud yet again. Gee, I wonder why they fucking clean this up. Also, the rigged election thing. Right? Bringing up the rigged election thing. Probably trying to clean that shit up so that they don't get a fucking lawsuit from the same companies who have won lawsuits on this exact shit. I mean, how many times? There's been a bunch of lawsuits. And who was it? Dominion? Smartmatic? I think Dominion. Ended up winning all these lawsuits because they're going, you're lying about us. You're saying the election was rigged and the fucking machines were taken over by Hugo Chavez, who was fucking dead at the time. And he's like, this is all bullshit. We could prove that this is bullshit. And it goes to court. Fox News had to pay out $787 million for flagrantly lying to their audience. And so here's CBS cleaning up all of this shit for the fat pedophile, war criminal, con artist president. It's fucking enough already. And by the way, this is the first and last time you're going to hear about this. I'm bringing it up now. A couple other people.
This is the last time we're gonna hear about this. I think we should talk about this more. We should talk more about how CBS is literally just completely subsumed.
Rogue Gerb gifted
Regime-approved media
to the community.
Oh god damn! Rogue Gerb with an incredibly generous gifted subs, 5 of them to be exact, on Twitch. That is beautiful. KAO2A. The first one, Freddy Uranus. Getting the second one. Third Eye Vision. Cat Hostage. And Scary Zaid. Thank you, Rogue Gerb. Gerby. I appreciate you. Incredible generosity. No doubt. That gets us closer to completing the galactic content goal, of which we are now, I think, officially in. Yeah, we're over 4 hours, so we are in the super secret probationary. I can't think of the words now. Super secret probationary galactic content goal. Countdown, I guess. It's an unnamed amount of time. Call it an hour. So a named amount of time to complete it. But we've made now some progress. I think 7.5 of 10. We'll call it 75% of the way through the goal. I think that's how much I get. Honestly, the price of subs changes all the time, so it throws me off. I don't know how much. I never know exactly how much I'm going to get from a subscription on Twitch. Whereas on memberships with YouTube, like, creators get to set them. It was nice to know exactly how much I got for memberships. Okay. Let's move it along. Let's move it along. To some other stuff here. And since we're doing weekending report, let's talk a little bit about some of the horrifying weather-related news of the week. And we might have a couple of broader discussions around climate change and microplastics. Although I kept a couple of good pieces of news in the weekending report for today. They really are more like Sunday Fun Day, because I felt like it's been a tough week. God damn, I'm moving so slow. I'm so screwed. I'm not going to get through anything today, am I? Oh my god. This is bad. All right, let's go to Texas. Let's go to Texas. As they were one of the states to see severe storms. 2 people, at least 2 people were injured as a result of the devastating storms traveling through the Midwest and South. Here's the AP. Get us started from 3 days ago.
Tonight around 5 o'clock p.m. we received reports of a potential tornado touching down northeast of Mineral Wells. Our first responders have been absolutely incredible today, and all of our partner agencies as well have been on scene assessing the damage and really kind of figuring out what we're working with here.
There was a report of a tornado warning in the area. We set off the communication center, set off the emergency warning system, try to get people back inside. Shortly after that event, we started receiving numerous 911 calls, which alerted us to the east side, which we had significant damage, major damage, in different parts of the area of the northeast sector of Mineral Wells. At this time, we've only had report of 2 people that have been transported to the hospital and several Injuries that were treated on the scene, minor in nature.
Currently, the Palapenna County judge and the Parker County.
Look at this place. It's just completely torn apart. These people's lives just expose the elements all of a sudden. Roof completely gone, and or inside of the house now rather than the traditional on top. Oh, fucking hell. These same storms made your roof leak? Oh, that's no good. That's no good.
Judge are both working on.
All right, here's AccuWeather from 2 days ago. More damage. Seen live here on camera. Someone's, I think, Ring doorbell camera or something. Okay, now let's go here. The WRAL, North Carolina. Although this is more from Texas. They just happen to be the station that posted this. This is all just soundless drone video showing the devastation in these Texas communities. It's utterly incredible. I mean, buildings just decimated, roofs torn to shreds. Now, I know multiple people were injured in these storms. I don't know whether or not anyone died. Hopefully not. Good God. See what I mean? The roof is completely just gone. Not just like the shingles, but the framing. Everything. Oh, right, and then it switches down to the ground. Oh my God, the devastation is immense here. I know we have a lot of Texas viewers, so I hope all of you are okay. Honestly, I hope everybody in Texas is okay. They shut down the MAGA store? The MAGA store? Is that a thing? The MAGA store? Oh, please tell me that's not a thing. The MAGA store. Oh, hey, I just noticed somebody donated over on the Patreon. I don't know if you want credit for this. It's one of the patrons, actually. I'm sorry, not the Patreon, the Throne. Somebody just donated over on the Throne. I really appreciate that. Look at that. I know who this is. Thank you. I don't know if you want to be made known for your generosity, but it is one of the patrons. I will say that much. And I appreciate you. Right? You're a patron. I'm not losing my mind, am I? Am I losing my mind? Hold on. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is not important. Oh, I can't even do it from there. Screw it. Why doesn't it let me do that anyway? But yeah, now we are, let's see here. Yeah. All right. Yeah, in case anybody's unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, Throne. This is the place where we crowdfund different things. Right now, we've been crowdfunding this new bed frame for me. Should help big time storage-wise. My Earth apartment, now 60% funded. We are making super big progress on this. But we also have other things, technically. Green tea, nuts and cranberries mix. There's like a 3-pound bag of it for $10. I tried to make the purchases thought through. But if you prefer to know exactly where your money's going to, that's a good way to do it. Anyway, I appreciate you. I haven't seen this person in chat for a while, which I find interesting. I see them neither in the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat. It's very strange. And yet donating over on Throne. Incredible generosity. Must be lurking. Okay. Now to... Is this Kentucky? Where's this? I'm trying to remember. I think this might be Tennessee. Oh, no, Missouri. Sorry, Missouri. Springfield, Missouri. A few days ago. The view from inside this person's house. One more time for everybody. Look at the size of those things. Those are baseball-sized hail. Look at the... You can see inside on the dash of the car all the shattered glass underneath it. This thing is so hard it was causing glass to fracture inward into the car. Yeesh. I think I can say comfortably that you probably don't want to be out in that. Fun times, everybody. Totally non-apocalyptic. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Settle down. Except everything's not fine, and climate change is a thing.
It's science.
And apparently, Tornado Alley, most dangerous region of America, tornado-wise, is apparently moving thanks to climate change. PBS Tara here to explain it to us. Maya, explain to us what are you talking about?
When it comes to tornadoes, the United States is a truly freakish outlier, receiving around 75% of all known tornadoes on Earth. And the Great Plains has long been the country's hotspot, a region known as Tornado Alley. But scientists have discovered that Tornado Alley is moving.
This is definitely a trend. This is real.
And this matters for a particularly disturbing reason. The places gaining tornado risk are also places where tornadoes are far more deadly.
Disaster potential is growing exponentially in those regions. The deck is stacked against them.
Before I could even get up, I was sucked through the window. Nothing like that's ever happened around here.
So where exactly is Tornado Alley shifting to? What do we know about why it's moving? And why is this change making tornadoes so much more deadly?
Oh my goodness.
Becomes very striking when you see the visual representation of a map or look at the risk through time at a specific location. You start to say, wow, this is definitely a trend. This is real.
This is Victor Gensini. He's the atmospheric scientist who first discovered Tornado Alley shift, but the idea didn't occur to him in the lab.
I first started to think about Tornado Alley moving after several years of storm chasing in the Great Plains, where we had very low frequency years. And I was thinking, you know, this is supposed to be the greatest frequency location on Earth.
So he went back to his lab to crunch the numbers.
And lo and behold, when you start plotting the trend at any given city, what you start to notice is that places in the Great Plains have been declining over the last 40 to 50 years.
But the overall number of tornadoes across the country wasn't declining, which meant they had to be going up somewhere else.
Everybody was telling me, like, when you get ready to get home, you know, be careful, be careful. And my daughter had told me, you know, be careful. When I come outside, it was like really warm, really calm, and it wasn't storming or raining or anything. So I just drove on home like any normal day. And I got home, I turned the TV on just to see how the weather was, and I guess I just dozed off asleep, and then that's when it came.
This is Heather Chambers. She lives in Wingo, Kentucky, and didn't expect the night of December 10th, 2021 to be particularly memorable.
I woke up like the house felt like it was like moving almost like taking a deep breath and letting it out. It's almost what it felt like. And I sat up, and then immediately I heard the sound of glass breaking. And before I could even get up, I was sucked through the window.
Heather survived the deadliest December tornado on record. Multiple weather patterns came together to create at least 66 tornadoes across the Midwest and Ohio Valley. But here's the thing, Wingo, Kentucky, where Heather lives, isn't in traditional Tornado Alley, but it is squarely in the region where tornadoes are on the rise. To understand exactly where this new risk is moving, we first need to look at why Tornado Alley exists in the first place. It all basically comes down to a geographical fluke. North America is the only continent in the world that extends all the way from the Arctic to the tropics without any major mountain ranges cutting across from east to west, leaving the central part of the continent wide open to colliding air masses. So Tornado Alley is the meeting place of three different types of air masses: warm, moist air from the Gulf, cold, dry air from Canada, and warm, dry air from the desert Southwest, which, meteorologically speaking, makes this region incredibly unstable.
So when we're trying to make a tornado in the atmosphere,
it's science.
Okay, so everybody getting this? So the reason why Tornado Alley exists and this massive region of tornado activity exists is due to the fact that there's no lateral mountain range going through the Great Plains, right, from the Rockies all the way over to the Appalachian, right? You got no mountain range breaking up anything coming all the way from the Arctic down to here, and that makes it basically the tropics technically. Making a whole bunch, the confluence of 3 different kinds of air, therefore...
It's science.
Science.
Which, meteorologically speaking, makes this region incredibly unstable.
So when we're trying to make a tornado in the atmosphere, one of the things that we look for is instability. That's the air to naturally want to rise and create clouds and thunderstorms. We also look for a lifting mechanism, which is something to kick that air and push it upward fast to develop not just clouds, but thunderstorms.
And then the final crucial ingredient is wind shear.
And that's how wind changes with speed and direction as we go up in the atmosphere.
Wind shear is what allows storms to strengthen, stay organized, and begin to rotate because it separates the storm's updraft from the downdraft.
Wind shear is that changing direction with height. And so what happens is as precipitation is lifted through the cloud, it'll lift on one side of the cloud and then fall on the other side. If we don't have wind shear, rain lifts and then it falls right on top of itself and we lose the updraft. It'll all rain and then the clouds go away and we're done.
So to recap here, the main ingredients needed for tornado formation are moisture, instability, lift, and wind shear.
So when we look at how tornado environments are changing, we can look at how changes in those individual ingredients are changing over time as well.
Scientists believe the key to this eastward shift might come down to an atmospheric feature known as the cap. This is a layer of hot, dry air that parks itself right above the warm, humid air from the Gulf, suppressing storm development below it.
And you allow all of that energy to store up, just like you're boiling water on a stove. And then eventually, if the updrafts, if the storms can become strong enough, they break through that lid, they break through that cap, and that's when you get the explosive development that we see with supercells.
Now here's why the map is shifting. The American Southwest is getting hotter and drier, and this is making the cap stronger and suppressing storm formation in the western part of traditional Tornado Alley in places like Texas. But further east, in places like Wingo, it's a different story. A warming Gulf of Mexico is pumping extreme moisture and instability into the mid-south, providing the kind of explosive fuel needed to punch through that strong cap and shifting the danger zone right to Heather's front door.
And then you start to look at the numbers in places like Memphis, right? Some of the mid-south of the US, and you start to see an increase in the number of frequency of tornadoes and strong tornadoes there.
Now, this doesn't mean the Great Plains are no longer the nation's main tornado hotspot. They still are. The point is that the data show a robust downward trend in parts of the traditional Great Plains and an upward trend farther east.
Tornado.
Yep. And the big problem with this is, aside from, if you, yeah, I guess for some people in the Great Plains, maybe that means if you're far, far west, you may be hit slightly less. The problem here is that all the people over here, there's like way more. This is like a, what do you call it? God, it's like a utilitarian type of thing, but basically, or consequentialist, whatever you call it. I hate thinking about these fucking terms. The point is that the fact is, in this region, there's a whole lot more people as you go further east. A lot more like big city centers, and it puts a lot more people in danger. Not that, I don't want anybody to be in danger, but yeah, it's a troubling trend. No doubt. Your county was colored in? Oh, God. That's terrible. This is what we're talking about here. That's no good. Mine was too. Although it was much lighter. The lightest of peach colors. All right. Well, it's not just tornadoes that we have to deal with, folks, I'm afraid. Got a bunch of other stuff going on this year, of course, that we should be anticipating. Wildfires. Hurricanes at some point. Which, as I've been saying, are, I think, likely to be increased in size and activity. Although I haven't heard a prediction on number of storms from NOAA yet. They usually release one at this point. But, I mean, they're unfunded, so who knows if we'll even get a prediction this year. Although maybe just like with PBS, a judge will strike down the freezing of those funds. Okay, let's go to Georgia, where all week, at least much of the week, they were dealing with severe wildfires, consuming more than 50,000 acres near the Florida-Georgia border.
And you saw Mary Kate with an umbrella there. We're finally getting some much needed rain, yes. But unfortunately, Georgia's two biggest wildfires have now burned more than 53,000 acres combined.
So Governor Brian Kemp is going to be in South Georgia again today, and the largest fires are burning about 4 hours south of Atlanta. There's one in Brantley County and then one in Clinch County where the governor plans to visit. That fire has burned more than 32,000 acres, and it is now 23% contained. At least 35 homes have been destroyed, and fire investigators believe that this blaze was sparked by a welding spark. And in Brantley County, more than 22,000 acres have burned. That fire is 6% contained. It was 7% contained on Monday, and Friday it was at 15% contained. Well, firefighters believe that that started when a balloon hit a power line.
For fuck's sake. I believe the fire has not completely been contained, but I do believe they've gotten the containment numbers up on the Georgia wildfires because they got some rain earlier, I think a couple of days ago. But I don't think it's completely out right now. Unless something drastic happened in the last, I don't know, I checked on it a couple of days ago. Now, while people are dealing with weird weather all over the place, the Northeast is as well. Unlike much of the country, which has been hit by severe heat starting spring, the Northeast has been struck by a severe bout of cold weather, including freezing temperatures from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania to New York. And as a result, the agricultural sector is going to be hit badly. This late in the season freezes going to decimate crops.
Well, last week's freeze took a devastating toll on Linvilla orchards. The farm and media tells us they lost almost their entire peach and apple crops when the temperature tumbled. We're told the farm will shift its focus now to growing more flowers and vegetables this year to make up.
So their entire crop was devastated. Peaches, apples, all gone. The buds died. And nothing will grow. Not until next year. It's a huge loss. And it's not just them. That's just one orchard. I'm sure a bunch of orchards got hit. All right, that's just a single story. In fact, I think I saw a bunch of these. I just, I didn't manage. I was so stressed this week. I didn't manage to get them all in there. Like in New York, in New York State, I saw a few stories about this. And I think we're going to see a very bad apple pie, apple cider, peach cobbler season for the Northeast. And that's going to be sad, because the fall's already going to suck, because, you know, Operation Epstein Fury already hitting the agricultural sector bad enough. We didn't really need another external factor thrown into the mix, but climate change, you know, unexpected weather, drastic weather swings. And now instead of apples and peaches, I guess we'll have flowers. I don't know if those are, I mean, maybe business-wise that'll be good for them. Maybe at least it'll help stop the flow, you know, the losses, if you will. But certainly doesn't help with the food supply. And while the world burns and or freezes, I keep worrying that this is a result of a slowing of the Atlantic meridional overturning current. The Northeast has seen a very unseasonably cold start to the year. At least in compared to the most recent data, right? Like, it's way outside the norm. Like the last 5-10 years. And while all this goes on, Donald Trump is, of course, still waging a war against windmills. 21st century's Don Quixote. Spending $2 billion of taxpayer funds to pay an energy company to cancel an energy project.
The current administration has been very clear about their dislike for offshore wind since before they got elected into office. And from the very beginning, they were pursuing shutting down offshore wind through various avenues. But what we see now...
Honestly, what's so fascinating about this is that he has such a hatred of windmills. He's literally giving a handout to a green energy company. I mean, that's basically what this is. For having provided no energy to anyone yet, they're just going to receive $2 billion. Think about that for a second. It makes no sense.
It's quite a different approach to stopping offshore wind. Instead of official means or some sort of quasi-legal basis, we're instead seeing the government entering into agreements where they're actually paying or reimbursing the energy companies for some of their expenses.
This shit is insane. This is one of the dumbest fucking things I can imagine. This would have helped with people's energy costs, and instead Trump is using taxpayer money to keep those costs up. So you have to use fossil fuel energy. It's one of the most idiotic moves you can imagine. Oh, so frustrating. I hate this man. All right, that was from Wednesday. Thank you, AP. Oh, beautiful Gary's in the chat. Makes me miss all of our emotes. Praise Gary. Perhaps one day we will receive them. We bestowed back our rightful emotes. All of our Garys. Now limited to one single Gary. The unifying Gary. All right, people, I'll be right back, but I'll leave you here with this clip from France 24 English from Wednesday. Let's talk about microplastics. They're in the oceans, they're in our bodies, they're in the fucking Arctic.
This is ridiculous!
And joining us from Monaco, he's known as the plastic soup surfer, activist and biologist Merchin Tinga. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
Thank you for having me.
Before I ask you about your current voyage, which is taking you from Nice to Monaco to Rome, let me first get your reaction to what we saw in that report, and most notably the fact that the war in Iran, with the price of oil surging, do you see this as a moment of distress or a moment of opportunity?
It might be a moment of opportunity because of plastics that might have higher prices, and then we might have get more value for recycled materials or recycled plastics. But we should also take into account that to make these recycled materials or to recycle that plastic, we also have to transport that plastic from one point to another. And that also, of course, costs energy. So it's not clear whether, it's not totally clear if this is really going to help recycling of plastics.
So tell us about what your message is, first of all, to Prince Albert when you meet with him on Wednesday.
I've been campaigning for deposit return schemes for 10 years now. So the deposit return scheme is a system where when you buy a beverage container, a bottle, or a can, you pay a little extra at the store, but when you bring that bottle back, you get your money back fully reimbursed. And this system, we've introduced it in the Netherlands 5 years ago, reduces the littering of these bottles and cans by 80%. So a huge reduction. It's a very efficient system. Plus, it gives a really high recycling rate. So this is, I think, one of the examples of real circular economy. I've been campaigning for this system in the Netherlands now. We have it introduced in the Netherlands, and I'm now windsurfing from Oslo to London, London to Paris, Paris to Nice, and now from Nice to Rome to promote this system. So this is also what I'll be asking Prince Albert for tomorrow. And Prince Albert, he's very conscious about the environment and about plastic and plastic pollution. So I hope he will lend me an ear. Well, he will lend me an ear, but that he will also be very positive and will actually take action.
Hey, you mentioned your successful bid to have this deposit scheme introduced in the Netherlands for plastic and canned bottles. Tell us a bit on that score. If you've been able to follow up to find out if what has gone back to the store has actually been recycled.
Yeah, well, we have, I mean, the Netherlands is not the first country to introduce a deposit return scheme. And we have, there's more and more countries, and especially in Europe, all introducing this system. And we have countries like Germany that have recycling rates over 95% regarding cans and bottles. In the Netherlands, we've just introduced it, so we haven't got that high recycling rates yet.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, I can't remember if he brought this up, but we need to get off of plastic and consumer consumer one-time use products, right? Like that's one of the big problems, and it's like beyond bottles, right? Like that's one thing, but it's got to be a bigger thing. It's got to be broadly across the spectrum of plastic products. We got to stop looking at plastic as being recyclable, because it really isn't on the long-term basis. It's still a product of the fossil fuel industry. It is not recyclable over the long term. It can perhaps be recycled if clean a couple times until it degrades to the point that it no longer is usable. And the more you recycle it, the more it creates microplastics, right? Like the more that it recycles, the more it degrades its structural integrity, and the more that it is likely to shed random bits of itself all over whatever it is that's inside of the container or whatever else. And we need to replace it with glass and other materials in every possible way, like in every possible product, right? Yeah, I've looked a lot into bioplastics. Actually, I see somebody talking about that in the YouTube chat. It's definitely something I'm fascinated by, but it's still needs some work. And from what I can tell, it still needs some work. There's still some things that the bioplastics can't quite do to scale what plastics can do. And I think the place that I mean, plastics are most important probably and hardest to replace are in like the medical field. Not that it's not possible, perhaps, but it's just more of a challenge because we've created an entire edifice around one-time use plastic products. However, I have good news for everybody. Good news. We may have a small solution. One piece in a broader needed solution when it comes to microplastics. A discovery. Scientists. Biologists. Discovering that one particular tree could, in fact, clean the vast majority of microplastics from drinking water.
What? It's science.
And a tree known as the miracle tree may now have a new job.
That is helping clean up our drinking water. Researchers say this tree, the moringa tree, can remove tiny pieces of plastic known as microplastics from water. Scientists say extracts from the tree's seeds work like a natural filter, causing those particles to clump together so they can be easily removed.
In testing, the method performed about as well as common chemical treatments, and even better in some cases, with microplastics now showing up in water supplies around the world. Researchers say moringa could offer a cheaper, more natural solution.
Now, what's fascinating to me about this is that like a bunch of like new age medicine types are really big into moringa for like other stuff. They claim it has like a lot of like medicinal benefits. I don't know so much about that stuff, but this is a fascinating development. I'm not saying this solves everything, but it is huge breakthrough. If so, we could be using these in places where these trees can grow to help remove plastics from drinking water, basically for completely free. Right? Not completely free, but I mean, they said, I think they said over 80%. That's quite an impressive number for a tree. I would not have expected that. Ever. If that is the case, it could be used in like conjunction with other things to help. Now, of course, once again, plastics are entering our environment in all sorts of ways, not just drinking water, right? So we can't be tricked into thinking this is like gonna solve it all. It's not gonna do that. I just felt we should have this in here because it's an uplifting moment. It's like, hey, we got a solution to one thing, which honestly around here is pretty rare. All right. Well, while our planet continues to be run by the fossil capitalists, a huge group of countries from around the world came together in Colombia.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come.
Okay, that's not none of those guys came. None of those guys came. But representatives from 50 plus countries did in an attempt to launch an alternative climate change forum to the very much failing COP climate accords. To talk more about that, let's go here to Democracy Now! From Tuesday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in Toronto, Canada. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. What will it take to transition world economies away from fossil fuels? On Friday, more than 50 countries began gathering in the Caribbean coastal city of Santa Marta, Colombia, in a groundbreaking effort to open another channel of global cooperation on climate change after years of frustration over the UN-led COP process, which requires consensus. The Transitioning Away from Fossil Fuels initiative was launched in the final hours of COP30, held in Belém, Brazil last year, as fossil fuel-producing countries led by Saudi Arabia and Russia blocked binding commitments sought by more ambitious nations. Colombia and the Netherlands are co-hosting the gathering, billed as a coalition of the willing. This is Colombia's Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development, Irene Vélez, in her opening remarks.
31 years after the first COP on climate change, global CO2 emissions have increased by at least 65%. It could be said that we have failed, but we would also like to think that we are precisely at a moment of opportunity when the window has not yet closed. The transition faces technical, economic, and let us say it plainly, geopolitical obstacles, because despite having a science-based agreed roadmap, we are also under enormous pressure in a changing world, where decisions also end up being shaped by the pressure of war.
Several major fossil fuel powers, including Australia, Canada, the United Kingdom, Nigeria, and Norway, are in attendance. The timing of the summit couldn't be more relevant as the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has focused world attention on the vulnerabilities of a fossil fuel-dominated economy. For more, we go directly to Santa Marta, Colombia, where we're joined by Kumi Naidoo, South African human rights and environmental justice activist, president of the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, former head of Greenpeace International, as well Amnesty International. Kumi, welcome back to Democracy Now! Nearly 60 nations are gathering where you are for the first global summit on phasing out fossil fuels. Can you talk about the significance of this moment, of this summit?
Thank you, Amy, and greetings to your listeners and viewers. To put it very simply, so that we all can understand, imagine one day you rush off to work in a hurry, you get home, you open the door, and you see water coming out of the bathroom. As you pass the kitchen, you pick up the mop, you go to the bathroom, you open the door, and you say, oh, in rushing to work, you left the stopper on, and the water's, filled up and was now flowing into the passageway. What do you do first? Do you start mopping the floor first, or you turn off the tap? So the frustration comes from 30 years of mopping up the floor and not addressing the root cause of climate change, which is our dependence and addiction to fossil fuels, which is at least more than 75 to 86% of the problem of what's driving climate change. So we have been together at many climate negotiations, and you'll remember in Copenhagen in 2009, we asked for a FAB deal, not a fabulous deal, but a fair, ambitious, and binding deal. And each year what we get is a flab outcome full of loopholes, and I'll leave it to the imagination of your audience to say what the B stands for. So eventually now we are saying that we have to take the process of the most ambitious countries who accept the science to actually come together and provide leadership where we are not constrained by the reality of the climate negotiations where you need absolute consensus.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is the right move. Because right now, the most powerful nations and powerful, like oil producing countries are blocking any progress, any substantial progress. It just continues to be words and no actions, and that cannot be the solution. You can just talk about climate change until it doesn't. That's how you solve things, right? Talk about things to get an understanding about them, and perhaps formulate some sort of a plan, concept of a plan at the very least. But it doesn't actually do the thing that needs to be done. We need clean energy alternatives. We got them. What do you mean? What do you mean? Energy, like alternatives to clean energy? I think we already have those. They're not working. Well, they're not helping. Oh God. Magic the Gathering is having its first really, really bad breakup moment with its audience. Magic the Gathering. MTG? I mean, they have got one of the most dedicated group of people. What could they have possibly done? Like, if they say, like, now you can't untap your mana, like, every turn or something. I don't know, I'm trying to think of what would be so upsetting to people in Magic. What could possibly be? It's been, at one time in my life I played Magic. It's been a really long time. You know, that I heard from some of my friends who still play, like, that there's, like, an online app. Is it app related? All right, let's move it along to Europe. Across the Atlantic from Colombia, talk about the extreme heat wave which Europe saw last year, where nearly the entire continent had a above average calendar.
They've become an annual occurrence in Europe. Wildfires continue to break records with over 1 million hectares burnt in 2025. While it was the third warmest year globally, Europe has become the world's fastest warming continent.
Makes the last 11 years the warmest year on the record. This is not good news, it's quite concerning.
In the latest report published by Copernicus, the EU's climate agency paints a troubling picture for the state of the world. Last July, for instance, it was over 30 degrees Celsius for 3 weeks in a row in Norway. The agency shows particular concern about Europe's coldest regions, where snow and ice cover is crucial in slowing climate change. Temperature records also continue to be smashed. Last year saw temperatures in Turkey surpass 50 degrees Celsius for the first time since records began. Heat waves have also become a staple during summer months. In 2025, large parts of Western and Southern Europe were hit with major heat waves, impacting most of Spain, Portugal, and France.
Yup, and we covered those heat waves last year. Europe, not just Europe, South Asia. A lot of people were getting hit by the heat. It's not good. However, right now, I think at least Northern Europe has been seeing an unseasonably cold start to the year, same way that the Northeast Atlantic has, which once again is one of those weird telltale signs of a potentially slowing AMOC, which I keep telling myself, you know, maybe maybe that's just me, a guy who's been talking about the potential collapse of the AMOC, just like overly, like what's the word? Like I'm interpreting it. I'm just interpreting it in that way because I have like a bias to do so right now. Because I have been talking about this forever. And so I try and like check that. I'm like, am I just, and it's hard to say right now, honestly. Because it's partially because it's such a big system, it's hard to actually determine in a short period of time. You'd have to see a lot of stuff. What I need to do is actually look into an update on the current itself, because the people are monitoring it somewhere with all the tools and shit. Let's go to Italy next, where a massive forest fire has broken out in Tuscany, which has forced the evacuation of thousands of people in the last couple of days. Here's Reuters from yesterday. A large forest fire in Tuscany has forced the evacuation of around 3,000 people. Okay, I've got two videos from this one. The next one is from the AP 19 hours ago. Okay, that's mostly the same footage. Okay, great. Now, also this week in the world of wildfires in Otaku? No. Fuck, I can't remember the name of the town or prefecture, but in Japan, a massive wildfire raged. Also forcing the evacuation of thousands, burning nearly 10% of the land of the town that it was in. Although I think they've been making some progress on this fire. I need to look at this. I need to look into this one again. I've been a little bit busy, so I haven't gotten new updates on a couple of stories like this or the Georgia wildfire. Look, you know, I've got like a million threads I'm constantly pulling over here. It's tough. It's actually I know I make it look really easy, but it's actually kind of tough.
Otsuchi town in Iwate Prefecture.
Otsuchi.
ここ大槌町キリキリ地区では山林火
I was
災発
close.
生か
I
ら
got like
初
the
めての
first
雨が
two
降っています。
letters. That's not bad, right? Otsuchi, otaku. I mean, come on. Come on.
Received its first rain in nearly a week after a bushfire broke out on April 21st.
最高です。不安な気持ちでしかないし、早く消えてほしいなっていう思いがあります。
It's like a miracle rain. I hope it rains more. I feel so anxious. I really
Will
want the
this
fire to
be
be
a
put
rain
out.
of blessings?
If not sooner.
Firefighting operations continued on April 27th, with around 1,600 personnel deployed. However, new flames were threatening residential areas.
大槌町大槌です。
Okay, we're not going to stick on this one too long because we already covered it earlier this year, and I don't have another update for you, unfortunately. But that was Nippon Television News Japan from Wednesday, I think. All right, in other fiery news, we're going to have to go to the Philippines. Not for a wildfire, though, but for an active volcano situation. That's right, 10 hours ago, out of the Associated Press, where the Philippines' most active volcano spewed a giant ash column into the sky. Look at the size of that. Good God. That's a lot of smoke. It's just blacked out the entire sky. Like one side is just like a normal sky, the other side it looks like the fucking apocalypse. Jesus Christ. There you go. Whether there will be more eruptions to follow after this display, unknown, but I think if the authorities are on alert for exactly that. Kiki Bibi, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Just noticing that from 8 minutes ago. Sorry, everybody. Sometimes I get distracted. And speaking of getting distracted, I'm just noticing now that we have crossed over the super secret probationary galactic content goal timer, the secondary timer. And unfortunately, we still didn't quite get there. Although we got a donation on Throne, it doesn't usually ever count towards the galactic content goal. But just because I'm such a good guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
I'm gonna say that's good enough. I mean, the Throne is a wish list and or, you know, like helpful, but it doesn't necessarily pay the bills, right? Although technically, like the snacks, the drinks, that does actually cut down on my bills, which nobody has actually done yet. I've put snacks and drinks on there. Nobody's bought them yet. I've actually cut down the list to only 4 things to just make it super easy for people to figure out. I was thinking maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know if more or less items on there is beneficial in any way or detrimental in any way, but I wind up taking items off of there when they raise the prices, and that's happened a bunch of times too. I'm just like, screw that. Screw that, I'll find another one of these at some point. But I'll count it. I'll count it. And that person still has not shown up in chat. I keep looking for them. BD. Where art thou? Hiding, lurking, donating on Throne. I'm just going to say that's... Confetti time. Well, it may not have been the traditional way of completing the galactic content goal, but I'm calling it, people. Completed. Confetti party engaged. Bask in the frickin' glory. That's right. This beautiful display was brought to you by space fams like you. Without your generous contributions, this spacecast might cease to exist. Alright, people. Look at it one last time, because it's about to go away. We got a lot more to talk about here tonight. We should take another break soon, shouldn't we? Good God. It is so hard lately. Like, I feel like through the year, like, as the year has progressed, we've taken less and less fucking breaks. I feel terrible about it, partly because I know it's like, it's one of the beautiful benefits of patrons.
Just cheered 100 bits. We hit the goal. Can I now plot to airlock the cleaning bots? I think they were behind the release of the Xenomorph on Deck 18. I will avenge the replacement engineering team.
That's not their job. The cleaning bots, the Xenomorph is not their job. That's somebody else's. Basically, it's my job. That's my job. What can I say? Don't blame the cleaning bots for that. Airlock me. Okay, Columbia Regan? Do that. I deserve it more than they do. They're doing hard work over there. You know, keep cleaning up after us. My messy decision to release confetti into the space station every stream. It's not, you know, it's not efficient, but they deal with it, you know. If anything, it's my fault. Everything is my fault. Either way, thank you for the bits. Oh, no, I've been airlocked. That's terrible. Buck stops with me, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. Buck stops with me. That makes sense, right? Don't blame the bots. Here's just a boy. All right. What am I doing? Yes. Yes. To space. Space news time. Space news time. We've made it. I actually feel, I feel somewhat elated that I've managed to make it this far. It took so long. Almost 5.5 hours. Good God. Well, all right. The Artemis 2 crew met with Donald Trump at the White House this week. Who is, I guess, technically their boss. AP. Wednesday.
Hello, everybody. Well, thank you very much. We have some people that have captivated the attention of the whole world, not just our country, the whole world, and they're very brave, and there was a lot of rocket under them. I never saw anything like that. We were talking about it. It's a
lot of rocket.
I don't know how they do it. I wouldn't.
Phrasing. A lot of rocket under them. What is he talking about? They're in the rocket, you fucking idiot. Well, I mean, I don't think that he understands the concept of the separation between the capsule and the rocket, but maybe he does. But they're in the rocket, right? Like, most people understand them to be inside of it. Like, unless you want to get really specific, which Trump is, I don't think, capable of doing. But maybe he is. Maybe he's an expert, and I don't. Maybe he does have a golden moon on his desk now, which I still don't know where it came from, but it's been up here now. Which I need to put, apparently I need to get the golden moon for the desk. And the golden eagle. I'm still missing the golden eagle. What else am I missing from this? I'm trying to think. It's pretty accurate. Let's be real. It's pretty accurate. I've done quite a good job. I need the second phone. There's now 2 phones. So we need 2 of them. We need a second phone. We got the Coca-Cola button, the nuclear button. Yeah, we need the golden orb. Oh, and the F4 and what is the F-35s? The model, the F-35. As well as whatever the fuck this is.
Do it, but it takes people like this to make our country great. And again,
what's on the desk besides the golden? I don't know.
Everybody
I
I knew,
don't know what
wanted
that
to
is.
see the launch, and they especially wanted to see a successful
That's what I was trying to figure out.
landing. And Jared, I want to congratulate you. What you've done at NASA, that was
great job, Jared. All right, that's it on that conference. That's all I can handle. You love me? I'm the best. Aww. That's sweet. That's sweet. He thinks that stealth planes are invisible. He probably does think that stealth planes are literally invisible. He is an idiot. What movie was it that they had an invisible? I think it was multiple movies. I'm trying to think. Was it the one with Steve Carell? God, I can't remember. But yeah, he just thinks science fiction's like a real. Like he watches a movie, he thinks that's real. Now, Donald Trump had a lot of stuff to say during this thing. We don't have time to watch the whole press conference, but he did say this, which I found fascinating. Should be exciting for all of us. He said this a bunch of times now, by the way. Like, who knows how many times he said this at this point, but. He said once again, and it's getting zero, like nobody gives a shit type of like clicks. Like this is from Reuters. It's got 1.5 thousand views. Like this is Donald Trump here.
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time. That is such, they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO.
You can't even sell it. You can't even sell it. He's got to look over at Jared. He's got to go look over at the NASA administrator and be like, they want to hear about the UFOs, I hear? That's what they're saying. That's the UFOs, Jared, right? Yeah, they've been saying it. It's weird. He's like, you can't even sell it. You can't even sell it. Like this is clearly like one of those Trump constantly uses like the UFO talk and like conspiracy talk to like distract from his failures, and he can't even sell it. He's like, they're saying it, right, Jared? They bought the UFO files. They're not saying that. Nobody is saying that, and the clicks make that 100% clear. 1.5 thousand views for that video. Trump talking about the releasing of UFO files, whatever the hell that means. The files that everybody wants released are not the UFO files, and he knows that perfectly.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
He knows perfectly well what files people want released. It's not the UFO files. All right? As a guy who would love to hear about it, I too could give like 2 fucks. Like if aliens showed up tomorrow, I'd be like, great. Do we have the Epstein files yet? All right, maybe I do a little bit more than that. But you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Like you would take a literal What's the name? Arrival, right? Arrival. Is that the movie? The Forrest Whitaker. Or wait, no. It's Forrest? No. Who was in that? Wait, no, he wasn't, right? Hold on. I can't. It's been a minute since I saw this. All right. Everybody, people seen that movie? You know what I'm talking about? Like where the who was in this? Yeah, okay, it was Forrest Whitaker and those two people that I don't know, Jeremy Renner and Amy Adams. Okay, okay, I've heard of Amy Adams. I just couldn't remember her name. Okay, it would have to be like a literal, like, arrival situation. Like a bunch of giant stone monoliths just, like, descend from the sky. Like, okay, like, yeah, I'd pay attention to that. But, like, not more very difficult to see, like, nighttime footage of what's probably, like, balloons or whatever. That nobody wants those files right now. They want the fucking Epstein files. Jodie Foster was in it? Oh, yeah. She was, wasn't she? Well, she, like, played one of the government types, didn't she? Hold my breath. For what? Aliens? Oh, yeah. I'll do that. Coming up next. More news. Secular talk. Kyle Kalinske. From Wednesday. Is the world abandoning America for good? Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta check on my baked potato. Whoops, wrong screen.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this because this is genuinely out of this world here.
Jesus,
this is so
that's fine.
crazy. So we have a poll here, approval of Trump, net approval in 2026 in Europe, okay? I don't know if I've ever seen numbers this bad in my life. I don't know if I've ever seen numbers this bad in my life. So when you go through here, look at this, minus 51, minus 43, minus 47, minus 78, minus 72, minus 80, minus 79, minus 69, minus 57. I mean, even the UK is minus 21. Like, this is Italy, minus 48. This is crazy. There's only one that's plus 11, but guys, this is just wild to see, okay? And why is this? Well, it says right here, this is what it looks like on Europe-wide Gallup polls. Greenland is absolutely the thing that has destroyed approval of Trump and the U.S. in Europe. Note that Denmark, formerly one of the most pro-U.S. countries in Europe, is now the most anti-U.S. Okay, this guy says, the headline says that the costs of Trump's tantrums are starting to show. I don't think Americans get that for Europeans, the Greenland debacle changed everything. It's over. No one can trust the U.S. It's because of Trump. It's because we know your system can't/won't stop him or the next guy after him. And also that there's enough of you who would think it would be cool to invade just to rub it in our faces. That's a good enough reason to never trust you again and make everything far more transactional. So, quick little correction for this guy here. It's actually not true that many of us would find the illegal invasion and stealing of Greenland cool. Because they've done polls on this, and it was a whopping 25% of Americans who would support that. Now, I grant you that's too high. The number should be fucking 0, okay? Let's be clear about that. But 25 in this country is about as low as you're going to get, because about 25% of this country are like actual literal satanic demons from hell who are sadistic and want to harm anybody and everybody and ruin people's lives and drop nukes on innocent grandmas, okay? So we actually wouldn't like it, but yes, Trump ruined the standing of the United States everywhere. Understand something, guys. There are consequences to our actions. So when Trump launches a trade war against not only enemy countries...
What's Kyle talking about?
What you talking about?
Huh? What is Kyle talking about right now?
Consequences.
That's a weird word. I don't think I've heard that one before. Consequences. What happens when those come
allied countries and says, I'm going to tariff you at 10% or 20% or whatever, when he does a Canada trade deal in his first term and in his second term rips it up and goes, I don't like this deal. I'm going to tariff you.
That's a foreign concept to me. Consequences.
Consequences.
Oh, boy. That doesn't sound good. Nobody likes consequences.
What people learned is, okay, you can't trust them. You can't trust them. Whatever they say today, they're going to change their mind tomorrow. If they might smile in your face today, they'll stab you in the back tomorrow. You can't have a stable, steady, secure partner in the long run. The guy is nowhere near stable and steady. And you have an entire Republican Party apparatus which backs him in every single fucking verbal diarrhea moment he has. And so that's when they realize, okay, the world as we know it is over. Mark Carney, the PM of Canada, gave a great speech where he said, look, it's over. It's done. Like, we need to plan for the world of the future. Like, don't mourn the loss of what once was. It ain't here anymore, son. And so you mix the trade war and the tariffs, and you mix that with the basically not only warmongering against enemies, which is crazy enough, but now, like they say, literally warmongering even against your allies, even against, a territory that is fucking NATO aligned, right? Like Denmark is part of Greenland is part of Denmark, I should say. And these were top allies of ours. And they're looking at going, what the fuck is wrong? Like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? And so when you threaten, we're going to invade it, we're going to steal it. As I kept telling you guys, this is a step even above and beyond the Bush era neocons, because now there's not even a pretense of anything but law of the jungle and might makes right. And they think since we have the biggest guns, we could just bully people and smack them around and get whatever the fuck we want.
Shame on you.
When you have zero soft power left because you squandered it.
It fooled me. We can't get fooled again.
Well, you literally can't take on the entire world, and there's nothing you could do if everybody breaks up with you. And that's what's happening, is everybody's breaking up with us. Even if a good Democratic president comes in and tries to repair these alliances, they might be okay with it in the short term, but in the long term, they know, how do we know another Trump's not going to be back? Somebody just like Trump from the Republican side in 4 years or 8 years.
Exactly.
They know that that's a distinct possibility.
He's ruined our credibility. He's gone out there and ruined our credibility 2 terms in a row. This time he ruined it in record time with Liberation Day. He's now rounding the corner of Operation Epstein Fury. And you got people like Germany coming out and saying that we're getting embarrassed by Iran. Like at this point, like some of our most ardent allies are like, what in the fuck are these guys doing? Just publicly, just like... And there was a time, like if you recall, like pre-Liberation Day, or I guess it was sort of not fixed to that. It was like pre-Liberation Day, and then between Liberation Day and re-Liberation Day, because as we all around here remember, re-Liberation Day, which was the second time Donald Trump introduced the tariffs after the first one caused the market to collapse, and he paused them for 90 days or however long it was. But we, what was I saying just now? Oh, right. Yeah. We saw leaders for quite a while going around obsequiously kowtowing to Donald Trump and telling him how beautiful his farts smelled and, how he was a golden god and like bringing like gifts and tithings to him on bent knee and, saying how just genuinely how great a guy he was all the time in the media. But as time has gone by, people have realized he's not only just a deranged lunatic, he's an unreliable actor. He'll say one thing and he'll do something. Even if you get into a deal with him, he'll just completely he will renege on it at any time, right? He will go back on any already agreed upon. If it suits him, or he wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, he's all of a sudden trade policy is thrown out the window. You can't work with people like that.
And when they look at a guy who's bombing fishing boats from Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia, who just, kidnapped Maduro in Venezuela and steals the oil and puts the money in a private bank account where only he controls it. A guy who's attacked Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Ecuador and Iran. A guy who's threatened not only Greenland, but also Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. Is there a country that he doesn't want to invade? He literally said he wants to reinvade Afghanistan to take back Bagram Air Base. Okay? So they look and they go, clearly unhinged.
Somalia.
Unhinged, can't make a deal with him, can't talk to him, can't trust him. And so now comes the hard part, because they're beginning to break up with us. They're going to fully break up with us, and will be the Chinese century, because everybody will default.
China. I have to have my China.
I have to have my China.
Yep. Very low approval of Trump globally. Thank you, Kyle. Correction. Jodie Foster was in contact, not arrival. I see. Right. Okay. Right. Okay, so I was right. I was right about everything.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay. Let's move on from global sentiment on the United States and Donald Trump to a big change happening down in Haiti. A situation that we have covered over the years, now been happening, I mean, it's like approaching like 2 years almost, isn't it? That is, of course, the tumultuousness, chaos, political unrest, whatever you want to call it, that has been transpiring in Haiti now for, I think, almost 2 years. And, of course, the Western intervention vicariously through Kenya took place, I think, over a year ago. Well over a year ago now. It was certainly during the Biden administration. I can't remember when. Actually, has it been longer than 2 years? How long have we been doing this stream for now? Jesus Christ. Point is, we've talked about this in the past, but those Kenyan troops, those UN-backed Kenyan troops, are apparently leaving Haiti unsuccessfully securing Western hegemony in the country.
The last Kenyan police officers deployed to Haiti as part of a multinational security support mission have left the country. Of the 2,500 officers planned in the UN-approved mission, only around half that number were deployed. Underfunded and under-equipped, it struggled to curb gang violence, which continues to plague the country. Last year, the United Nations Security Council voted to convert the security support mission to a more robust gang suppression force.
We're at a critical early phase of establishing the GSF.
More like a democracy suppression force, I'm afraid. Like, the gangs are the premise under which the UN invaded the country of Haiti. Right, that's effectively what this Kenyan force was. Right? Rather than getting their hands dirty themselves, Western powers like the United States and France and Canada enlisted Kenyan troops trained in the Caribbean, then sent to Haiti. Because the people in Haiti were sick of having a government that they didn't vote for. I mean, Western powers have utterly ruined the country of Haiti time and time again. Whether it's France or the United States, I mean, we keep trading back and forth. Canada's been in there a couple times too. Mostly vicariously through France. But, you know, whether it's the debt, right? The debt that was imposed upon the country by France after the revolution of the slaves, right? The slave revolution, right? People who were property under French law who decided they didn't like being property anymore were then given a massive debt. One which today would be, I think, in like the hundreds of billions of dollars. And Haiti has a very small economy, of course. And Western powers did everything to prevent them from ever even like growing that economy in any significant way. Then have done multiple coups in the 21st century to prevent democracy from happening when it did in fact happen. And then invaded the country. Like, sure, was there civil unrest in the country? Yeah. Because the leadership was wildly corrupt and handpicked by, like, Western powers. In this case, the United States. If I recall my history correctly. You remember that story? Yeah, we were... It's been a while since we've talked about it. But it's fascinating to see. Honestly, I said this was never going to work. And I honestly, you know, I'm nonplussed. I'm neither thrilled nor sad to see that I was correct about this one. That what needed to happen was a democratic solution. And not a military solution. An interventionist solution. That's what it was. It was an intervention. In a country that's been intervened upon time and time and time again by colonialist powers.
Now, a UN-backed mission aimed at curbing gang violence in Haiti has come to an end without achieving its aims. Those on the ground were Kenyan police officers in place since 2024, but their operations were significantly stymied by a lack of funding and equipment. France 24's Juliette Brown tells us more.
The last Kenyan police officers deployed to Haiti as part of a multinational security support mission have left the country. Of the 2,500 officers planned in the UN-approved mission, only around half that number were deployed. Underfunded and under-equipped, it struggled to curb gang violence, which continues to plague the country. Last year, the United Nations Security Council voted to convert the security support mission to a more robust gang suppression force.
We're at a critical early phase of establishing the GSF. The
Sorry, we already watched this part of it. I'm skipping ahead.
To degrade the operational capacity of gangs.
Talk a bit more then about the situation in Haiti. Rosa Friedman is with me on the program. She's a professor of law.
France 24 does this a lot, and I always forget that they do it. But like on stories like this, especially, like they'll have two clips on YouTube. One will be like a produced segment, which is like a couple minutes long, and then a second clip, which includes that same segment, and then like a guest that comes on. And I always forget, that they do that. We wind up listening. And I'm sorry for not remembering.
And global development at the University of Reading, where Haiti is one of her countries of expertise. Hello to you, and thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, if we look at the situation today in Haiti, we have the gangs controlling the vast majority of Port-au-Prince, perhaps more than when the Kenyan police arrived in 2024. There have been these allegations of rape, haven't there, against the Kenyans. It's important to say Kenya disputes that very strongly. But nonetheless, the police are pulling out. It's a profound failing, isn't it?
Yes, just as with pretty much every international intervention in Haiti, this has been a profound failure from the outset. The deployment was delayed. As you said in your report, there's not been enough funding or equipment. There weren't even as many troops deployed as initially were promised, I think. So the Kenyan police, who had no idea about the language, the culture, or the context in Haiti, have failed across the board in terms of the mission that it set out to do.
Yeah, honestly, in my opinion, like going to Kenya to send a bunch of black people to Haiti to do a military operation so that, white Western powers didn't have to, felt vaguely racist and sort of, what's the word? Oh fuck, my brain just broke. Oh. But like Kenya is a former British colony, right? A British colony that speaks mostly English or Swahili, I think. Is that the main language? I can't remember. The point is like, in terms of this situation, the important language we're talking about here is English. Haiti speaks Creole, French Creole, Haitian French Creole, which is specific to the country. And like, it's very difficult to understand. Even I think for some French speakers, there's a lot of like, what do you call them? Like conjugate words that are a combination of like multiple languages. And so like send a bunch of people there who don't speak the language, who just happen to vaguely resemble the residents because they are also black, and tell them to just go do some military stuff and shoot up a country that's been put into forced poverty for basically its entire existence, because they got sick of being led by a bunch of corrupt puppet leaders. Like it's disturbing to think that we're doing this kind of thing in the 21st century, and that it hasn't gotten enough coverage. And the fact is like there's like a cohort of like right wingers when this was all like bigger in the news that were like obsessed with this story, but thought that it was good that there was an intervention happening and that these gangs didn't deserve, and like Haiti didn't really deserve democracy, and that they didn't want democracy. And trying to like shame leftists for talking about it with like historical context. I remember people like being in the chats on a couple of occasions talking about this. The solution to this, to the Haiti, is Haiti. Haiti needs to solve this. They need to find a way to do democracy, right? And the best way for there to be peace, because they were saying it early on, is like the way for there to be peace is for the UN to leave. Now, do I think the gang should be able to rule the country like by like some sort of criminal code? No. I think they should have a real government. But they need to do that. Their old government was fake. And most of them like fled the country. Tells you how, how dedicated they were to Haiti. You just sent me a super chat on PayPal. Really? But you didn't put any messages in parentheses, did you? Or did I miss it? Hold on. Dono from Frisla on PayPal. Thank you very much. First dono to break the actual galactic deficit here this month. Thank you, Frizz. 10 bones. But I don't see a message. It's a highlight. Hold on. Where is it? It's weird. You're weird for that. I'll just do that. You just said thank you on PayPal itself. Okay. I'll just do that. Thank you, Frisla. Very generous of you. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Yeah, and, like I was saying before, there was this whole group of right-wingers who wanted to pretend to care about this. They don't seem to really care now that much. I don't think they're concerned about what's going on so much here. But, you know, while this was all still going on, while the United Nations still had troops in Haiti on behalf of the United States and France and Canada and whoever else was fucking, you know, on board with this thing. I can't remember who. While this was all going on, of course, the United States was canceling temporary protected status. So while all of those hypocrites were claiming that Haiti was too dangerous and that's why the UN Kenyan troops needed to be there, they were simultaneously celebrating Donald Trump canceling temporary protected status for those same people who would be back in Haiti and in danger, theoretically, from the gangs and the violence.
We turn now to the Supreme Court. On Wednesday, the justices heard oral arguments on President Trump's push to strip temporary protected status from 350,000 Haitians and 6,100 Syrians living in the United States. The TPS program grants protection from deportation and work authorization to immigrants whose home countries are deemed unsafe to return to, most often because of war or natural disaster. Last year, then Secretary of DHS Kristi Noem said recent extensions of TPS for Haitians and Syrians were not justified or necessary. In separate lawsuits, the TPS holders charged that the government did not follow proper procedure in making that decision and that their home countries are still unsafe. The cases were combined to be heard before the court Wednesday. The Haitian lawsuit also accuses the Trump administration of being motivated by racism in violation of the U.S. Constitution's Equal Protection Clause. District Court Judge Ana Reyes agreed, ruling the decision was likely made because of hostility to non-white immigrants, unquote. This is Jeffrey Pipoli, a lawyer representing the Haitian plaintiffs.
The true reason for the termination is the president's racial animus towards non-white immigrants and bare dislike of Haitians in particular. The president has disparaged Haitian TPS holders specifically as undesirables from a, quote, shithole country, and days after falsely accusing them of, quote, eating the dogs and eating the cats of Americans, he vowed that he would terminate Haiti's TPS. And that is exactly what happened.
All three liberal justices pressed the administration on this question. This is an exchange between Justice Sotomayor and D. John Sauer, the U.S. Solicitor General.
Now, we have a president saying
Trump's former lawyer
at one point that Haiti...
Okay, just wanted to jump in here because Amy accidentally missed this detail. D. John Sauer, the current U.S. Solicitor General, is also Trump's former lawyer. Right? Just like the current Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the Solicitor General is also a former Trump lawyer, who Trump also probably owed a bunch of money and got this job probably so Trump didn't have to pay him. Not because of merit. I'm sorry, I just had to.
We have a president saying at one point that Haiti is a, quote, filthy, dirty, and disgusting S-hole country. I'm quoting him. And where he complained that the United States takes people from such countries instead of people from Norway, Sweden, or Denmark, where he declared illegal immigrants, which he associated with TPS, as poisoning the blood of America. I don't see how that one statement is not a prime example of the Arlington example at work and showing that a discriminatory purpose may have played a part in this decision.
All the statements that they cite, as to the secretary and as to the president, obviously there's an issue there about which one you're going to weigh more heavily. None of them, not a single one of them, mentions race or relates to race anyway.
That was Solicitor General D. John Sauer being questioned by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. The court's 6 conservative justices signaled skepticism over the lower court's rulings, and in May had permitted the Trump administration to revoke TPS for Venezuelans in an unsigned shadow docket opinion. This case could ultimately have ramifications for more than 1 million TPS holders from over a dozen countries. For more, we go to Springfield, Ohio, where we're joined by Vilas Dorsenville. He is a TPS holder and a plaintiff in the case. He's also co-founder and executive director of the Haitian Support Center in Springfield, Ohio. President Trump targeted the Haitian community in Springfield, falsely saying Haitian residents were eating pet dogs and cats. Thank you so much.
Oh, God. I would listen to this guy's interview right now, but I'm moving so slow today. We're already 6 hours into the stream. We haven't even gotten into the Middle East, and I'm sure you can imagine that we have quite a fair bit to talk about for the week-ending report in the Middle East. In fact, it's nearly the bulk of my list. I got 140 videos here. How many do I have from starting the Middle East? If you count this one right here, 20, 40, 60. Oh my God, it's literally almost half. It's almost 70 videos. So like, yeah, I just need to keep this moving. But I just figured we would watch that video, even though it was technically relating to things happening back in the United States. It certainly is connected to what's happened in Haiti over the last few years, and felt relevant. All right, let's go further south from Haiti down to Brazil, where the Brazilian Congress has decided to the delight of Jair Bolsonaro and of his supporters to reduce his jail sentence by passing a law which could shave up to 20 years off of his term. France 24 from yesterday.
It's a new victory for Jair Bolsonaro and a setback for Lula da Silva. The Brazilian parliament has once again approved the adoption of a sentence reduction law which will benefit the former president Bolsonaro. After an initial vote on the text several months ago, leftist President Lula had vetoed the bill, but parliament overturned it through a new vote in both chambers, news welcomed by the majority of the conservative opposition.
144 members of Congress voted in favor, 318 voted against, and 5 abstained out of a total of 467 members.
Jair Bolsonaro was sentenced to 27 years in prison by the Brazilian Supreme Court for attempting a coup d'etat following his defeat in the 2022 presidential election.
Yep, he did a Jan 6th, basically. Him and his supporters did a Brazilian Jan 6th. He was actually sentenced to, prison time, technically, house arrest for 27 years, which is certainly more than Donald Trump saw for his Jan 6th. I call it Jair Bolsonaro's Jan 6th because it happened after Trump's, and he's a big Trump supporter. It was like during Trump's election, during Trump's first term, I think that he did it, if I recall correctly. I can't be sure though. No, not there. It wasn't. No, it couldn't have been. It had to have been after, right? I think it must have been during Biden's term. Hold on. Also. It was 2022. Okay, right. That was during Biden's term. Okay, staying in the race. But this is potentially going to shave off 20 years from his sentencing to house arrest, which would potentially make him able to run for president again, something that I know he wants to do real bad. You know, considering he tried to overthrow the government that one time. I think he might want to be president. And it would seem might give him the opportunity to do that. Now down to Argentina, where a link at the Department of War has caused Argentina to push for sovereignty over the Falkland Islands. Here's Al Jazeera English from 3 days ago. It's been a busy freaking week, people. Coding overloaded. Really? Huh?
It's a replica of the Darwin Cemetery located thousands of kilometers away in the Falklands, or the Malvinas Islands, as the Argentines call them. The place where Argentine soldiers were laid to rest after the war between Argentina and the United Kingdom in 1982. But even though Argentina lost the war, the claim over the sovereignty of the islands in the southern Atlantic remains. Rodolfo Reinaldo Gruber was a soldier back then.
The war had no sense. We were under military rule and they used it as a shield to cover what was happening in the country. We are still living with the consequences.
A recent leak from the Pentagon has given the government of Javier Milei some hope. In the documents, a high-ranking U.S. official suggested the Trump administration was reviewing policy towards the islands as reprisal for the British lack of support in the war against Iran.
Argentina's government is now calling for renewed negotiations with the UK, saying that it wants a peaceful solution to the sovereignty dispute. But the UK said that there's no need for any negotiations, as the inhabitants of the islands have a right to self-determination. The Malvinas, as the islands are known in Argentina, continue to stir strong emotions in this country. And at times of when President Javier Milei's approval ratings are plummeting because of high inflation and some corruption scandals, the islands can become a rallying cry in times of political strain.
There we go. A leak from the Pentagon causing a tiff between Argentina and the United Kingdom to break out. I wonder if I can start uploading this now. Well, that's probably not. All right. Speaking of the United Kingdom, let's go to Britain, where British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has managed to dodge a parliamentary inquiry over the appointment of Lord Mandelson as ambassador to the United States.
The nose of it unlocked.
Motion defeated, and the UK's ruling Labour Party wasn't taking any chances. It deployed the three-line whip, meaning MPs must vote along party lines or face punishment. That was to make sure British Prime Minister Keir Starmer wouldn't be investigated for potentially misleading Parliament over the appointment of Peter Mandelson as US ambassador. A decision that didn't sit well even with some Labour MPs.
The fact that MPs like me are being whipped into voting against this motion is, in my view, wrong, Mr. Speaker. It has played into the terrible narrative that there is something to hide.
Mandelson was fired as US ambassador in September 2025 over his links to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier on Tuesday, one former official told an investigating committee that Mandelson's appointment had been announced before vetting had even been completed.
Yeah, that does seem a little ill-advised. Why not finish vetting before appointing the man? Seems weird. But I remember when he was first appointed, everybody said he was going to be the Trump whisperer, that he he had connections to Trump, which now seem to be probably through Jeffrey Epstein. But, yeah. Keir Starmer managed to avoid having to answer for that decision, lacking the necessary votes in Parliament to do that. Meanwhile, a horrifying tragedy occurred one day after Keir Starmer avoided testimony. Or inquiry, excuse me, inquiry. I know it's a different word for Parliament. And that was in London, where a horrifying act of what is being deemed a terrorist incident occurred outside of what I believe was a synagogue to two Jewish men.
First, we're going to London on the programme, where 2 people have been stabbed today in the north of the city in Golders Green, an area with a significant Jewish population. A 45-year-old man has been arrested on charges of attempted murder, and within the last hour, police have declared the stabbings a terrorist incident.
I can also confirm that this has now formally been declared a terrorist incident. Our highly specialised teams of officers are working with the Metropolitan Police to progress this investigation quickly and establish exactly what has happened. We're also working with our partners in the security services to ensure we have a full intelligence picture.
Well, here's a picture. Imagine a world where the United Kingdom and other nations, other governments don't conflate Israel and Jewish people. Because in my opinion, that would possibly, of course, it would never, that wouldn't end anti-Semitism the same way that we've talked about, how we can, we can make changes. We can elect new people in the United States. We can change the laws, but that doesn't get rid of racists. It just perhaps makes it more likely for them to be held accountable when they do bad things. But in this case, we could avoid at least some amount of anti-Semitism, from my estimation, from what I've seen over the years now, since the beginning of, since October 7th, where I've seen the conflation of those two things. That being Jews and Israel as being one and the same. I've seen an uptick in anti-Semitic attacks that I think could be, in some cases, attributed. And not just could be, but I think definitely attributed. Now, this one, I don't know for sure on that one. I don't know enough of the details of this. I think they're still somewhat foggy. At least they were at the time of this video. I haven't done an update, but once again, it wouldn't eliminate anti-Semitism, but it'd certainly help. Yeah, and it's weird to think about it, right? Like, in post, like, with people like the ADL. Because, like, Nazis, of course, existed before October 7th, right? In the United States. They were marching through the streets of Tennessee and Charlottesville and all sorts of other places in the past. And the ADL used to keep track of those actual anti-Semitic attacks and or events, and now they're just focused on Israel. And it's super annoying. And I wish people would stop doing that. It's really not helping. Release the Kraken. No. No, it's too soon. The devastation could be untold. All right, let's take a quick trip down to Africa, where the country of Mali is facing a very high risk of a new possible coup d'etat, as the current ruling military junta is now fighting a war against an Islamist military faction. So it's the militarists versus the theocrats. And there's really no good outcome to this. It would be democracy. I just came up with it. It would be democracy.
This is his first public statement since the fall of Kidal. Addressing the nation on Tuesday, Mali's military leader Assimi Goïta acknowledged the extreme gravity of the attacks, but was quick to reassure the Malian citizens.
As I speak, security measures have been reinforced. The situation is under control, and search and clear operations, intelligence gathering, and security operations are continuing.
Okay, just quick on this one today, just because I am so beat, and I just want to get to the fucking Middle East at this point. I hate to do that. I know it seems crass. But look, listen, look. I got only so much time in life, as I've pointed out many times before. I do these 8-hour streams, but they often go longer. 9 hours, I've noticed, seems to be the amount of time I've been going a lot lately. But sometimes even longer. And I do, in fact, do preparation for these ahead of time. So we're talking, like half of my day sometimes being taken up, or if not more. Like the day, not just my day, but the entire day. And we're on the path to like a 12-hour stream if I don't switch here soon. But I do feel it's necessary for us to talk about Mali, a place that doesn't even get any discussion in most places. I felt it important. It was an important event this week. It's an important development this week. Now, I don't expect democracy to come out of this military conflict. I'm kidding when I say that. Or I'm saying that in like a vaguely sarcastic way, I guess, because I don't expect it to come out of this, but it would be nice if we could just do democracy instead, I guess, is really what I'm saying here. But I don't expect that. The military junta has been in charge for like nearly half a decade now, I think. And before that, Mali wasn't exactly a vibrant democracy. But this, I don't think, is going to help. I don't think the threat of a potential theocracy is going to make the military, the ruling military party more democratic. That's just my vibes. That's just how I view it. I would be pleasantly surprised to see them be like, actually, we need elections. Right? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't see that being likely, but anything could happen. It's 2026. Are you kidding me? Have you seen the things that have happened this year? Literally anything could happen. Like that arrival thing I was talking about earlier. Like that might happen. Okay, I'm kidding. That's probably not going to happen, but it could. There's some theoretical probability that it could happen. I don't know the likelihood. It's quite low. It's quite small, infinitesimally so. God, I'm just riffing. I gotta settle down. All right, staying in Africa. We are gonna go to the other coast, from Mali to Somalia. where the Somali maritime authorities have warned of an uptick in a threat of piracy off of the Somali coast.
Well, along with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the shipping industry is now facing another threat in the Horn of Africa. On Monday, the cargo vessel Sword was hijacked near the Somali port of Garahad. 15 crew members were on board, including 2 Indian nationals and 13 Syrians. On Thursday, armed men reportedly attempted to board a cargo ship from a small boat south of Isle, Somalia. Warning shots were fired and all crew members were reported safe. In a separate incident, a Somali-flagged fishing vessel was seized. On April 22nd, the oil tanker Honor 25 was taken near Somalia's northeastern coast. It had 17 crew members and was reportedly heading towards Mogadishu. And a day earlier, there was another suspected attack near Mario.
Right, okay. So I listened to this thing, and from what I can tell, and I should probably look into this more, potentially, because this could be serious development within the context of the Iran war. But Somalia, I would point out, is sort of at the tip of the Red Sea. And an uptick in piracy in this area could potentially cause serious problems for ships going through the Red Sea, which I probably don't have to tell people. But the Red Sea has been the open option in the Middle East in lieu of the Strait of Hormuz. That's kind of been the alternative. Not an alternative for everybody. That's really the only open shipping lane. Now it's not clear to me who's actually doing all of this. Whether it's Houthis or Somalis or right, like it was like, because it could be the Yemen, like the Yemenis, right? Like it could be the Houthis actually doing the thing that they were saying they were going to do without actually announcing it, right? Like they've announced it in the past, and they already announced that they would potentially blockade the Red Sea if they had to, and it's possible that that's them. It's entirely possible that it's Somali pirates, too. I don't know. It could also be any number of other actors. But those are the 2 most likely sources in this region. All right, now to the Middle East. Boy, oh boy. It's been a long, long week. How's everybody feeling? You all doing okay right now? I think what we deserve potentially is a break, since we are 6 hours... nearly 6.5 hours into the stream, and it's been 4 hours since we had one. So I think that's what we'll do. Quick galactic intermission. We'll come back. We'll try and talk about the rest of what I had planned for tonight. The broader Middle East and Operation Epstein Fury. And all the goddamn turmoil that's being caused by the United States and Israel in the region. All right, everybody, quick break. Right back. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. We've got Throne if you'd like to contribute to real Earth items that would eventually arrive at my door. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits. But right now, I'm recommending everybody, regardless of your interest in becoming a member, to go follow us on Patreon. It is now becoming something of a social media platform with a recommendation algorithm where I may start posting more videos. Help with exposure, among other things. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So, you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
This is apparently the new acting Navy secretary. Hegseth can't stop purging leadership in the middle of...
God damn it. Was I muted that whole time? That's very annoying to me. I just noticed it now. No, I see it. I see you all saying it now. It's very... Yep. I see you're all saying that I'm muted. Not great. I'm not going to say all of it.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Apologies GSL, were you communicating via smoke signals?
Thank you, Columbia Rican, for the bits, for the message. Yes, I was using smoke signals. You weren't intended to understand any of that.
Hegseth can't stop purging leadership in the middle of this disastrous war with Iran. Firstly, it was because I guess he forced a resignation of somebody high up in the army because they were refusing to block the promotions for black people and women. So that took priority over, you know, having some sort of senior staffing consistency in the middle of the Iran war.
It was the Secretary of the Army, which is as high as you can get.
Basically.
Yeah.
Now we have the Navy Secretary out because Trump is upset that his so-called Golden Naval Fleet has not been constructed quickly enough. And now we have this guy, the new acting Navy Secretary, Hung Kao?
I think it's Hung Kao, but I haven't heard it said yet.
And he's just making a joke like, hey, I'm one of the good ones.
This is great. I know I'll be attacked by the left and call me white supremacist, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
Captain Hung Kao, thank you very much for joining us in War Room.
I can take a joke.
I also think you should play the one below it. There's 2 clips from him. This is a clip.
That is one of the most like offhand, self-racist things that I can imagine somebody saying. I know there's been a lot of banding about self-hate. You know, perhaps too much. Certainly too much. Mostly because it's been all unfounded. But this one's real. This is some insane shit. Like, this is like Kanye territory, right? This is like Kanye with the Klan outfit, right? Like, I mean, this is nonsense. This guy is out of control.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Him running for Senate of Virginia, and since Brandon brought up ghosts and witches, I think this fits in.
That reminds me of when I was on that CNN panel with Tim, and I can never remember his last name. He's an in-house conservative there. He's a black conservative. And he was in the commercial break talking about how online they're calling me MAGA Milk Dud. MAGA Milk Dud. Ha Which was pretty funny. And it took a lot for me not to laugh pretty hard. But I did, but you know, people were trying to console him and be like, oh, that stinks. And he was like, no, I love it. I love it. I really love it. Like, it's funny to me. It's really funny to me. And this is the same vibe of this guy being like, I love it. Slits in my eye holes in my KKK hood. Get it?
Also, like,
let me in the club.
It's funny to mention the Klan stuff because I feel like this stuff people.
It is so sad. It is so sad that he's willing to stoop to that level to gain acceptance, that he's never actually going to fully get from the people he's looking for acceptance from. It's just sort of deluded mindset.
Bannon now is the photographs he has with Jeffrey Epstein, like being a close friend with him. Like,
what now?
People mention the Klan.
Go ahead.
I think people mention the Klan because like that's the most visible besides neo-Nazi type of racist out there, and so they always want to compare themselves to like the Klan or people with like swastika armbands. Because if you're not literally a card-carrying Klan member, then you can't possibly be a racist. But that's not the case. And I will say, you know, Republicans.
It's a straw man. It's a straw Klan, basically.
It's a straw Klan. Well, you know, but I will say Republicans also tend not to be very funny. So I wonder if he came up with that joke himself, or he like stole that from somebody. Like if he's, you know, if that's like a stolen joke.
Maybe. I mean, it's the equivalent of girls going like, I'm not like other girls. I'm not like other girls, the ones who suck.
Yeah, pretty much. Wow, people got heat for the emo haircut of Matt Binder. Wow. I feel like some people love his haircut, so I mean, I'm sort of on the fence about it. It's his decision. Okay. Well, that guy humiliates himself on podcast after podcast. That's the next U.S. Navy Secretary, apparently. Acting Navy Secretary. Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, was saying that the United States was broadly humiliating itself or being humiliated by Iran.
What?
Yep. 5 days ago.
Die Amerikaner haben offensichtlich keine Strategie. Und das Problem bei solchen Konflikten ist immer...
Shit. Hold on. Please hold. God damn it. Sorry, I forgot it was in German. Take 2. I'm always doing that, aren't I? Friedrich, take it away. The Americans clearly have no strategy. And the problem with conflicts like this is always that it's not enough just to get in. You also have to get out. We saw that in Afghanistan for 20 years. We saw it in Iraq. At the moment, I can't tell what strategic exit the Americans are pursuing. Especially since the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully. Or perhaps very skillfully refusing to negotiate. And then letting the Americans travel to Islamabad, only to send them back without any results. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership, especially by these so-called revolutionary guards. An entire nation. America.
Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Oh no. Where did you come from? Iran was threatening genocide to Israel. Is that the same genocidal threat that Benjamin Netanyahu was talking about back in the 90s? The imminent threat that's existed for 3 decades, and yet somehow Israel continues to exist. It's a weird thing to say. It's a weird thing for you to say in here. All right, let's go next to Al Jazeera English from 4 days ago. Talk about this situation with the United States and Iran locked in a no war, no peace endurance test.
Well, this is America, and that is the port of Baltimore, where the financial effects of the conflict between the US and Iran are certainly washing up on American shores. There might not be active conflict at the moment between the two countries, but with the Strait of Hormuz closed, there's certainly an economic effect being felt, not least in the added cost of shipping. I will have more on that from here in a moment, but first, let's go to Cyril Varnier in our Washington, D.C. studio.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab a drink. I am thirsty.
Richard Gaisford, thank you very much. We're 2 months into the U.S.'s conflict with Iran, and there is no winner. Despite overwhelming American and Israeli firepower, the Iranian government did not collapse, people did not rise up, and negotiators didn't give away what's left of the country's nuclear assets. So Iran has not lost, but neither has the U.S. This is a show about what happens when you don't win on the battlefield. What then? The U.S. and Iran are both now selectively blocking the Strait of Hormuz, raising the economic cost of this war for everyone in the hope that the other side will suffer more and will suffer first. That's a strategy based on time. And notice that Donald Trump is no longer promising a swift victory.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. So we were in Vietnam like for 18 years. We were in Iraq for many, many years. We're in for all the, I don't like to say World War II because that was a biggie, but we were 4.5, almost 5 years in World War II. We were in the Korean War for 7 years. I've been doing this for 6 weeks, and their military is totally defeated.
Here's where things stand now. There have been no major attacks carried out since the ceasefire was agreed on April 8th, though violations were reported early on. Since then, there has been an uneasy calm in the region, and a third U.S. aircraft carrier arrived a few days ago, carrying thousands of troops. On top of that, there's the naval standoff in the Strait of Hormuz. It is hard to get a good number for how much that is costing the global economy, but some reports suggest it is north of $1 billion a day. Diplomatic talks between the U.S. and Iran are effectively in a stalemate, with no visible progress since that first round of talks more than 2 weeks ago. The U.S. says that's because Iran wouldn't budge on its demand to never build a nuclear weapon. Iran says it won't commit to further talks until the U.S. lifts its naval blockade, which Trump says is costing Tehran $500 million a day. So that's a high cost to Iran, but the U.S. is also feeling the brunt of this. To explain Donald Trump's gamble, our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, is at.
Wait. Hold on. Sorry, we're going to go back to that. I needed to pause this for a second. We got a live one right now. Oh my gosh, Loeffner, you're still doing this? I got a question for you. Can you tell me who says? Can you tell me who says to this comment right here? No, they didn't. Hamas committed genocide on October 7th. Can you tell me who says? Who says that Hamas? Let's move away from genocide for a second. Let's talk about war crime or international crime, crime against humanity. Who says that Hamas committed a crime against humanity or a genocide? Can you tell me? Can you tell me who says that they committed an act against an illegal act against civilians? Who determined that? Can you tell me who said that Hamas? Who wants Hamas? Can you tell me that? I'm not talking about Israel. What international body wants Hamas for war crimes? Can you tell me? Because you're saying right now Hamas committed genocide on October 7th, and I'm asking you who did, according to who? Are you following me yet? I really am going to need an answer to this, Loeffner, because it's in Hamas's founding documents that they committed genocide on October 7th. Committed in post. That doesn't. You're making no sense. Actually, answer me. Who said it? No, it's not. No, don't talk about their goals. You just said that they committed it. You said that they committed genocide on October 7th. Who says? Who says? I'll tell you who says that they committed war crimes on October 7th. You're not going to like the answer. The International Criminal Court. The same one that wants Benjamin Netanyahu at that court for genocide. You fucking clown. Get timed out for a day and think about the stupid things you're saying. Sorry, things got heated there for a second. I just found that line of argument to be completely lacking any credibility. I love that he wanted to invoke genocide. But you wanted to invoke this term, this legal term, when we all know Israel is wanted for genocide in court, and they're avoiding that. Like Benjamin Netanyahu can't show up to a country that, actually observes international law. And this guy wants to talk about genocide. Great. Can we talk about that? All right, back to this discussion of this deadlock situation.
That's because Iran wouldn't budge on its demand to never build a nuclear weapon. Iran says it won't commit to further talks until the U.S. lifts its naval blockade, which Trump says is costing Tehran $500 million a day. So that's a high cost to Iran, but the U.S. is also feeling the brunt of this. To explain Donald Trump's gamble, our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, is at the White House. Alan, does the president now think that he can outlast Iran?
Well, Donald Trump already thinks he's won the war. He said it on several occasions. They've destroyed the Air Force, they've destroyed the Navy, they have virtual air superiority over Iran. What's happening now is a negotiation on a deal. Remember, that whole military action was Operation Epic Fury. What they've now launched is Operation Economic.
Jesus fucking Christ, he's back. He's back. Loeffner's gone, now Koffner's here. Koffner, you and I agree. It is sad how anti-Semitism is on the rise, just like in 1930s Germany. You know what's contributing to that most is the conflation of Israel and the Jewish people around the world. That's the biggest contributing factor right now, in my opinion. Because those are two separate things. Israel does not represent all Jews. It's a conflation I'm completely sick of. But I do care about anti-Semitism a great deal. It's why we just got done talking about that attack that happened in London like 30, 40 minutes ago. Assuming you weren't here for that. Or maybe you were and you heard what I said and you disagree with what I said. That I think we need to end anti-Semitism. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe because you think it's useful to help keep the state of Israel alive. Oh, it's the anti-Jewish hatred in the alt-left. It's not the Nazis. It's not the Nazis are fine, according to you. It's the pro-Palestinian people. It's people who care about life. Care about Palestinians being genocided. It's not the actual anti-Semites and the Nazis. You've moved on from that. You're fine with that. Just like the ADL is fine with that. Is that what you're saying? You're saying you're fine, just like the ADL is with the Nazis who marched through Tennessee in full dress with fucking Nazi flags. That's fine. That's the wrong kind of anti-Semitism. We don't need to worry about that. Those guys, bunch of puppies. It's the left that is the problem. You're a sick person and you need help.
You have a mental health problem.
Get timed out again.
Donald Trump believes that the blockade is forcing Iran to consider the American proposals to end the war. He thinks it's putting pressure on them, and every day he believes that that pressure is getting greater. But it's also putting pressure on around the world. Now, he says that Iran has no cards left to play, so he's willing to sit for as long as it takes to get the deal that he believes is the best for the United States. You remember right at the start of this war, he said that this war would last somewhere in the region of 4 to 6 weeks. That was an arbitrary timeline. He was told that there would be very little fight back from the Iranians. Their defiance, their defence has perhaps shocked him more than anyone else in the cabinet.
Yes, Trump administration's been completely caught on the back foot as a result of Iran's actually putting up a fight. Something which I think some people could have told them was exactly what would happen. But we're run by a bunch of lunatic idiots who don't know shit about anything. Now have access to the entire nation's military budget and everything else that comes along with that. Now, let's go to Democracy Now! Talk a little bit more about the stalled U.S.-Iran talks. Jeremy Scahill.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I am Amy Goodman on the road to Rochester, New York. Negotiations between the United States and Iran to end the war are at an impasse as the conflict reaches its 61st day. President Trump and his national security team are reportedly skeptical of Iran's proposal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for tabling nuclear talks. U.S. officials say President Trump expressed doubts Monday that Iran was acting in good faith. Iran has so far refused Trump's key demand that it end all nuclear enrichment. The Wall Street Journal reported late Tuesday that Trump has told aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iranian ports to ramp up the pressure on Tehran. In his latest post on Truth Social, Trump threatened Iran to, quote, better get smart soon. Earlier on Tuesday, Trump wrote, quote, Iran has just informed us that they're in a state of collapse, unquote. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do, President Trump said. This is Brigadier General Mohammad Akraminia, a spokesperson for the Iranian army.
Regarding the current situation, we have not considered the war to be over. From the day the fighting stopped, and, in effect, a ceasefire or silence took place on the battlefield, since there is no trust in the United States and our enemies, we have continued in the same way as during the war, making serious efforts to update our list of targets.
And this is U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth speaking at a Pentagon news conference last Friday.
Iran knows that they still have an open window to choose wisely. As we said previously, choose wisely at the negotiating table. All they have to do is abandon a nuclear weapon in meaningful and verifiable ways, or instead they can watch their regime's fragile economic state collapse under the unrelenting pressure of American power.
This guy is such a fucking moron. Oh. Now, as we all know, Donald Trump ripped up the guarantees that existed in his first administration. Of course, we're talking about the Obama-Iran deal, the JCPOA, the one that he's talked so badly about. That one had up until, what was it, 2017? When did he rip it up? I can't remember exactly when. But since then, for the last decade, they have not been under the JCPOA and have been allowed to enrich uranium because they were no longer under that agreement.
For more on all of this, we're joined now by Dropsite News co-founder Jeremy Scahill. His new piece is headlined, As Trump's Narrative on Negotiations Flails, Iran is Setting Its Own Terms for Ending the War. Hi, Jeremy. Can you start off by just explaining the thesis of your piece?
Well, you know, what I've been reporting over the past several weeks is that far from being in disarray as Trump and his allies in the media.
Really? Well, thank you, BCAT, for getting that so quickly. Fortunately, I can't highlight this fucking garbage message because I kind of want to respond to this message. Because literally, last stream, or the stream before it, we were literally talking about the horrible, horribly anti-Semitic Candace Owens, who is obsessed with the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and the Talmudic Jew, which she displayed on stream. And yet you're claiming it's the alt-left as the problem. I know you can hear me right now. I know you're not typing because you got to make another account. But you and I both know that the real anti-Semitism exists in places like that. I would certainly never espouse anything from either of the. It's just so disingenuous. These claims that the left and that, you know, like the left has embraced the protocols of the Elders of Zion and all this like nonsense.
Have portrayed the Iranian government. It's the Trump administration that is in a state of
like, and don't get me wrong, like once again, like just to be clear, and I hate that I haven't even been doing this right now for this fucking twerp, but just to be clear, I have a serious issue with the things that you're talking about. You just popped in here and you're just making assumptions and claims that you have nothing to back it up with, right? It's very annoying, and I think you realize
chaos, erratic meltdowns that culminated with Trump claiming that J.D. Vance was on an airplane en route to Islamabad to meet the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, then saying that Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and special envoy Steve Witkoff, they're actually on the airplane, and they were claiming, the Iranian.
You'll never understand why people make alts. Well, Koffner, he's getting so desperate to type in the chat. Got lazy about the usernames. The last one was user GL4RC3YX5B. So he's clearly sort of just hastily making these accounts.
Begging us to talk.
Or she, I guess it could be anybody of any gender. I don't know the individual making these comments, but they are unhinged.
We're going to go and meet them in Islamabad when Foreign Minister Araghchi is there. The Iranians were telling me we have no intention of meeting any Americans, and that Iran is on its own tour now of Pakistan, Oman, and Russia, where Araghchi met with President Vladimir Putin, and we're establishing our own terms for ending the war. And so what we've seen here is the construction of a total propaganda narrative that is being repeated by almost every Western news organization, that somehow there are these negotiations going on, that the Iranians are putting proposals in front of the Americans. That's not what's happening at all. What Iran has done is it has briefed Pakistan, which is currently the mediating country in the negotiations between the US and Iran, and they've said to them, here are our conditions for ending the war. And what Iran is saying is, we will enter into direct talks with the United States when President Trump lifts what Iran considers to be the illegal military naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Illegal. We will have an initial round of discussions about how to facilitate the expansion of commerce and transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has maintained that it's not shut down the strait, but that it's just shut it down for any vessels that are linked to the U.S. war in any way. And then after those conditions are met, the Iranians will go back to direct talks having to do with nuclear negotiations. But they're saying that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are total ignoramuses when it comes to the technical issues in terms of nuclear or other issues, that having Kushner at the table might as well be having Benjamin Netanyahu at the table. That's part of why they pushed for J.D. Vance. Iranians told me that they witnessed during the last round of direct talks a division between J.D. Vance on the one hand and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff on the other hand. Trump has painted himself into a corner. He's certainly in a quagmire. The administration is desperate to find some form of an off-ramp, and they have been pushing a lie-filled propaganda narrative that has been picked up by media across the board that somehow the Iranians are kind of adjusting their position and coming back to Trump, but it's not good enough yet. The reality is that Trump has no idea how he's going to end this because the Iranians know, or they believe, that they have the 3 M's on their side: munitions, markets, and the midterms.
Munitions, markets, and the midterms. Yeah. Yeah. My God, we're 1 subscriber away from hitting 2,000 on YouTube. Another bittersweet moment. At this point, I thought I'd be ecstatic. You know, like this would... I don't know what it is, but like 1,000, every subscriber over 1,000, like still didn't feel like, I don't know, like I was like, there was a time where we were shooting for 1,000, we had to be over 1,000 to get monetized, and I was like obsessed with making sure we get there. Eventually we did, of course, but it took a really long time. Now we're over 2,000 in a much shorter period of time. Gaining another 1,000 subscribers. Well, not over it, but we're 1,999 subscribers right now. But now we're demonetized for low effort. For my low effort 8-hour podcasts. So low effort that they're literally driving me insane. Like, you know, like I work 60 hours a week on this thing. That's not including like all the other shit that I have to do to manage the community, the Discord, the Patreon, whatever else it might be. And it's offensive that anybody would call me low effort and inauthentic. But now I don't care if we hit 2,000. It's not exciting to me. It means nothing. I'm not even monetized right now. Great, I could have 1 million subscribers. What does that mean? What would that mean? I mean, I guess it would mean that well, I guess that would be good, technically, because people would know what's going on. But, I mean, it means that I would benefit not at all from that vicariously through YouTube, like every other person on YouTube, including a whole bunch of fucking people out there who I know are lower effort than me. I see them all over the place, not trying to be, what's the word? Like vain or something. I just know how much effort I put into this. I know there's a bunch of people who are monetized right now, making a fuckload of money, and aren't putting in 60 hours a week. You think Hassan Parker is stealing my voters? My voters? I don't have voters. Do I know of any other content creators that have been awesome like you that have been demonetized? I mean, technically, this is the second time this has happened, but for a different reason. We had the whole channel terminated in September of last year. We were reinstated in December. Still, they won't tell us why we were banned or why we were reinstated. And then 3 months later, here we are. Oh, slightly more than 3 months later. A little over 4 months later. Actually, no, less than 4 months later, because this happened 2 weeks ago now. So it's technically happened to me, but in a different reason. Last time they claimed that we were doing a scam, and I still don't know. They still won't explain to me what I did. All of these terms that they're banning people for, demonetizing people for, are incredibly vague, and they don't give creators any specificity to what infractions they've committed, because they're too low effort to do it. Because that's the fucking crazy thing about this is YouTube's using AI because they're too low effort to check our videos themselves and pay somebody a living wage or even just a wage to check these individually and to put any effort into it all. In fact, I heard that they're using third-party contractors to do it for if you even get so far as to get a human review, it just goes to some rando who doesn't even work for YouTube. But they're just too low. They're just too low for it to check. Yes, vague AI responses. Exactly. So who knows? Maybe I'll get remonetized tomorrow. Or maybe it'll never happen. I have no freaking idea. They refuse to tell me what I actually did. All right, next up is Lebanon, where people are continuing to live in tent camps, refugee camps, as Israel currently occupies 1/5 of the entire country.
In Beirut, the day is just getting started for Rabbi Kreis and his family. Without showers, they bathe in plastic tubs and hand wash their clothes. Kreis and his wife fled their home in southern Lebanon with their 9 children when fighting broke out between Israel and Hezbollah in early March. Having left his job as a mechanic behind, the family is depending on donations to survive.
I feel like I'm a prisoner. My children and I are like prisoners in a room, sentenced to life imprisonment. When will relief come so that we can get out of this life sentence? No one knows. It's like a door that's locked and we can't get out.
The family is like more than 1 million other Lebanese people who have been forced to flee their homes in the past 2 months. Despite a ceasefire that came into effect on April 16th, hostilities have continued between Israel and Hezbollah, leaving many of those displaced too frightened to return to their homes in the south. And in many cases, there's nothing to go home to. In some border villages in the so-called buffer zone, Israeli airstrikes have destroyed a vast majority of the homes.
Yep. Is anyone shocked that Israel is not just targeting Hezbollah and that they're just deleting homes? I mean, we saw a video this week, and actually I should have had that one in here. Because Israel did a whole bunch of like literal demolitions of entire blocks of homes. They went through and put C4 and whatever else explosives in these different what appeared to be civilian structures, and time again just pulled the ripcord, essentially. Of course, some of these were, of course, damaged by the airstrikes as well. It's like a mix of them, really. The midterms will be tricky. In what way? I mean, they might be. I guess we'll see. I feel like you gotta be more specific. All right, let's talk about some of the strikes that happened in Lebanon this week. There was quite a lot of them. Israel continues to occupy the country and violate the ceasefire. The fake ceasefire, of course, just a reminder to everybody. The fake ceasefire, because Israel and Hezbollah were never in any agreement. No Hezbollah and Israeli official met or spoke. And as a result, no ceasefire ever existed between Hezbollah and Israel. So the ceasefire always never existed. But Israel continues to make it quite clear that it was always a farce by continuing to murder people. in southern Lebanon on Tuesday. 3 of whom were emergency workers.
It hasn't really felt like a ceasefire here in southern Lebanon. The Israeli military has carried out dozens of airstrikes, some of them well.
Doesn't feel like a ceasefire. Well, if it doesn't feel like a ceasefire, and it doesn't look like a ceasefire, probably isn't a ceasefire.
Of what it calls the yellow line or the forward defense line. That's the part of southern Lebanon that its troops are occupying or seeking to control from the air. And in one of those strikes, the Ministry of Health has confirmed that 5 people were killed, among them 3 workers from the civil defense who were trying to rescue survivors from an earlier strike. So once again, a double tap attack on rescue workers here in Lebanon. And there were 2 soldiers from the Lebanese army also injured in that attack. The Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, has condemned that. He has called it a new war crime here in Lebanon and said...
A new war crime. Yeah, there's been a few of those, I'm fairly certain. That's just in this latest batch of fighting. All of the bridges, each one I think is a separate war crime. Oh, we could go down the list. I'm fairly certain dozens of war crimes have been committed since the fake re-beginning of hostilities, which is, of course, once again fake because Israel violated the first ceasefire 10,000 times, according to the United Nations. That's not me making this number up. You think the midterms are going to be a lot of infighting between moderate Democrats and progressives? I welcome that. I'm very excited about that infighting. I hope. Hope we can make some serious progress, if you will. All right, staying in Lebanon. More attacks from Israel the very next day. More Al Jazeera. This time from Wednesday.
The Israeli military has launched more attacks across southern Lebanon despite a US-brokered ceasefire. Lebanon's army says that one of its soldiers and his brother were killed by an Israeli attack in Bint Jbeil. Earlier, Israeli fighter jets attacked multiple towns, hitting several homes. 5 members of one family were killed when a strike destroyed a residential building in the south. Israeli forces are continuing to violate the truce on a daily basis. Hezbollah has responded by firing rockets into Israel and the areas in southern Lebanon occupied by Israeli forces. We'll get Israel's reaction shortly from Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh, who is near Ramallah. But first, let's speak to Al Jazeera's Heidi Pett, who's in Tyre in southern Lebanon. Heidi, what do these latest strikes mean for people living there in the south?
I mean, it's had a devastating effect on civilians here in the south. We have had updating rolling death tolls from multiple strikes over the course of Tuesday and into Wednesday morning, which targeted civilians. Just a couple of hours ago, there was a funeral held here in the city of Tyre for 2 women and a 3-year-old girl who were killed in airstrikes in villages not far from here. And that is just one incident in the town of Jebshit. There was also a family, 5 members of one family killed. So that is the direct impact on civilians who are killed and wounded in these Israeli airstrikes. But the net effect as well is another wave of displacement here in southern Lebanon. The Israeli military has gone back to issuing forced displacement orders to specific towns and villages. But even for people whose village is not subject to one of these orders, what has happened is we have gone back to a state of danger and unpredictability across southern Lebanon. Many of these strikes come without any warning at all, and so people have once again left their homes and villages. They have gone back to displacement shelters, and the feeling here in southern Lebanon is a return to war, even though
the feeling in Lebanon is a return to war. Or, another way to put that is Lebanon never stopped being at war. Because that's what it seems like. To me. I didn't see a single day of zero hostilities. I didn't see a single day where Israel didn't continue to occupy 20% of Lebanon. When you really think about it, though, like, it's a completely disingenuous negotiation from the beginning, right? For many reasons, but not just because Hezbollah is not involved in the talks, but because Lebanon is clearly negotiating against Hezbollah, right? Who are also Lebanese, right? Like, they're fine with giving up territory that is mostly occupied by Hezbollah, right? Or at least mostly controlled by Hezbollah. Right? They're like, that's fine. That's fine. No big deal. Because they see it as, you know, a way of continuing to control more and more of the territory. If Israel continues to take Hezbollah's territory, then, you know, the Lebanese military becomes like the de facto defensive force, although they haven't defended Lebanon one time against Israel's invasion. Hezbollah attacked Israel. Israel attacked Hezbollah and just Lebanon, broadly speaking. Got a lot of trolls in the chat tonight, huh? Or at least people who are very, very, very ill-informed. People who think Hezbollah attacked Israel are living in alternate reality. Or just like with October 7th, starting history at a particular day. You know, because ever since October 7th, that's the only day we're allowed to talk about. We're not allowed to talk about October 6th, or October 5th, or 4th, or 3rd, or 2nd, or 1st, or September, or October of 2023, or any of the other months in October 2023, unless it's after October 7th. Because during all that other time, during 2023, leading up to October 7th, of course, Palestinians still remained in a open-air internment camp, effectively under Israeli occupation from the river to the sea, and they were not free in any way, shape, or form. And I just think it's weird that you want to do this, you know, you want to do this game right now with Hezbollah as well. I mean, the media's been doing it, so I'm not shocked, but it's already tired. We've already hit this one so many times. It's a little exhausting to have to bat down propaganda all the time. But here we are. All right, France 24. For more on this same set of strikes we were talking about from Wednesday. By the way, thank you, BCAT, and any of the other mods who are currently helping with the onslaught of trolls right now.
As the humanitarian situation in Lebanon remains in crisis, more than 1 million people displaced and struggling to survive daily life. We're going to cross to Jerusalem, talk to our regional correspondent there, Noga Tarnopolsky. Noga, we've talked before about how the violence there goes on despite the ceasefire. That proved once again here. Problems as well for the IDF, but this is about drones, isn't it?
That's right. There are problems on all sides, and I think at very best we could describe this right now as an unraveling ceasefire. It's a ceasefire name only, a ceasefire only in that for now the Israel defense.
We could do that if we were living in an alternate reality. Thank you, France 24, for your incredibly propagandistic coverage once again. I like France 24 until they start talking about the Middle East, usually. And they start saying unhinged, crazy people things. that only makes sense if your world is dictated by Israeli propaganda. Because, of course, the people who are framing this as being an unraveling are living in a dream world. Okay, there was no ceasefire this time. There was no ceasefire last time. The first ceasefire, Israel continued to occupy areas in Lebanon. You know, they continue to prevent people from going back to their homes. They're doing the same thing now, but in a much larger expanse of territory. Continue to do strikes, just like they did last time. They're continuing to destroy civilian infrastructure, just like they did the last time. This time, they destroyed all of the bridges that people needed to get back to their homes in the south, essentially completing their cleansing of the region. And yes, I use the word cleansing for a reason. I meant to do these in a different order. Anyways, let's go back to talking about the displacement crisis that continues to worsen in Lebanon as a result of this Israeli onslaught of the territory.
Direct impact of the conflict created immense humanitarian needs in the country. We're looking at a situation that 1 on 5 persons in Lebanon have been displaced, 20% of the population, 1.2 million people. And of course, this has an immense impact of all the systems like health, shelter, education, food, water, every aspect of the civil society. And in Lebanon today, we were in downtown Beirut. You can see displacement in the streets. We talked with families that, of course, we're talking about the needs. We're talking about that they will not have a home to come back. They will only have rubbles when they can come back. But what struck me was really what they were telling me about the conflict that stripped their dignity from them, the fact that they cannot be sure about giving food to their kids. And it's something that it's really unbelievable to me. I've been many, many times in Lebanon. I have lived in this amazing country, and looking at again and again Lebanese displaced in this very dire condition, it's simply something heartbreaking. It's a very difficult situation for the entire country, for the authorities, I would say also for the humanitarian system. We're looking at a situation, as you correctly pointed out, of a country that is small, but has been always opening the door to refugees and to people who need help, as you said, as the Palestinians and the Syrians. And then also a country that is very fragile, that went through economic crisis, different conflicts. So it's really in dire need of almost everything. And I think that the needs are so big and so vast that is not only we're not only looking at the emergency response, we are talking about the mid and long-term recovery process, which will need an immense also solidarity from the international community. It's not something that one country on one humanitarian system can deal with.
Yep. Israel's just creating a new humanitarian crisis in Lebanon right now by forcibly expelling 1 million people from their homes. The infrastructure just does not exist for those people. They're just living in tents. The same way that in your city, state, there's not 1 million extra homes. It's the same for Lebanon. It's tiny. It's like the size of Rhode Island or something. There's not 1 million extra homes in Rhode Island. Same way there's not 1 million extra homes in Lebanon. Like, you gotta be like a Ben Shapiro level fucking idiot to think like that. To be like, oh, they'll find somewhere else to live. It's like, where? Or is there 1 million extra homes right now? Right? No, right now. Say it right now. The place where there's 1 million extra homes waiting for somebody to just move into, a refugee. You know, somebody who may have just lost everything. You know, who can't, maybe wouldn't be able to pay rent or buy it outright. Maybe they would. Maybe they'd be lucky enough, but not necessarily. Right? And the answer is, well, screw them if you're Ben Shapiro. Yeah. This is just a cold and callous way of thinking and completely misses the reality of the situation. There is no place. There's no extra, there's no extra homes. There's certainly not a million of them. And people are just going to continue to suffer. And it's going to require, a great deal of work, or for Israel to leave the rest of Lebanon. And for the bridges to be built back so everybody can get back across those rivers like the Litani. At this point, I think they are all the way up to a second river now, if I recall correctly. Although I don't know if they destroyed all of those bridges. Now, Hezbollah released a video showing what it said. There we go. Showing what it said were attacks on Israeli troops in the country. Here is that clip from 2 days ago. Okay.
Israel's military chief has vowed during a visit to
I don't know this guy's name. I'm just realizing I know this, but I know so many reporters' names, like so many anchors, somehow I don't know this guy's name. I feel like I should. I feel like it's Tom or something like that. Do we need this one from Tom? I'm just gonna give him a name. I think we're gonna skip this one. We're gonna skip this. We're gonna go straight to Palestine. Talk about how things are there. Spoiler alert, not good. However, Palestinians have not given up. Rashid Khalidi, historian, was on with France 24 earlier this week. I believe this one is from, Wednesday.
Now it's time for today's perspective, and it was right back in 1899 that the former mayor of Jerusalem, alarmed by the first calls to create a Jewish national home, spoke out, saying that the indigenous people that lived there would not easily accept their own displacement. Well, now, more than a century and a quarter later, his great-great-nephew sweeps through the years that have passed to analyse, really, over 100 years of the war waged against the Palestinians. My guest on the programme today is that great-great-nephew, who is one of the world's leaders on analysing the Middle East conflict throughout the decades, 8-book historian and Edward Said Professor Emeritus of Modern Arab Studies at Columbia University. Rashid Khalidi is here in Paris for several appearances, including at the Institut du Monde Arabe later this evening, and he joins us now here. So thanks very much for joining us on the programme.
Pleasure to be here.
As I said, you published a whole series of books on the Middle East, the ongoing conflict there. But you talk about how long the conflict there has been going on. And as I said at the top there, how it was, your former relative, former mayor of Jerusalem, who recognised those problems right at the beginning so long ago.
That's correct. He was someone who'd lived in Vienna. He understood anti-Semitism. And he said, the Jews are our cousins. And Zionism is understandable, given the persecution you're subject to. But for the sake of God, don't do this in Palestine. As you mentioned at the top, he said, there is a people here already, and they will not easily accept being replaced.
And
so
obviously
he was
what
warning.
he said was completely proven to be correct.
I mean, it's an 8-page letter written in French, and it's extraordinarily prescient. I mean, the man was telling the world this is what might, or telling Herzl personally what might happen.
And from that, I mean, one of your most prominent books, 100 Years War on Palestine, has just been translated into French, in fact, for the first time. It takes readers, doesn't it, through the whole 100 years or so. It uses a whole series of archive material. We've got some of the images that we're going to show during the interview. Where did that archive material come from? Some of it came even from your own family, didn't it?
It started with a library that my grandfather established in Jerusalem. It was the first public library in Jerusalem. And he did it actually in the same year that...
It's another one of those stories that I consider leaving in the Sunday Fun Day, and it might still make its way to tomorrow, but probably not. But I just felt we needed it. It's just been such a stressful week that we needed to break up some of the slightly less terrible. But I could, like, I had no idea. Like, I've watched a lot of, like, the old vintage footage of Palestine. I had no idea that his family had anything to do with, like, actually literally physically taking
my
that footage.
great uncle sent a letter to Herzl, 1899. My great grandmother gave him a bequest, and he founded the library. And I was working in that library for a previous book, and I found not only materials that had to do with what I was writing about, but the materials having to do with my great uncle. And so I used that library and other family libraries in Jerusalem for an earlier book and for this book to show from the perspective of individual Palestinians, people mainly in my own family, how they lived through these episodes that I argue are the most important ones in this 100 years war on Palestine.
And how did that make it? I mean, presumably that made it a lot more personal for you, being able to use those real family traits to tell the story.
That was a bittersweet moment here, people. Great job, everybody. Great job, everybody. We hit 2,000. I know. I should sound more excited. We just hit 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. Unfortunately, we're still demonetized. If you have a problem with that, please tweet YouTube on Twitter or something. Go like the post that we have. Send them a physical letter telling them to give us back our monetization, which we lost 2 weeks ago. Which one do I want to listen to? This one? No. Trying to think. This one? Yeah. Sadly, as a result of YouTube's labeling us as inauthentic, we've lost our monetization on YouTube. But we're 2,000 subscribers, something I should be celebrating, but can only feel depressed about because of that wrongful decision. The taking of $700. Twice now. Twice in a row. It's like nearly at $2,000, I think, has been taken. Maybe more than that. I actually don't know the exact number. It's been a bunch of money now. I had almost forgotten about the previous tragedy. But either way, I appreciate all of you for your continued support. For those of you who subscribed and follow us. Regardless of whether or not YouTube pays us, I appreciate it. Very sad. And yet happy. I am genuinely excited. I'm glad that we hit 2,000. It's thrilling to me. I just wish I was 10 times more excited. I would be like, I don't know, 100 times more excited right now. First off, I'd have $700 more in my pocket. Or at least theoretically, in like 3 weeks. Theoretically, in 3 weeks, I'd have $700 more in my pocket. But also, like, I mean, it's huge. Like, I'm excited. Like, it's taken us a really long time to get here. But we have been growing, and we've been growing a lot faster. A lot faster than we were before. And I am glad that we still have the channel. So there are things I'm grateful for, including the fact that we are hitting these numbers. But it would be so much better if it wasn't tainted by this situation. Okay. Oh, I almost didn't notice this. There's somebody typing over in the vertical. Wolvraza. Wolvi Raza. Want to continue speaking on Israel's BS? Might have to let monetization go for a second. Well, the thing is we don't. Nobody has said that that's the reason why we're demonetized. They're claiming we're inauthentic, which is a fucking vague ass thing that according to what I've looked through, could probably apply to half of YouTube if they wanted to apply it. But it could be related. I can't say for sure. Mostly because they are unwilling to be specific. Actually, maybe we'll watch more of this tomorrow. I just got to keep this moving. I'm so tired. We're almost 8 hours in. I've got like nothing of what I wanted to get done tonight. All right, that's not true. Now I'm being dramatic. I've gotten a lot done. Don't do that to. Don't do that to myself. We've gotten things done, just not everything that I wanted to get done tonight. I just had unrealistic expectations for how this might go. Like, you know, maybe I would get this done. Clearly that was not realistic. Well, we're talking about Palestine. We should talk about the Gaza aid flotilla, which reported multiple interceptions by Israel's military. Here's Al Jazeera from 3 days ago. You know, all right, I want everybody to understand that this is a joke before I say this. But I've watched so many of these aid flotillas now. I'm convinced that the only way one of these aid flotillas is going to get through the blockade is if it's armed with a fucking, what's it called? I can't even think of what it's called now. What's a missile, underwater missile? Oh, right, a torpedo, right? Like, unless you arm the flotilla with torpedoes and like anti-tank guns or something like that. Of course I'm kidding. I'm not suggesting anybody do that. It's not gonna solve anything. But this is literally all I can think of at this point. Like, I have no faith that these are gonna go through ever. Like, I've already been fooled enough at this point. I've already gotten my hopes up over the flotillas enough times now. Like, by the time they've taken off, I've already given up on the making it to Gaza. I'm like, these will be interdicted by Israel illegally in international waters like all the other ones that they've illegally interdicted in international waters. I know that sounds incredibly pessimistic, and I'm sorry. Look, listen. I'm doing my best over here. Oh no, we have no sound. How did this happen? We have no video sound. Take two.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
All right, we return now to breaking news. The Israeli military says it has begun seizing aid ships headed to Gaza. Activists on board boats in the global Sumud flotilla say Israeli military vessels have begun interceptions. These are live pictures being streamed from those boats. Israeli military says it has seized 7 out of 58 ships. The flotilla is attempting to...
Oh my God. Oh my God. He found... You found the vertical stream. Hey, Lofner, you found the vertical stream? Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm glad you did. I'm really glad. That's really the place for you, I think. That's probably the best place for you to hang out. I hate to say it to any of the vertical chatters who seem to be less deranged than usual. I do... because actually we do have a few... Yeah, I hate to say that. Because usually vertical stream is completely deranged and filled with lunatics. But there's actually been a few reasonable people talking there tonight. Like Raza over here. But Brofner. I mean Lofner. Kofner? Which one is it again? Tofner? Hofner. Joffner. Flofner. Can't believe it. You've made another account. The blockade prevents weapons from being smuggled in. Yeah, weapons and baby formula. All that baby formula and weapons. Of course, baby formula can be used as a weapon. If you throw it in somebody's eyes, it might blind them, kind of like sand. You can't let that in. It's like it's like little nourishing shrapnel. Right? Right, Brofner? Right, Brofner? Actually, that's a perfect name for you, Brofner. Isn't that right, Brofner? Give me a hell yeah.
Yeah!
No, never give up, never surrender.
Never give up, never surrender. All right, Brofner? You keep trolling. Into infinity and beyond.
Return now to our top story about the global Sumud flotilla that is headed to Gaza, and interceptions aboard those vessels have begun by the Israeli Navy. We're going to be joined now by guest Tarek Raouf, a writer and activist, joining us from one of those vessels. Tarek, thank you so much for taking the time. Just tell us, firstly, what is happening around you?
Yes. So we were amongst our fleet, and they were being surrounded by Israeli military ships. And from those military ships, a bunch of smaller military ribs began surrounding many of our vessels. Drones have been surrounding us and flashing us with lights. And we've been getting messages from the Israeli military through our radio saying that we are breaking international law and that we need to stop.
Okay. How long has this been happening for now? How long has it been going?
This has been happening for about 2 hours now, a little over 2 hours.
Okay. And so are those Navy vessels coming any closer, or how?
I to say, most of these boats, I think all of the boats were seized, including the Greenpeace ship, which had joined the flotilla, if I understand correctly. Where's my... I had one last video on this. Where did I put it? All right. Why can't I find it? Oh, right. There it is. Looking right past it. Actually, I have two more. Jesus Christ. Okay. Is this the one that I wanted, though?
Right, joining us now for more insight is Gur Sabah. He's a press officer for the Global Sumud Flotilla. He joins us live from Toronto. Gur, thank you so much for your time. What have you heard from the vessels?
Yeah, this is just a straight up attack on civilians in international waters, unarmed civilian boats, hundreds of miles from Israel, are being surrounded and threatened at gunpoint. That's not security, it's the use of military force against civilians in international waters. This is illegal under international law. Israel has no jurisdiction in these waters. Intercepting or boarding these vessels would amount to illegal detention, potentially kidnapping on the high seas.
Exactly. But they didn't just kidnap people on the high seas. They took them back to Israel, and they beat the ever-loving shit out of them. The photos that are coming out are horrific and indefensible. And I could have sworn I had a clip of that, and I don't know what I've done with it now. Somehow I've misplaced it, or it got taken down. I guess it could have gotten taken down. More likely that I've misplaced it, put it in the wrong list, forgotten to add it to the list, thought that I had done something like that, and now I'm left here without the video. Brofner, you keep saying that this is to prevent weapons, but that's a lie. It's a lie. There's also no weapons on board. So you keep making the claim that it's to prevent weapons. There's a completely specious argument, lacking any credibility, because there's no weapons on board. It's baby formula. It's food. It's medical supplies. That is all. You're being intentionally disingenuous to push a fucking narrative. It's almost like you're a propagandist. Are you getting paid to bother me right now? All they have to do is deliver to Egypt? Yeah, really. Even though Israel controls the Philadelphia corridor and the Rafah crossing, and they're not allowing aid into the strip? Just gotta send it to Egypt. Okay, yeah, right. Just send it. If you take it to the pyramid, right? The pharaohs will send it there through the chevrons before they lock. Be teleported, right, over to the strip. It'll be magical. Now, Spain is accusing Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu of an illegal abduction of the Gaza flotilla activists. Oh, there are aid stations and camps just over the Gaza border in Egypt. I see. So if you send... Oh, thank you, Brofner. Dude, no, it's a legit broffner, idea. I take it all back, bro. Brofner, hold on. Stop typing, okay? 1 second. Brof. I need you to listen to me right now, dude. You have innovated in the incredible art of ethnic cleansing. It's a fantastic plan. You send all the aid to Egypt, and then you send all the people along after it, and then there's no more Palestinians in Gaza. Oh, you're a genius. Oh, Brofner. Look at you innovating in war crimes. You know what this is? I think people know. Some people know.
A dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
Yup, that's a dangerously hubristic genocidal doom loop that you're talking about. You sick
You have
bastard.
a mental health problem.
You failed again, you murdering trash.
To Spain. España.
Que hemos visto que las autoridades israelíes del gobierno de Netanyahu han secuestrado a varios ciudadanos que estaban en la flotilla desplegándose hacia Palestina para llevar ayuda humanitaria y seguir recordando.
Ah, shit. I forgot. Please hold. I forgot I gotta do the subtitles. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Cartama, Malaga, Spain. We have seen that Israeli authorities of Netanyahu's government have kidnapped several citizens who were on the flotilla heading towards Palestine to deliver humanitarian aid and continue reminding the world that there are people suffering in Gaza, in the West Bank, throughout Palestine. Now that Netanyahu has done this, kidnapping foreign citizens, one of them Spanish, and taking them to Israel, I have several things to say to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The first is that Spain always will protect its citizens. Second, he will always uphold international law. And this is yet another violation of international law. And third, we demand the release of the Spanish citizens who have been illegally abducted by the Netanyahu government. There you go, the Prime Minister of Spain. Spitting. Cooking. Pause. Okay. Oh my god, you're still cooking over here, Brofner. Look at you. The flotilla never had any aid. What's it filled with? Is it filled with Hamas? What's on the... There's no aid on the flotilla. Yo, this dude is wild. It's just a publicity stunt. Oh, yeah. Publicity stunt that draws attention to the illegal blockade that Israel's been doing of an entire territory. Yeah. I'm on board for that publicity stunt. I think attention should be drawn to that horrific crime against humanity, don't you? Or you just like crimes? You just like war crimes. I think that's what it is. And that's, you know, that's your prerogative, I suppose. It's a free planet for now. In theory. This guy is out of control. By the way, if anybody wants to get away from Brofner, you do have the option of going to one of the horizontal chats that we have available. All right, well, while we're talking Gaza and Palestine, we should see what happened at the FIFA Congress event earlier this week, where there were... Oh, wait, fuck, before we do that, god damn it. Let's talk about something that we, I think, already know, but Israel is making explicit to the rest of us. And that is that they are continuing to seize more and more of the Gaza Strip, releasing a map outlining its expanded control of the territory on Wednesday.
On maps where dotted lines intersect with coloured blocks, Israel's plans for the future of Gaza are becoming clear. Since the October ceasefire agreement, Israeli troops have occupied the outer portion of the Gaza Strip, shown in yellow here. But this map also shows an expansion in the military zone, the border of which is represented by the red dotted line. The new demarcations increase the restricted zone by 11%, bringing almost two-thirds of Gazan territory under Israeli control.
64% of Gaza now is excluded and totally under direct Israeli occupation.
Yup, and the rest is subject to blockade, to bombs, drone strikes, sniper attacks. Of course, all the refugee camps are overcrowded, filled with trash and sewage, and increasing pest and rodent problem. It's truly a human atrocity that knows almost no other comparison in the modern era. Speaking of which, and actually, I'm gonna skip that one for tomorrow, Sunday Fun Day, just because I'm so behind right now. I think some of the trolls have slowed me down, so I gotta skip one. We'll watch that on Sunday. It'll be worth it because that one's actually cathartic. It was one of the ones that I could have just automatically left in for Sunday Fun Day, but I felt like we needed. But we need it tomorrow now because of time. So let's go here, Reuters. From 2 days ago and talk about the issue of the infestation of the camps.
In the rubble of Khan Yunis, Gazans displaced by war find their tents overrun with rats, insects, and parasites. They bite children's fingers as they sleep, gnaw through belongings, and spread disease. This outbreak is unfolding as many of Gaza's more than 2 million people are now living in bombed-out homes and makeshift tents pitched on open ground, on roadsides, or atop the ruins of destroyed buildings. Amid shortages imposed by Israel, pesticides and rat traps are scarce. Ghalia Abu Selmi now lives here in a tent.
We used to have rodents in the past, but they were little and we didn't feel them in our homes in the stone buildings. The municipality used to give us insecticides and spray for mosquitoes, fleas, flies and rodents. They gave us poison and other products to address this thing, but we're surprised to find them living with us. This is truly difficult. We can't bear this at all. We just can't.
Israel cites security concerns for curbs on Gaza. Israel generally restricts the entry to Gaza of items it says can have dual military or civilian use. Dr. Asad Sadiq heads the dermatology department at Nasser Hospital. He told Reuters accumulation of waste is leading to contact between humans and vermin, leading to bites and skin infections. He said Israeli restrictions on aid have meant severe shortages of dermatology treatments in the Gaza Strip. An October ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has done little to ease the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, where sewage and sanitation systems have been mostly destroyed by Israel, and humanitarian aid is subject to Israeli restrictions.
هذا التدمير الممنهج للبنية التحتية وخاصة في قطاعات المياه والصرف الصحي.
Saeb Lakan is a spokesperson for the Khan Yunis municipality. He said the destruction of infrastructure has prevented the city from accessing
It's fucking disturbing situation. Completely preventable. Completely preventable human suffering caused by Israel. And literally no one else. Well, not literally no one else. I guess the United States is involved too. We funded it. The United Kingdom provided air support. And also Germany gave them some money too. But they certainly couldn't have done all this without the United States. Fuck yeah! Dude, Brofner, you're getting too fucked up even for vertical chat right now. You're out of control. Do you think October 7th is a justification for genocide? By that same logic, I can make the argument that all of the Palestinians murdered by Israel in October, not in October, in 2023 leading up to October 7th is a justification for October 7th, which I wouldn't do because I'm not a deranged fucking lunatic. But can you tell me how many Palestinians were killed by Israel in 2023? Can you give me that statistic? I'll wait. I don't think you know it because you've probably never even considered that argument, which is a perverse argument to make, but it's the one that you're making. And I'm only doing as a thought experiment, if you will, for hopefully for you to maybe have some grand realization. All right. Let's go next to Jerusalem, where a Catholic nun minding her own business in the old city of Jerusalem was brutally attacked by an Israeli. Trigger warning, this is a disturbing video to watch. Although it is blurred out.
Great anger and
somewhat.
great sadness. Great anger not only on the attacker, great anger on the system.
I take it back. They only blurred out this guy's fucking face. Why is this guy's face blurred out? They didn't even blur out the face of the fucking nun. Yo, that's wild.
And great sadness because
This guy should be in prison.
I feel that this will not end anytime soon. I believe the lack of action, again, I'm not only angry on those who commit these crimes. My anger, as I told you, is on the three dimensions. The lack of clear position by the authorities, the lack of action against inciters, and the lack of sufficient deterrence.
You keep typing, but you won't answer me. How many Palestinians were killed by Israel in 2023, leading up to October 7th? Can you tell me? On October 6th, what was the death toll at that time? Can you answer that fucking question, please? I know you can hear me. Because sometimes you respond. You just don't like responding to the most awkward questions. And it makes me question your sincerity.
and there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Well, there you go, a horrifying terrorist attack on a nun for religious reasons. A defenseless, unsuspecting woman brutalized by some random psychopath on the streets of Israel. Okay. Now let's get to Operation Epstein Fury. 3 days ago, Donald Trump urged Iran to get smart. Soon. Very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And sign a deal. He did not, if I recall, expound on that greatly, what exactly that meant. But he did say it.
Let's start with the new threat to Iran from Donald Trump. Well, as we become used to, it came on a post on his Truth Social platform. The president shared an AI-generated image of himself holding a gun with explosions going off in the background. He captioned it, "No more Mr. Nice Guy." Well, President Trump wrote next to the image, Iran can't get their act together. They don't know how to sign a non-nuclear deal. They better get smart soon. Well, oil prices have climbed sharply after reports the United States is planning for an extended blockade of Iranian ports and shipping. At one point today, a barrel of the benchmark Brent crude hit $115. That's $5 more than its price on Tuesday evening. Iran has said it will continue to disrupt traffic travelling through the Strait of Hormuz in response to the US blockade. About a fifth of the world's oil and gas travels through the strait in normal times. Well, with his assessment of Donald Trump's post, here's our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams.
Seen enough of this kind of thing to not necessarily always take it seriously, or at least not to take it literally. I mean, just look at the last couple of months, the kind of language that Donald Trump has used on a regular basis in connection with the war against Iran. I think it's probably time to stop being surprised by this kind of rhetoric. But I think what it does show, perhaps, behind this rather bravado, macho language is a frustrated president, a man.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Look at me, I'm tough. I'm tough. I have a gun and a suit and glasses.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Is in a quandary because Iran has still not caved. He faces a number of options. He could return to war, which is certainly possible. He's got more forces at his disposal than ever, but that's regarded as an undesirable option given Iran's continued ability to inflict pain, and it could do that again. He could simply walk away and declare the conflict over. I think that's pretty unthinkable for Donald Trump. Or he could do what he's doing at the moment, and which is to keep up the economic pressure and hope that that ultimately forces Iran to come to the negotiating.
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, Donald Trump is terrible at poker and has no idea how to make a deal. And as a result, Iran isn't really being forced to do anything at all. They're just not. I also noticed that Brofner, you haven't given me a number yet. Is that what's going on with that? Just trying to figure it out. Do you know the number? Are you capable of finding it? Or you just want to talk about it? Because 200, according to the authorities, like at least 200, 215, something like that, Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza were killed in 2023, leading up to October 7th. And on October 7th, somewhere between the conservative and liberal estimates on casualties, it's about 1,000 Israelis died. We're not going to talk about Operation, what's it called? Fuck. People know, we're not going to get into all of the distinctions on casualty numbers right now. Let's just say 1,000. Okay, so if 215 Palestinians died, let's just talk proportionality really quickly. If 215 Palestinians died in 2023, leading up to October 7th, and Hamas killed 1,000 Israelis on October 7th, right? That's 5 times as much. So if we're to play your game of like they committed genocide on October 7th, so we have to respond in some sort of way with more genocide, right? Let's just talk about proportionality. So if it would be like 5,000, right? Like it'd be like 5,000. If you want to call proportionality, like, oh, if they responded in kind, but it was 5 times as deadly as what Israel had done, had up to that time in the year. Of course, that's negating everything that happened since 1948 and before then. But let's just stick to the year 2023 and after, since that's the whole premise of this conversation, since you're obsessed with everything that happens after October 7th and nothing before it. But so Israel has, according to authorities, killed at least 70,000 Palestinians, and that's just as a result of the strikes. Nobody, who's died of starvation or exposure, disease, what have you. So does that mean, by the same math, right? Because technically we went from 1,000 to 100 to 70,000. That's 70 times, right? Does that mean that Hamas and any Iranian proxies have the right to kill 70 times as many Israelis? What is that? 70 times 70,000? That's like 4.9 million people, isn't it? Like that. What you're doing, what you're playing is, right? Like this game of genocide. You're basically saying genocide is fine. Like there's always justification for genocide in your mind. That's basically what you're doing. Right? No genocide occurred on October 7th. Crimes against humanity may have occurred. The ICJ certainly seems to think so, but you don't want to talk about the ICJ. You want to talk about genocide, but you don't want to talk about the fact that that's a legal distinction determined by the international criminal courts, and that Israel is accused of genocide by that court. Benjamin Netanyahu wanted. You don't want to talk about any of that. Why? You're hyper fixated, and it's like you're like a literal propagandist, unwilling to see any logic or reason. It's pretty weird.
It's making all sorts of proposals which would put off the crucial nuclear issue to a later date. That's not acceptable for Donald Trump. I think the consensus is he'll try and keep up this economic pressure and hope that ultimately it is Iran, not the global economy, that will cave.
Well, aside from that, for the first time since the start of the war, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is answering questions under oath about the military campaign. He's appearing before the US House Armed Services Committee. This is the scene live there in Washington at the moment. The highest-ranking US military officer, Dan Kane, is also at the hearing as the Pentagon's finance chief, who told lawmakers the Iran war had cost the US $25 billion so far. Well, here's just a taste of one of the early exchanges when Pete Hegseth faced questions from the top Democrat on the committee, Adam Smith.
What are we going to do now? President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up in a way that
so they
never have it.
So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the...
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
My time for
we're
just
watching
a quick second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a
we had to obliterate their ambitions. God damn, I'm sorry nobody saw that. You only heard it. That's my bad. We had to obliterate their ambitions, says Pete Hegseth. Yes. You can always obliterate ideas with bombs, I suppose. That's how that works, right? He made Space Lord not show the video. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, God. All right, yeah, let's go here. Who do we go to? I think this is best one. I'm gonna skip I gotta skip a few as we go because I'm just so far behind tonight. We're already 8.5 hours in. By the way, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do not forget, of course, that we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All right, next up, Kyle Kalinske. Talk about how Congress is doing their job. Or not.
I would like to be able to tell you guys that we're going to wake up from this current nightmare that we're in this country, but unfortunately, sometimes it just keeps getting worse, okay? So Axios posted this. Take a look at this. Senate rejects curb on Trump military action in Cuba. Senate rejects curb on Trump military action in Cuba. So what they're saying here is...
Why are you posting the Star of David in this sort of aggressive fashion? I don't understand. What do you have? What exactly do you think that's achieving?
But this time, a country that also didn't attack us and is no threat to us whatsoever. Now, let me just point out real quick.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, you are the problem, right? The fact that you conflate Judaism with Israel in this way, like, is frustrating to me.
Is not the way it's supposed to work. The way the Constitution works, the way it's supposed to function is the president can't do a war unless he gets congressional approval first. That's how this is supposed to work. Some point along the way, everybody flipped it and reversed it because everything is backwards these days. And now it's like, well, the president default has the ability to bomb whoever the fuck he wants and genocide whoever the fuck he wants. And Congress can check him, but they would have to vote to pass that. Okay? And what happened here? They were effectively voting to try to block Trump, and almost every Republican voted to allow Trump to continue to be a genocidal war criminal, except I believe it was Rand Paul and Susan Collins. And of course, Fetterman gargled Trump's nuts from the back because that's what he does now. That's who he is. Okay. So they say the Senate rejected an effort to advance legislation that would bar U.S. military action against Cuba without Congress's green light. Speaker's latest failed attempt to rein in Trump's use of military force overseas underscores the support he maintains from Republicans who control Capitol Hill. Yes, and that's why, yet again, I don't want to hear shit. They are a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. That's what they are. There's no way around it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is the most pathetic group of people in human history, that they see a guy who clearly is one of the most unintelligent people in the country. He's a rapist, pedophile, war criminal, vile.
It's true. It's true. And Congress is perfectly fine with all of it, as we see here. Disturbing, sad. Oh, God. Like, as long as... I feel like as long as these trolls stay on vertical chat, like, I don't have an issue with them. Like, they get... Like... Is everybody following me here? Like, technically, they do serve a purpose, even if they're incredibly annoying. And we can technically we can just leave them alone. I don't even have to respond to them. Although I do find myself responding to this particular troll a lot tonight. I don't know why. Sometimes they just, get on a particular track and I can't help myself. But to criticize them and their stupid thoughts. Brofner's the no Brofner. Brof did. Don't glitch did. Come on, Brof. You got this. Oh, you've done it. Now you have to make a new one. Now you have to you've done it. You've gone too far. Now you're going in timeout. Look, I gave you a shot. I was like, look, you can have it's like a freedom of speech zone, right? The vertical chat is like a freedom of speech zone for Zionists and right-wingers, where unless you go, as long as you don't go so incredibly far that it makes me like retch, like physically, since I tend to be the one looking over vertical chat most of the time, not all the time. I know the mods are in there, especially right now. I see you, BK. Thank you. But, since nobody else really has to subject themselves to the vertical chatters, I'm fine with them doing what they do over here. So long as they don't, violate YouTube's terms and stuff like that, I guess, is what I'm saying. But you've broken the rules. I told you where you were allowed to be, and then you intentionally broke that rule. You're instigating. You're taking away your own freedom. I don't understand it. It's like you hate freedom. It's really weird.
That's really weird.
You had freedom, and then you left the place of freedom. You left the promised land. I don't understand. I don't understand. All right, what was I doing? I've lost track. I've lost track. Oh, right. Let's go back to talking about Pete Hegseth and that testimony he gave in Congress earlier this week. CNN stream.
This flight of...
Nope, we're skipping you. We don't got time for that.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you for undertaking the Arsenal of Freedom Tour and the great work the department's doing to help enhance our capacity in our defense industrial base. Could you tell us how last year's reconciliation bill helped enable...
Just a reminder, I see somebody in Twitch trying to post a link. You can't post links. I can't see them. They're blocked, auto-blocked. That's the one thing you can't do in either Twitch or YouTube chat. It's a rule. But you can post them if you're in the Discord. And I recommend people posting stream suggestions in the stream suggestions channel. That's the place I'm most likely to see them.
What you have been able to do and what you think this year's FY27 budget request will do on that front.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and your support on that topic. I mean, coming into this position, we fell in with you and this committee have been advocating for.
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. We're going to do the clips. Don't worry. It's too much Pete. This is 2.5 hours of testimony. It's not just him. It's also Kane's in there, I think. Right? Was Kane here for this? Oh, he was, but this is just the Pete. Just the Pete testimony was like 3 hours long. Although other DOD officials did testify this week as well. There's no freaking way we're watching the whole thing tonight. We'll never get out of here. Now, they did release a number, a claim how much money had been spent on the Iran war up to this point. A number which sounds a little low to me. Al Jazeera. From Wednesday. Help us unpack the situation. Ahem.
25 billion.
Okay.
That's how much the US has spent on.
Why
against
have you
Iran so
forsaken
far?
me?
Most of that was used for missiles and bombs. That revelation came during a hearing into the war by the House Armed Services Committee on Capitol Hill. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is pushing for President Donald Trump's request to increase America's defense.
What just happened? What in the actual fuck is going on here?
Resource war with Iran. The American resources used to start a war with Iran. Let's hear some of the exchange.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
Reclaiming
might be.
my time for
we're
just a
watching
quick
it.
second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was.
Oh my God! You think the alt-left progressives are fascists? That's a call to violence. How dare
Illegal.
you. The president said calling people fascists is a incitement to violence. Can't do that.
Right to jail, right away.
Imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear.
You see what I just did there, Brophy? I just gave you an example of a fascist action being taken by a right-winger as an example of the thing that you're talking about. It was a few layers deep there, but you might pick up on that, even as dense as you
ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands of
So Operation Midnight
They're at the
Hammer
weakest
accomplished
moment.
nothing of substance. It
You're
left
missing-
us at
you're
exactly
missing
the
the
same
point.
place we were before. So
Their-
much so
their
that we had to
facilities
start
were
a
bombed
war.
and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional shield.
All right,
of
let me
missiles.
try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North
I
Korea
know.
strategy was use conventional missiles
The
to
North
prevent
Korea
anybody from
strategy.
challenging them. So they.
The North Korea strategy is having actual nuclear weapons. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think Pete knows what he's talking about. North Korea has actual nuclear weapons. We haven't bombed North Korea, so I don't know how this is a relevant comparison. But it's not, because Pete was floundering at this fucking thing. I mean, it was bad. All right, let's go to the number one anti-Semite on the internet. Oh, actually, I take it back. I think he lost it, right? Wasn't the crown taken by somebody else last year? I don't think Hassan was even nominated last year. That's got to be disappointing for him. Hassan Piker. Go.
This is
Web,
Hassan
go.
Parker.
Fly, web, fly.
Are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict. Lest I remind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam. 2 months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump has had the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished.
Secretary Hegseth, tomorrow is 2 months since the...
It's like they're doing the classic, oh, you're talking
about our idiocy here. You're talking shit about us. Well, guess what? The Democrats hate the troops. It's been 2 months, man. You haven't achieved any military successes. Why can't we just give it up? Why can't we just retreat, man? Please, like open the straight, please. Jesus Christ. It's not happening in any other way, shape, or form. It's not happening militarily. Just open it up, man. Just say, listen, my bad. We're giving up on this one. We up. It's okay. Your sycophants will forget. They won't care. Honestly, at the very least, some of your fans that are on the verge of turning because of the gas prices will forget about this little incident. Hegseth, the nuclear facilities have been obliterated.
How much did it cost American taxpayers in terms of the strike to the Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number in terms of the missiles we used?
As I've said, that unfortunate situation remains under investigation.
You don't know how much it costs the taxpayer?
But I wouldn't tie a cost to that, to anything.
It's a reasonable question.
I cannot believe the way that these people are so careless with your money when it comes to doing wars, specifically wars that we are waging at the behest of Israel. Can you imagine a world where a sitting representative asks a question to, like, I don't know, a public health official in any state and goes, where is the accounting for $25 billion? And the public health official goes, I don't know. Like, there is no world. I mean, think about it. Think about how much money is being spent on waging wars. How much money is being spent on waging wars, and these guys don't even think that they have to do the accounting. They don't even have to crunch the numbers. They just throw a number in your direction and go, what are you going to do about it? It's the military, bitch. It's insane. Think about how much the Minnesota Somali fraud was in the news, for how long it was in the news, what actions the administration took as a consequence of Nick Shirley, who I cannot make fun of because I don't want to be called out for ableism on top of the anti-Semitism, apparently. Okay? It's illegal to make fun of Nick Shirley now because it's ableism through and through. Let's be real. He genuinely has a significant mental shortcoming, let's say. I don't want to say disability, but you get what I'm saying.
Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, he does have some significant disadvantages, I guess we could say. Being homeschooled by a Mormon in Utah.
Think about how long that was in the discourse, which was already a case that had been investigated, right? That was already a case that was closed. And yet we talked about it endlessly. Now look at this. Unlimited tax dollars. It is not $25 billion that we have spent so far waging war against Iran at the behest of Israel. It is so much more than that.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. I mean, the estimates are it's $1 billion a day plus the extra expenditures as a result of the lost military equipment, planes, helicopters, and such. It's got to be over at this point. It's got to be over like 60 billion, maybe 70 billion. That sounds right.
Not factoring in the loss of assets in this calculation, the operational costs are to the tune of $1 billion a day. So the idea that it's only 25 billion, it's not even a conservative estimate. It's just a made up number. So just remember that. Next time someone goes, how are we going to pay for it? When you ask for help.
Yeah. Exactly. Fucking my thoughts exactly. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Hassan. Literally what my point was. It is a nonsense number, not based in reality. Intended to make this seem not as bad to Trump's voters. Okay, we're making progress. I had to skip a bunch of shit today, but not really. We're still getting the brief gist of things. Actually, you know what? There's probably another spot in here that I should do. Hold on. Fucking hell. I listened to these ones so fast earlier today, I cannot remember where this was. Here, maybe?
Is if Barack Obama did this, what would Israel do if Barack Obama had done this with the JCPOA? Okay, because the JCPOA only allowed sanctions relief for European partners, not American corporations. In any case, yeah, pulling out of the Iran deal was a catastrophic mistake, says Tommy Vitor and Ben Rhodes. Ben Rhodes says obvious that pulling out of the Iran deal was a catastrophic decision by Trump, yet that decision got far less media and political scrutiny than the deal itself. Yep. Anyway, Donald Trump is a very good president. He's going to get the best deal. He's going to get the best deal in Iran.
We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago.
Oh my God. Brofner's back and gone again. Avner. From Brofner to Avner. Immediately coming for Hassan. Hassan spewing more anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish hatred. Hassan has never said a single anti-Jewish thing. I've never heard a single anti-Jewish thing from this man in my entire life. I might not be the most dedicated Hassan watcher, but I've seen enough Hassan to, I think, have a fairly good picture. And he doesn't say anything anti-Semitic.
Because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands of missiles.
So Operation Midnight Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left us at exactly...
Also, why do you keep calling everybody brown shirts? What's your obsession with that right now? Like, why do you keep calling everybody a brown shirt? It's not even close to being accurate. It's very frustrating. Because the fact is, we've made the comparison of people, to being brown shirts, right? Like brown shirt guy. Right, do you know what I'm talking about? The guy who, or the guy who blocked lawmakers from entering a government building? This guy. He's not left wing, just so you know. This guy right here, the bald guy, the skinhead with the brown shirt on, who is blocking lawmakers from entering a government building. That's a brown shirt. Okay? That's a modern brown shirt. But you're just calling everybody brown shirts.
Same place we were before. So much so.
You're missing the point. Representative Smith, you're missing the point. It made my dick hard, okay? And that's how we judge our military accomplishments, by how hard it makes our dicks, okay? This is how it works. Yeah, sure, they didn't actually obliterate the nuclear facilities. Sure, we don't even know if the enriched uranium was even in the Isfahan facility. But think about how hard my dick was when I thought about the B-2 jets flying over Iranian airspace and dropping...
Look at my penis.
Make pee-pee.
Nuclear grade payload on top of these facilities. Okay, that's the point. It made my cock hard, and that's what we do things for. It's clearly for no real military objective, right? So what's the other deal? What's the other objective? The objective is my penis rock hard? The answer is yes. What can it cut? Diamonds. That's right. Hoorah! Now give me some fucking celebration crayons right now, sir.
Their facilities were bombed and obliterated.
That is basically the argument here. Like, look, did we achieve the objectives? No. But was it badass? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah! How many alts has this guy made, by the way? It's like, it's over half a dozen. Like, we're like approaching 7 or 8. I'm pretty sure it's really, I'm just waiting for the next one. I'm just anticipating it. Like, I'm on bated breath. I'd almost be disappointed if Brofner just gave up now. After all of this, I mean...
You're kind of like a snotty-faced bitch.
I think you're basically a snotty-faced bitch if you just give up now. That doesn't show any resolve. Is it 9? That's a lot. That's a lot of accounts. That's a lot of sock puppets right there, pal. I guess it's not really a sock puppet because nobody knows who you are. It's just, or I guess it could be, but is it maybe it could be Benjamin Netanyahu. All right, now let's move on from Peter Hegseth. Actually, yeah, I take it back. I got one more. One more Pete clip. Zateo.
You reject all comparisons between Donald J. Trump and Jesus Christ.
I reject comparisons between Jesus Christ and anyone. I think it's fine to pray for God's protection over troops, but you also have to pray for God's protection over people who are, getting bombed.
When you hear Pete Hegseth saying, we will fight against those who deserve no mercy, what's your reaction to that?
Shockingly unchristian. Everyone deserves mercy. To say that people don't deserve mercy is as about unchristian as you could get.
We're hearing a lot about Christian nationalism.
It is, in some cases, being weaponized, I think. It is being used to sort of justify violence. This is the opposite of Jesus's message. It's a kind of perversion of the Gospels to say that there's an us and them.
Do you think Catholic voters in the US are turning against Trump because of recent developments? Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Zateo Town Hall. We are talking about the Pope versus President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, or is there no versus? A lot of things I want to ask about this big row with the Catholic Church and this big debate over just war theory and the weaponization of Christianity. I thought who better to talk to than Reverend James Martin, who is very well connected in the Catholic Church and is also, I should add, author of the new book, New York Times bestseller, Work in Progress, Confessions of a Busboy, Dishwasher, Caddy, Usher, Factory Worker, Bank Teller, Corporate Tool, and Priest. What a title, Reverend Martin. What a title.
Well, thanks. The subtitle is a bit of an ad for the book, so thanks for reading the whole subtitle.
Happy to do it. We'll talk about the book in a moment. Just initially, first off, and we've got Zateo subscribers joining us in the chat slowly as we start. But we've been told now that there's no row between the Pope and Donald Trump. The Pope made a statement saying, I'm not out to criticize Donald Trump. J.D. Vance jumped on the statement, said it's all manufactured by the media. Was this all manufactured by the media? There's no division. There's no difference of view?
Well, I think if there's a row, it's a kind of one-sided row. President Trump started off with that Truth Social post saying that the Pope was a woke Pope and didn't understand foreign policy and was soft on crime and whatnot.
We should have had Pope Louis. Pope's brother, Louis, much better guy. All-time MAGA. All-time MAGA should have had a Pope Louis. Not this Pope Leo guy. Very nasty. Can we revote? Can we get a do-over on the Pope? I know we did the smoke thing, but maybe can you get the smoke back in the chimney?
For a little context, that same night there was an interview with 3 American cardinals on 60 Minutes, and he probably saw that. The timing was pretty unusual, and they critiqued him for the war not being just, and so I think that probably set him off against the Pope.
Yeah, and just on the Pope, Pope Leo, American Pope, first American Pope from Chicago, is seen as a progressive by the right, obviously succeeding Pope Francis, who was also seen as a lefty Pope. Is he a woke Pope?
No, I don't think that's the way to describe him. I think those left and right terms, and I understand what...
Wait, hold on. We're not going to listen to this whole thing. We certainly can't afford that. Oh, God. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit. Damn.
I think that's the key point here, that popes have come out against previous American wars, illegal wars, horrible conflicts, but the reaction for the American president has not been to lash out. Of course, we have a man-child in the White House who only knows how to lash out. I mean, I don't think... I've heard Donald Trump say a lot of hilariously weird things.
You're a little
but saying the
baby.
Pope is... Remember, that was a bizarre thing to say. And then he said the Pope wants Iran to have nuclear weapons. When you hear stuff like that, as a Catholic priest and an American citizen voter, what's your reaction?
Well, you're right. It is bizarre. It's appalling.
Oh my God, what is happening? Shit is getting weird over here. Am I overcoding right now? No, not overloading right now. Doing fine, actually, it looks like. So that's weird. Huh. Try this again.
Appalling on several levels. First of all, to attack someone who is as good and prayerful and kind as Robert Prevost is, just the human being, is strange. To attack the head of the Catholic Church as someone who doesn't understand foreign affairs, I always like to remind people the Catholic Church has been dealing with political leaders and military leaders since at least the time of Charlemagne, right? So they understand foreign affairs pretty well. And third, you would think that he would not want to offend the Catholic voter in the United States. So it's strange in many ways. And Catholics that I spoke with, from progressive to traditional, found it really shocking.
Well, a majority of Catholic American voters voted for Donald Trump in 2024, as far as I'm aware. So there is an interesting, fallout from that politically. Just sticking with the war issue, is it? You said earlier it's kind of one way. And clearly the abuse and the anger and the lashing out is one way. But clearly Pope Leo is doing a bit of politics here. This is not all just random homilies and prayers. I'll give you one example. I saw Pete Hegseth do a press conference where he made his usual hawkish nonsense, God bless America, troops, kill them all, blah, blah, blah. I'm paraphrasing. And within moments, there was a tweet from Pope Leo saying God doesn't support war, doesn't pick a side. You're saying that's not a reaction to what he's hearing from the American government? He's not responding?
I'm saying that he's not being political or partisan. He's not saying Pete Hegseth is wrong. He's not saying vote Democrat or Republican.
Well, he's clarifying. He's correcting the American government, saying God is not on your side or on the side of prosecuting this war.
I don't know. I don't know what's going through.
I think Mehdi is right about this. That's my opinion. But I don't know if I can call that political. Because I think that the Pope sees it as a matter of theology, right? And that there are, statements being made by world leaders and directed at him, essentially. I mean, not just essentially, just explicitly. In some cases. And I don't know if I can call this political. I feel like to some degree it's just a theological... Like they opened up a theological discussion, right? Politicians opened up a theological discussion with a theological leader, right? And now we find ourselves in this weird quasi-political realm. Which is really, like the Pope was just responding to world events. He didn't start a fight with Donald Trump, in my opinion. All right, a little bit more here from Zateo. Now on Pete Hegseth.
Okay, well, you've been specific. You challenged Pete Hegseth and others who have claimed that God is on our side, basically, in this war. God bless our troops. And you said it's making a false God in our image, a God who despises Iranians.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I mean, if you say God is on our side only, that means that God is by definition against the other person, right? I think it's fine to pray for God's protection over troops, but you also have to pray for God's protection over people who are, getting bombed, right? So, one theologian said a couple of years ago, I guess decades ago, the problem is not that God does not, want to be on someone's side or support us. The problem is that we're compromised. And then when we say God is on our side, we are saying that God is blessing everything that we do. So I really object to those kinds of statements.
How much did you object to the Vice President of the United States, who's been Catholic for like 6 minutes, saying the Pope should be careful when he talks about theology and just war theory?
Yeah, I object a lot, but not because he's a recent convert. I mean, there are recent converts that are very wise and, are learned and maybe have PhDs in theology and in just war theory. But to tell Robert Francis Prevost, who's been an Augustinian priest for his whole life, that he doesn't understand the concept of just war that originated with St. Augustine. By the way, while Pope Leo was at the birthplace of St. Augustine, in Hippo, is really shocking. And also, this is someone who has a...
In Hippo? Wait, it's called Hippo? As in hypocritical? It couldn't be more perfect, really. Oh, wow. Okay. Good God. I'm so tired right now, Space Fams. See, 9 hours in, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Jesus Christ. I have to move on. Fucking hell. I gotta end this stream soon, honestly. It's going on so long. What do I want to do before we wrap up? Oh, I really wanted to do this one. Maybe we should save this for tomorrow. This one's kind of fun. Yeah, I'll save that, and I'll save that. And we'll do this one. We'll do... Jesus Christ. Yeah, we'll do like a few of these end ones. Alright. Okay, we keep this thing going. Definitely not done yet. But I did lose my place while I was looking through all this. Where was I? Where's the Teo? Ah, found it. Okay, let's move on from the rhetoric of Trump and Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance, the Pope, to the rhetoric of Congress people. I found this one to be fascinating. Tim Sheehy of Texas? I forget what state this fucking moron is from. But suffice to say, Tim is not a bright guy. But he's out here trying to do propaganda in Congress as a senator. He's the same guy who broke a veteran's arm, if you recall correctly. This guy assaulted a veteran in Congress because he got sick of having to hear the words of a veteran. So, he just broke his arm. Veteran who was speaking out against having to fight for Israel. Is it Texas? Montana? Montana? Yeah, he's a senator from Montana. Okay. A place with even less people to vote for you.
Senator Sheehy, you are recognized.
I think it's important to note that the objective is not to get out of the war. The objective is to win the war, not to get out of it. And I think we've allowed the narrative to shift so off target here. President Trump did not start this war. We did not start this war. These radical, barbarian, savage clerics who have started killing Americans 47 years ago in a unilateral campaign of terror, murder, treason, kidnapping, torture, have been murdering our countrymen all over this world. Almost every...
Okay, I think that's enough from Tim. He really says a lot of insane and deranged fucking things here. Pretty racist stuff, too, basically referring to Iranians as savages. Sort of like antiquated colonialist talk, if you ask me. But claiming that actually Iran started the war, even though they weren't killing any Americans. And I don't know where he's getting his information from, but you can't just go back 50 years and claim that somehow has been a continued hostilities, even though there were, significantly long breaks between any sort of American-Iranian direct hostility. But he's a lunatic, racist piece of shit who likes breaking the arms of veterans who don't like fighting for Israel. Never forget that. That's Tim Sheehy, senator from Montana. The guy who thinks that we need to literally physically abuse troops into fighting for Israel, even if it means breaking their arms. It's more important that they go to Israel and fight this war in the Middle East. Because, of course, that's the thing that the veteran was protesting, who he assaulted. That's Tim Sheehy, senator from Montana. Sadly, you, Montana, are stuck with this guy. You voted him in, remember, in 2025? Or 2024? Sorry. You guys picked this idiot. Great job, Montana. You're stuck with him for another nearly 5 years. Enjoy that. Now, in other news this week, the United Arab Emirates officially announced to the world that they would be leaving OPEC in a mind-boggling, earth-shattering move. Caused a great deal of talk.
The United Arab Emirates says that it is withdrawing from OPEC and OPEC+. OPEC is a decades-old cartel of the world's largest oil-producing exporters. The energy minister says that it will make it easier for the UAE to meet changing demand. But it is a major blow to OPEC at a time when the Iran war has triggered a global energy crisis and as the price of oil hits 3-week highs. CNN's Eleni Diokos joins me now from Dubai. Eleni, and so with the UAE doing this and making this announcement today, I believe they are the third or fourth largest producer among OPEC members. Talk about the significance here and the impact that it's already having within the region.
Yeah, it's the third largest producer within OPEC, and it's really significant. I mean, frankly, it's a bombshell announcement today, Biana. You know, they joined in 1967, one of the founding members, and that was just a few years before the formation of the UAE. And this is, really going to shape what we see in the oil markets. And you were talking about WTI, responding quite aggressively on the back of this news. And we've seen an increase in oil prices as we hear one of the oldest members withdrawing from this organization.
Yeah, this is a huge hit, I think, mostly to Saudi Arabia, who is really one of the key is basically the de facto leader of OPEC, key members of this organization, and they will probably be hurt most by this. But there's a lot of different members in OPEC. What it is that the UAE plans to do, if it's a different partnership they're eyeing right now, I don't know. But it certainly shakes up the Gulf, the broader Middle East, as well as oil markets. However, it has not brought down oil prices whatsoever. Actually, they have continued to go up since the announcement of this. I mean, the last I checked, oil was Brent crude trying to remember which one. I'm thinking. WTI. Right? God damn it. I can't remember now. My brain just broke. Don't blame me. Suffice to say, the crude oil is back over $100 a barrel. I think hitting 125 at one point earlier in the week, although it's come down slightly since then. All right, up next. One more clip on OPEC before we move on from this subject. Democracy Now! From Wednesday. What is happening? Why?
This is Democracy Now! DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman on the road to Rochester, New York, where I'll be speaking at Monroe Community College today at noon. We turn now to the long-term impact of the Iran war and the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz on energy systems nationwide. On Tuesday, the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, announced it's leaving OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, by the end of the week. The UAE has long disagreed with Saudi Arabia over oil production quotas and says it's leaving the group to focus on national interests and increase its production capacity. The announcement came just as leaders of the 6 Gulf countries gathered in Saudi Arabia to discuss the regional crisis created by the war and the impact of Iran attacking their energy infrastructure. As countries across the globe brace for the ripple effects of the energy shocks created by the war, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen addressed the European Parliament earlier today. She warned the consequences of the current energy crisis could last for years.
So the way forward is obvious. We must reduce our overdependency on imported fossil fuels, and we must boost our homegrown, affordable, clean energy supply, from renewables to nuclear, in full respect of technology neutrality.
For more on the energy crisis and what the war's meant for the push to a clean energy transition, we're joined now in London by Bloomberg senior climate reporter Akshat Rothi. He is the host of the Zero podcast and newsletter on climate solutions, author of Climate Capitalism, Winning the Global Race to Zero Emissions. Thanks so much for joining us. Start off by talking about the significance, Akshat, of UAE pulling out of OPEC.
So UAE is the third largest producer of oil in that cartel, and it is a cartel. It increases production and decreases production to try and control the price, keep it high enough so that oil exporting countries can balance their budgets and subsidize a lot of the lifestyle that is there in these oil-rich economies. The fact that the UAE has pulled out means that this cartel will have less ability to be able to push up the price when it wants. And we've already seen some of it not working because there are all these other producers like the USA, but also places like Guyana that are increasing their production a lot. And that means the power that OPEC had been weakening already, and this will be a big blow to them.
Okay. For time's sake, I gotta keep this moving. But thank you, Democracy Now! For that one. Yeah, as I said, this is a big blow to the OPEC nations, especially Saudi Arabia. UAE's decision to extricate itself from the OPEC partnership. Alright, I gotta skip a bunch of shit right now just because I am exhausted. And we're 9 hours in now. I'm running on 2 baked potatoes worth of energy. It's all I've eaten since waking up earlier this evening. 12 hours ago now, I guess. Jesus Christ, it's been 12 hours since I woke up. I've eaten 2 potatoes. I'm just now actually, now that I've said it out loud, I'm just realizing that sometimes that's what happens. I have realizations while we're sitting here. I'm like, oh, I haven't fed myself at all. I'm eating like some sort of prisoner. 2 potatoes. The Sumerians started this war? Oh, God, those damn Sumerians. Those sneaky, sneaky Sumerians. Here, I was thinking it was actually the Babylonians, but you make a strong point. No need to back that up with any evidence. Because I certainly wasn't planning on backing up my Babylonian claim with any evidence. Okay, what was I doing? I've lost my focus. I got distracted by a funny comment, and now I don't know where I am.
I'm staying in the race. Hey, where am I? Somebody point me in the right direction.
What was I gonna do after this? I am struggling to remember. Do you remember? September. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. See, that's when you know I'm delirious. Yeah, start doing Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's when you know things are bad. Okay, we're almost there. To the peace talks. Is the war over? Or is that another lie from Donald Trump? Let's start here from a day ago. Al Jazeera English. Trump rejects Iran proposal. Signals war could continue without congressional approval. I feel the timeline of this is important. So we're 1 day ago. Oh, a little over that. Like, you know, this is from Thursday evening, I think. Which I guess is more than 1 day ago now. Let me refresh this. Let's call it 2 days because it's Sunday. It's officially Sunday now. I'm losing my fucking mind. We got this. I got it. Everything's fine. I need tea. Okay. Nope, not this one. The next one. God. Wait, no, I've gone too far. Go back.
Unprecedented destruction. A CNN.
No. No. Shush. Shush, Aaron. God damn it. One back. One more. Yeah. There we go. We've done it. Great job. Is this technically from Friday morning?
A new proposal from the
Friday,
Iranians, the US president says it's not good enough.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants...
Yeah, I think this is actually from Friday. I just reloaded my list just to be sure. Yeah. Okay.
Make a deal because they have no military left.
Donald Trump says negotiations are continuing by phone. No return to Islamabad for the moment. That's only likely to happen if a deal is imminent. But the president says one problem is it's not clear who's in charge on the other side.
There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4. And it's a very disjointed leadership. And with that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up.
One proposal that's been reported is that the United States will end the blockade of Iranian ports. The Strait of Hormuz will be reopened. There will be then concrete discussions on extending the ceasefire indefinitely. And then and only then would Iran talk about its nuclear weapon program.
Okay. So that was Friday morning. Trump rejected the Iran proposal, signaling that the war could continue without congressional approval. And then on the same day, that's why the timing of this is so important. Same day, this story comes out from ABC. Trump declares Iran hostilities terminated, quote unquote.
A what now?
Yep. Same day. Just a
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Does not need congressional approval to continue the conflict with Iran, declaring to Congress today that hostilities with Iran have been terminated. But the Strait of Hormuz remains closed.
Terminated, it's over.
Energy prices surging. And this afternoon at the White House.
So, I mean, it's all very confusing. There's no war, so we don't need congressional approval. And that's because it's over. Hostilities done. It's very confusing. The man is deranged. Hey, we don't need this whole clip. Just need that little piece of it. It's a weird guy. And whenever he says words, it's never clear what they mean. It's always best to just assume the absolute worst. Usually that winds up working. Now, amidst all of this, which ones do we cover here? Amidst all of this, the United States is threatening the country of Germany for the comments of Chancellor Merz, saying that we might withdraw U.S. troops from U.S. military bases in Germany, which is a weird choice.
That's really weird.
It would be unprecedented, at least in my understanding, for the United States to withdraw troops for the statements of the Chancellor of Germany or of like the Prime Minister or President of another country. I've never heard of it. Certainly not in German history. Not that I know of. Anybody? Anybody got an example to prove me wrong?
Unprecedented destruction. A CNN investigation discovering Iran has caused...
Oh, wait, no, this is not the one. God damn you. Fuck you, Aaron. You don't have time for this. We'll do that tomorrow.
Speaking at a visit to a military training ground in Western Germany on Thursday, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz was keen to emphasize that the German-US relationship remains strong.
This transatlantic partnership is particularly close to our hearts and to mine personally. We are carrying out this work here, but also at other strategically important locations in Germany, side by side with the United States of America, side by side with our allies throughout NATO.
It comes after days of diplomatic tensions between the German Chancellor and US President, which reached new heights when Trump threatened a reduction of American troops stationed in Germany. But Merz's conciliatory tone was not shared by other members of his government. The German Foreign Minister, Johann Wadephul, has said Germany was prepared for any such US troop drawdown, adding he was relaxed about the prospect.
Totally fine, no big deal, says the German government. Go right ahead, take your troops. Although I do worry this is continue the Euro-US fracturing, which we have seen under Donald Trump. Before we continue this discussion, as it turns out, threats turn to action not long after the threats. I just want to say thank you to CJ from the 6 for the dono on PayPal. Just no message, just says from CJ from the 6. Thank you, CJ. Incredibly generous. Getting us to, what is this? Whoopsies. What is that? 5%? No, 2%. Right? No, 5. Yeah, 5% of the goal already. Making progress here. That's beautiful. Galactic deficit looking rather sizable, but it's nice feeling like we're making tangible progress already. How much do we have to make per day on that that deficit? It's like $20 a fucking day. It's fucking huge. Jesus Christ, how are we at $20 a day first day? That's the worst. That's the worst. Either way, I'm just glad to see us making progress on it. All right. Like I was saying, progress turned to action on the withdrawal of troops in Germany. With the U.S. Signaling the definitiveness of this troop withdrawal yesterday, literally one day later. Here's the BBC on that. Although I don't think any troops have actually left. Although it's not 100% clear to me. I think it's still the concept of a plan stages or plan phase. I'm not sure. Is it concept of a plan or plan phase? I don't know. It's not clear. I just feel like we live in a constant state of, like, opaque uncertainty. All being led by one deranged madman. Megalomaniacal lunatic.
The United States says it will withdraw 5,000 of its troops from Germany as a rift widens between the two countries. The Pentagon said the troops would be removed over the next 6 to 12 months. The decision comes amid President Trump's spat with the German leader, Chancellor Merz, and a day after Mr. Trump called Mr. Merz and said he was doing a terrible job. He also criticised Germany and other NATO allies for not sending forces to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier this week, Friedrich Merz suggested the US had been humiliated by Iranian negotiators. The US has a significant military presence in Germany with more than 36,000 active duty troops assigned to bases across the country as of last December. And America.
So, just to be clear, this is not a removal of all U.S. troops from Germany. It's just really a performative withdrawal of, like, what is that? Like 15%. of the troops, leaving 85% of them behind. It's just it's a temper tantrum of a failing regime. You know, Trump can't get what he wants, so he thinks that by like threatening Germany with troop withdrawal, even though it's only a tiny fraction of the troops, that it's going to get them to change their tone. But it's misled. It's misguided. And it's not gonna work. But maybe tariffs will. Because, and I'm not just bringing that up just sort of flippantly, because new tariff hikes were also announced by the Trump administration on Germany, which according to experts could cost them billions of dollars. Back to France 24 from 20 hours ago.
The very beautiful country of Germany that
a new escalation from US President Donald Trump, who says he will increase tariffs on
the beautiful, beautiful country of Germany. I've announced, fuck yourself.
A new escalation from US President Donald Trump, who says he will increase tariffs on cars and trucks from the European Union next week. The increase would lift duties to 25%, up from the previously agreed 15%, because he says the bloc has not complied with its trade deal with Washington and believes higher tariffs will push manufacturers to shift production back to the US.
And because it's also clearly intended to be punitive for the actions of the Chancellor of Germany. It's got nothing to do with reshoring manufacturing. Trump does not give a shit. That's why he's helping to usher in a new age of AI. He doesn't give a fuck about jobs. Cares about being able to twist the screws. And that's what he sees this as. Whether or not it will work, hard to say right now. He's a fucking... Oh my god. Guy is a fucking lunatic. And we're supposed to not say he's a threat to democracy. Meanwhile, he's not just a threat to American democracy. He's like a threat to like global peace. Oh my god. 9.5 hours. Good Lord. What do we have? What can I do left here? What do I have left? Yeah, I think what we'll do here is we'll do one more Middle East clip. And then Al Jazeera English live stream, I guess. Oh no, I'm sorry, we'll do two more. While we're talking about Trump withdrawing troops from Germany. Stay here with France 24 English with one more clip on this spat. Initiated by... forget who initiated it. Let's just go here to France 24 21 hours ago. Talk about what NATO is now doing as a result of the United States cutting troops in Germany.
For more on this, let's cross now to our European affairs correspondent, Dave Keating. So, Dave, how has the German government been reacting to Trump's announcement?
Well, we've had a response from the German defense minister, Boris Pistorius. On one hand,
He said it's an unwelcome development. He said it's in our interest and in the interest of the US to have the American troops in Germany. But on the other hand, he said that this decision was foreseeable, and that's because of a couple different reasons. Let's not forget that during Trump's first term in 2020, he wanted to pull out 12,000 troops from Germany, but was blocked by the US Congress, and that action was later undone by Joe Biden when he came into office. But of course, also, Pistorius was referring to the ongoing spat, which he alluded to, between Trump and Merz over the Iran war. Merz made some comments to some
Trump is
students
literally that one
in
kid
the
that
past
runs
week.
around the house with scissors in his hands. No matter how many times you tell him to stop, he just keeps doing until he cuts himself like the dumbass he is.
That's true, Columbia Rican. You gotta take the scissors away from Trump. And by the scissors, I mean the nuclear football.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
You're a little baby.
It's true. But it seems like NATO is somewhat unfazed by this decision by Trump seemingly coming somewhat expectedly. For some in the alliance. Learning from history. Those NATO allies. All right, now skipping a couple videos going here. Sorry, but I gotta wrap this up. I gotta wrap this up so I can prepare for Sunday, right? Come on.
Come on!
I probably won't even sleep today. Like, that's where we're at, because I started so late. I've been, like, so off schedule. I'm gonna have to take a break on Monday so I can, like, figure out my schedule. Maybe I'll, like, play, like, maybe, like, I'll stream something in the Discord. What do people think about Parks and Rec? Actually, I think I could probably do that. I have the whole series on a hard drive somewhere. Seems like a fun one, less dark than some of the things we've been watching lately. Sort of community-driven, government, talking about government. Feels like a good one for us in the Discord. No? Knock one out and take a nap? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do Monday. I can't take a nap right now. I got a bunch of shit I need to do. I don't have a list ready for Sunday yet, for Sunday Fun Day show. We're like 12 hours out from when I would like to do this show. I also have like a whole bunch of other shit that I need to get done. Updating Patreon stuff. Uploading a clip. I finally clipped a stream. I know.
Aren't I a good guy?
Aren't I a good guy? Don't worry, everybody. I'm trying to take care of myself. I think I'm doing a fairly good job considering the level of stress I'm under right now. Of course, much thanks needs to go to you Space Fams for keeping me above water right now. But I'm working out again, basically multiple times a week. That's been good. There are some positive developments happening with my health, I would say. Although my sleep schedule has just been terrible. Part of the problem is I just haven't been able to sleep. I've been trying to take care of myself. You don't understand. I'll end the stream, and it's been progressively getting worse as the weekend goes on, as the week goes on. As I've been trying to do the streams, like I get done with the stream, and then I literally cannot get to sleep for hours. 3, 4, 5, 6 hours after I'm done. Still just sitting there. Even longer in some days. It's been insane. And so, like, at this point, I feel like I just gotta, like, exhaust myself to the point of delirium. Thankfully, Sunday Funday is perfect for that. And then hopefully by Monday, I'll be able to get some sleep. So I'll probably, like, try and do some chores and, like, errands and shit. I love sleeping, too. No, believe me, I'm right there with you. Okay, let's go here to ABC News next from 11 hours ago. Back to the piece as Iran signaled that the war with the United States is likely to resume. What's the applause for? What are you applauding? This was like right before.
Next tonight, President Trump issuing a new warning to Iran as officials from that country say the war is likely to resume and the rift between the U.S. and its allies appears to be growing. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang.
Tonight, more than 24 hours after President Trump told Congress that hostilities with Iran have been terminated, Iran warning renewed conflict with the United States is likely. A senior Iranian military official saying in state media that evidence shows the U.S. is not committed to any agreements or treaties. The armed forces are fully prepared for any new adventures or foolishness from the Americans. President Trump telling Congress yesterday that the war is over, bypassing a legal deadline that requires congressional approval to continue military action. But just hours after sending that letter, Trump saying the U.S. might be better off without a deal.
They've got to make a bad deal, but if they make a deal at all, because frankly, we're better off not making it.
Yeah. The more I think about it, the more I think it was just Trump declaring that the war was over but not over was just a way of him trying to bypass the Congress and the 60-day deadline, which he's clearly gone over now. So I wonder if Congress is going to hold him to account or not. Probably not. Almost definitely probably not until Democrats come to office. If they wind up taking back I guess the House and Senate, they'd need both of them.
With peace talks stalled, Trump issuing Iran this stark warning.
Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal?
The U.S. naval blockade in full force and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The Trump administration now asking other countries to join a new international coalition to help.
We can't be not at war while simultaneously doing an act of war. Can't be blockading what is effectively an international waterway, or at least the waterway of another sovereign nation state, and not be at war. It's just words.
This is your language, please.
This is ridiculous. Such a stupid fucking worst, dumbest timeline. When will it end? When will we? Where's Bakula? Can we get Scott Bakula in here? Switch timelines, real quick. You know, just a quick. All right, people. Al Jazeera live stream. Did I say this was going to be the last clip? I can't remember if I said it. Did I say I was going to do Asia? Don't lie to me, Space Vamps. But I literally can't remember what I promised like 5 minutes ago. Oh, I am approaching deliriousness, it feels like. But I've only been up for 12 hours. 13 hours, that's something of a problem. That's what happens when you're immersed in this nonsense for half a day at a time. TARDIS. Yes, over the TARDIS. Do that too. All right. I'm going to call it on this one. Good job, everybody. Al Jazeera live stream. Get us caught up. God, I'm tired.
Much easier to assemble a maritime coalition back in on that maritime challenge. What we're seeing unfold today is different because Russia in particular is willing to get in the way of a UN Security Council resolution. Bahrain has tried to.
Okay, this guy's got a few too many logos, books, and other things that are intended to make him look smart out that are making me doubt his credibility. Like when people trot out like all of their like credentials for their podcasts so that they fit in the screen. You know, I love he's got the globe in there too. Let us know he's a smart guy. Only smart guys have globes. Never forget that. But I don't know. I just see somebody like I'm like, do I need to see all this right now? Why are you putting this here? I can't even read the degrees. It could be from PragerU or something.
That, but Russia actually likes these high oil prices, so they're not eager for this to be resolved. China's actually different. I think China is actually at this point eager for both the U.S. blockade and the disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy to dissipate and move on. And so fundamentally, the other issue I'll mention is, last point, is what we've also seen is the rise of drone warfare. This really started in the Black Sea, where the Ukrainians, who don't have a navy, essentially defeated the Russian Black Sea Navy and even sunk its flagship, the Moskva. And then we saw the Houthis take similar technology, drones, and then also they were the first non-state armed group to launch an anti-ship ballistic missile. And they did that after October 7th, disrupting commercial shipping through the Bab el-Mandeb and the Red Sea. And that commercial shipping is never actually fully returned. And then we see the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, around the Strait of Hormuz use small boats, fiber optic drones that can't be jammed, and then, of course, anti-ship missiles. And so fundamentally, in sum, what we're seeing here is the international maritime law regime is under pressure from new technology, where geography, like the Strait of Hormuz, can be used for what's called asymmetric warfare. So using relatively cheap technologies like drones to disrupt commercial shipping and put navies push the navies back into deeper waters. The navies can go through, but they risk casualties or damage to their ships. So happy to discuss any of that.
So let me bring in George on some of those points. Is this not just the maritime dimension of what we're seeing elsewhere, which is everyone has stopped abiding by the rules that were there since World War II? And what is that going to mean for international shipping if we go back to much more ancient times, yet with much more sophisticated weaponry?
This is really a crucial question. This is really the core of the matter. I'd like to echo what was said earlier by both of my colleagues. And what I said earlier about the global system of maritime governance or ocean governance against the backdrop that we had, which was really the international law, customary law, but also the UN Charter post-Second World War. It seems that at the moment, the model, which was structured again at that time with the 5 members of the Security Council and the unanimity which is required, this is again under pressure. And it seems that unless the rules of the game, if I can use that expression, to a certain extent, either are respected or somehow we find an amendment coming forward, we will have the same problems. We saw that where, as it was said earlier, in 2009, there was absolute unanimity. All the international community was on that particular matter on the same ground. At the moment, we see that whenever, and also in other areas, whenever there is an attempt really to pass a resolution, one of the members of the Security Council is blocking it, which of course tests again the limits of our system. The system, which, as I said earlier, is the one.
Okay, that's a good spot, I think, to pause it. Yeah, the system is being tested, it's been getting tested for years now. Including by Israel, of course. Whether or not that any of these people want to talk about that. If they want to talk about the Houthis and Iran, great. What about Israel? Who's been blockading millions of people for years. Doing a genocide. That's part of the system of international law that maritime law is under. And they've been just shitting all over that. Maybe we should get everybody to start following international law. That would be fascinating. That'd be a fun time for everybody, I think. Really good stuff. Although it seems further away than ever. Good God, what a fucking week. Although I gotta say, first off, to all of you who made it this far, who made it all the way through the stream, like truly impressive. We just did basically a full week-ending report in one day. I skipped a few, but honestly, not as many as you'd think. But that was a crazy freaking week. Like that was insane. And we didn't even cover everything. As we never do, but feels like every week that deficit gets worse. Like my ability to cover everything just becomes more and more difficult. There was a time where I felt like I was looking for things. Like looking for stories to cover. You know, back during Biden's presidency, back in early 2024, different times. I'm staying in the race. I would actually sit around looking for stories sometimes because I felt like we had too much of only one story to talk about, right? And I needed to try and find other things for us to talk about and to diversify what we were talking about. And I would struggle. No struggles there anymore. It's not even fucking close, right? Like there's not been a single week where I'm like, or a single day where I'm like, dude, there's nothing for me to talk about today. It hasn't happened since January 20th. There's not been a single day that I have not had something to talk about. Some sort of just insane fucking thing that Donald Trump has done or has happened indirectly as a result of Donald Trump. Never a shortage. Or just general chaos on the planet. Good God. Well, I gotta get ready for Sunday Funday. We got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Snarwall by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moenoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphe and Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Honda 99, Glitchmaster, Winnie and Robin, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, PerfXL, Young Chris, Echios, and Emily S. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. And by the way, just a reminder, patrons, I'm very sorry. It's not really a reminder. Public service announcement. I'm very sorry, Space Fams, patrons, specifically you, for not having updated all the Patreon stuff yet. I know there's a lot of new patrons, at least 3 that I'm counting right now, who deserve their avatars, but I haven't gotten to it yet. I will try and do it this day, today, before Sunday Fun Day, if I can. Among many other things. Just a reminder, you can help produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying, for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. That's not how you spell that. Whatever. Whoops. No, why? What? Just... Huh? What did I do? Oh, I deleted it instead of copying it like a freaking idiot. Nope, that's wrong too, I think. Yep, it's close. Whatever.